All right, President Canepa, the time is now 9:05 a.m. and you can call the meeting to order.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It's just after 9 a.m. on September 9th, 2025, and we are calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. Let's start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the public, live interpretation of this entire meeting will be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and then select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu and then select interpretation, and then finally select the Spanish language. At this time, I would like my colleague, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Suki. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable supervisors, both present and virtually, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Buenos días a todos, miembros del público. Se les va a proporcionar lo que es interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español. Para acceder al servicio de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono del globo terráqueo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla, y seleccione el idioma que sería el español. Ahora, si usted está utilizando un teléfono inteligente o una tableta, busque lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación, y luego seleccione el idioma español, y por último, usted tendrá que hacer clic en done o listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vice President.
Thank you. I just wanted to take a moment to go off the agenda and wish one of our county clerks a very happy birthday. Suki's birthday today. Thank you for all you do for us, Suki.
Thank you very much. Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Suki, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? May I have the roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Actually, before we do the roll call, we do have a supervisor who's participating remotely, and I know this kind of came up at the last minute. Sure. This might be a good chance for us to talk through the AB 2449 provisions, if that's okay, Mr. President. I have been advised that Supervisor Mueller has informed the county that he's wanting to participate remotely in today's meeting pursuant to Assembly Bill 2449. And specifically, Supervisor Mueller's indicated that there's just cause for him to participate remotely as he's ill, and he's concerned this is could be contagious. And Supervisor Mueller, could I ask you to confirm that I've accurately described the circumstances that are related to your request today?
Accurately described it.
Thank you. Under AB 2449, a board member participating remotely has to use both audio and visual technology while participating. And in addition, the member must give notice if anyone over the age of 18 is in the room with the member. So I'm going to ask if anyone over the age of 18 is present with you today, Supervisor.
No.
Okay, thank you. I'd note there's a limited number of times that a supervisor can participate remotely under AB 2449, but Supervisor Mueller is below that threshold. Thank you.
Great. Wish you better health, Supervisor Mueller. With that, Supervisor Gaucher is on her way. There is a tremendous amount of traffic. So with that, can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Here.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Present.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher is currently absent, and President Canepa?
Here.
Thank you.
All right. We'll now move to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any supervisors have comments on things to share for honoring the life of?
Mr. President, I do. I have one in honoring the life of and one a statement I would like to make. I'd like for us to adjourn in the memory of John Burton, former congressman, former state assemblyman, former state senator, a lion in California politics. There will never be another one like him, in part because of term limits and in part because he was a force unlike anything else in politics. He was part Machiavelli, part Mother Teresa. He spouted F-bombs freely, dressed without a tie most of the time in polyester quarter-zip shirts, maybe with a jacket over it. He despised phonies and had an eclectic group of friends that included both Carol Doda and Coach John Madden. He was elected to the Assembly first in 1964, along with then Willie Brown as his colleague in Congress to 1974 to 1982. And it was during his time in Congress when he was plagued by drug abuse. He was sniffing nitrous oxide and freebasing cocaine, and actually had an absentee record of 75%. He left Congress, cleaned up his life, and then in 1988 became a member of the State Assembly, where he joined me and others. And it was in the Assembly, I just want to share this story because it's so profound. He wasn't a great orator, but he spoke through the heart. And the Assembly was then under the control of the Republicans. And they had a bill to make it a crime for a woman who gave birth to a drug-addicted baby that she would be forced to go to jail. And the bill was on the Assembly floor, and it was, greased to pass. And he talked about how cocaine had taken control of his life and how he spent days freebasing in hotel rooms, refusing maid service because he didn't want anyone to see him. He said, and I quote, "It took me, somebody who at least had got a fair set of brains sometimes, who comes from a background that is not deprived, who is at times I was doing it, and I'm not proud to say was a member of the House of Representatives, and it took me 2 years to get off this drug, which is the most insidious drug you can imagine." So rarely do floor speeches change votes in Congress or the legislature, but that one did, and that bill failed. He was most proud of helping farm workers unionize, providing special ed to autistic kids, protecting the redwoods, and raising benefits for poor. And even after he left the state Senate in 1998, he became party chair from 2009 to 2017, and was able to enrich the coffers of the Democratic Party, so they went from being anemic in their fundraising to outspending Republicans 2-1. Sadly, we were all joining him for a book signing next week about his memoir, and it's entitled, "I Yell Because I Care." An extraordinary human being. May he rest in peace. I have one more item, Mr. President. In the FY 25-27 budget, we adopted long-term financial policies, authorizing the county executive to require all contracts under $200,000 to be submitted to his office by any department that has a department reserve under 2%. Seeing that the budget Mr. Mankia made available to us last week shows that the sheriff's budget reserve is now less than 1/2 of 1%, 0.49%. I want to encourage the county executive to fully exercise his authority under this provision. I will bring a resolution to the board at our next meeting for us to confirm our support for his action.
Great, thank you very much.
Thank you. And for the record, Supervisor Gaucher is now present at 9:14 a.m.
All right. Are there any further comments or seeing none? Why don't we do this? If we can move to item 1, and that is brought to us by Supervisor Gaucher.
Supervisor?
And before we do that, can I get a motion to take public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, we'll take public comments from chambers, and then we'll take comments from Zoom. Once again, if you're speaking on consent agenda items, please let us know which item. If you're speaking on regular items, please hold off your comments until that item is being heard. So I do have one speaker from chambers, Deacon Lauren McCombs.
So my name is Deacon Lauren Patton McCombs. I'm currently serving at Christ Episcopal Church in Portola Valley. Good morning. And I'm also a member of Peninsula Solidarity Cohort and Fixing San Mateo County. I feel like a broken record, but I'm going to continue with this record. It's not going to stop. But here we go. On August 12th, ICAC's presentation at the Board of Supervisors meeting recommended that you hire a permanent inspector general with subpoena power. On August 29th, Sheriff Corpus, while on the stand at her removal hearing, also endorsed having a permanent inspector general. There needs to be a safe place to voice concerns without retaliation. You have the power to create trust, transparency, and accountability within the Sheriff's Office by this action. Today, I am asking you to put this item on your agenda and vote on it at your next meeting on September 23rd. I know it's not going to happen, but I'm going to continue to ask. And I would like to pass out these cards, which basically are saying to you, these are your constituents. These are who voted you in office. They are saying we want a permanent inspector general with subpoena power. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Deacon. Okay, no additional speakers from chamber, so I'll take speakers from Zoom. And through the president, I'll make a last call for folks to raise their hand on Zoom.
Let's do that, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, we have 7 hands raised. The last speaker will be Sandy Proclus. So after this, if any hands are raised, I will lower them down. So we'll start with Greg Diegues. Greg, please proceed.
This is Greg Diegues. I'm co-founder of the group Red Alert Montero Moss Beach. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Our unincorporated region is threatened by a wildfire risk created by decades of Caltrans negligence in a dagger-shaped strip of land called the Caltrans Bypass. That strip of land has now overgrown to contain hundreds of flammable invasive trees. I'm sure you're all aware of the deadly dangers of wind-driven wildfires, such as in the Oakland Hills, Sonoma, Paradise, Lahaina, and Southern California. An even more deadly risk exists here because, as was proven during the tsunami alert last year, which nearly killed a police officer, there's only one road in and out, much less than in Paradise. Further, the majority of the Montero Water and Sanitary District water well and storage capacity is right in the middle of this hazard, and the watershed could be polluted for years if a fire occurred in that bypass, making our region uninhabitable. Supervisor Mueller has supported our efforts to get Caltrans to mitigate the risk here. MWSD has agreed to take the land. Please support that effort and get Caltrans to mitigate the wildfire hazard that could wipe out Montero, Moss Beach, El Granada, and parts of Half Moon Bay. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Our next speaker will be Ron Snow. Ron, please proceed.
Yes, supervisors and county manager, I am speaking in favor of you pulling item 38A, a provision to give Kimley Horn $650,000 worth of work. We can't expect our Public Works Department to produce quality work if they are starting with poor designs that are laced with errors and incompetence. Over the past several years, there have been numerous complaints that you've received regarding the work performed by Kimley Horn. The company has wasted county time, dollars, and hundreds of thousands of dollars that are subpar quality for their work products. Furthermore, many of Kimley Horn's plans have been rejected by the Safety Task Force due to their unworkability, failure to meet safety objectives. It is imperative that county consider a decision to replace Kimley Horn. Therefore, I strongly urge county to deny for this provision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Okay, our next speaker is Jazz. Jazz, please proceed. Go ahead, Jazz. Okay, you're unmuted, but we can't hear you, so I'll come back to you. Okay, Speaker with the name X, please proceed. And if you could state your name, that would be great.
Grace, before I begin, I'd like to pull item number 20 from the agenda. Now I'll begin with my comment. Last week, I submitted comment for the Sheriff's Advisory Commission meeting. My comment included 16 pages. However, only the first page was included in the online packet of comments prior to the meeting. I brought it to the attention of the commission before the meeting and again during the public portion of the meeting. Yet they still have not remedied what now I believe is an intentional violation of my First Amendment right. To make matters worse, the chair of the commission, Kalima, laughed after I made my comment during the meeting. My written comment dealt with what I believe is a breach of trust by Kalima when she fed false information to the public during the commission's April meeting. I find it disturbing that the chair of the Sheriff's Oversight Commission knowingly lied to the public or was fed false information to share with the public, and despite making her aware of the facts surrounding her false statement, chose to mock me rather than correcting the false information. Isn't the whole point of the Oversight Commission to instill transparency and trust? I brought my concern over her behavior to both Spear's office and to Canopy when I saw him in public, but both of you have blown me off. What do I need to do to be heard? Should I distribute my written comment out to everybody at public meetings in the future? Because that's where I'm going at this point. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go with Martin Fox. Mr. Fox, please proceed.
Good morning, President Canepa and my fellow veteran County Attorney, Mr. Niblin, Supervisor Spear, Supervisor Corzo, Supervisor Mueller, and Supervisor Gauthier, and County Executive, Mr. Callaghy. Thank all of you for your service to the county. Please make the county safer and healthier for persons living with serious mental illness and their families by supporting a more vigorous implementation of the Governor's Care Court program. Make the reintroduction and passage of the repeal of the Long-Term and Peter Short Act a top county state legislative priority, and defunding of Disability Rights California and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley attorneys who defend the immoral and Liner and Peter Short Act, a top county federal legislative priority. California's residents need a Dorothea Dix-inspired compassionate mental health treatment system. California's Lanimer and Peter Short Act of 1967 is one of the 10 worst involuntary mental health treatment laws in the 50 states. So please make defunding the intellectually and morally bankrupt Law Foundation of Silicon Valley and Disability Rights California a top county federal legislative priority. For the passage of the Lanimer and Peter Short Act's repeal, the top county state legislative priority, and the enhancement of Care Court, the highest county health department priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Okay, our next speaker is Sid Young. So, Sid Young, please proceed.
Thank you. I'll make this brief. I live on the Mid-Coast, and during the budget hearings that you held in June, I reminded Sheriff Corpus of the $1,000 fine for illegal fireworks and to please make sure there was some enforcement, maybe even collect the fines from the perpetrators. To date, there have been no mention of any dispatch for calls regarding the loud explosions that have continued on and persisted past Labor Day. At a recent, and that's from Montero to Half Moon Bay, at least. At a recent city council meeting, I suggested maybe the shot spot technology could be used to find out where these explosions, very loud explosions that you can hear from Ocean Colony to Miramar or El Granada to Montero. And if they cannot come out and patrol and find these perpetrators, maybe we need Homeland Security. These aren't just fireworks. These are actually very loud percussions. Thank you very much. I know you guys don't control the Sheriff's Department, but I just felt like after Greg mentioned the fire potential over on the bypass right away, we really need to have some kind of protection out here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Okay, our next speaker is Jazz. Jazz, we'll try you again. So if you could please proceed.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Perfect.
Okay. So I'm speaking in regards to item 15, the 3335 Spring Street proposal. I am.
So, Jazz, that actually is item number 15. So if you could hold off your comment until then.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
No problem. Thank you. All right, our last speaker that we mentioned at the beginning is Sandy Procalas. Sandy, please proceed.
Oh, hi. I was also going to speak about item 15, so I will also wait until the appropriate time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, no additional speakers, Mr. President, so back to you.
Great, thank you very much. Thanks to all who shared their comments. I will now take the motion action to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Great. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Okay, item 1, we'll begin the meeting with a series of presentations and awards. There are 8 total. The first item is item 1, which is a presentation of a proclamation designating September 11th, 2025 as National Day of Service and Remembrance. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. On this day, we pause to honor the nearly 3,000 lives lost on September 11th, 2001. We remember the families who still grieve, the survivors who carry scars, and the first responders who ran towards danger without hesitation. Their courage and sacrifice reflect the very best of who we are as a nation. At this time, I would like to just pause for a moment of silence. Thank you. September 11th is now more than a day of mourning. It is a call to action. Across the country, communities honor the memory of that day not only through words, but through action, transforming a day of tragedy into a day of service and good. Led by AmeriCorps and its national and local partners, millions take part in service projects, from supporting veterans and military families to packing meals for the needy to volunteering with seniors. They transform tragedy into hope. Today, as we designate September 11th as the National Day of Service and Remembrance, we affirm that the best way to honor the past is through service in the present. I encourage all of us to give our time, our skill, and our compassion, carrying forward the spirit of unity and resilience that brought us together on that day. And then that spirit of service, I am proud to share that Maura Uman, the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, is here with us today to share the incredible work she is doing with our youth through the county. Youth Community Service is one of many service certifying agencies that partner with AmeriCorps to track volunteer service and hours and administer the Presidential Volunteer Service Awards. Through their work, they help honor youth, residents, and community members who dedicate themselves to service year after year. We thank them for being here and for all they do to uplift volunteerism in our community. More if you'd like to.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, county executives, staff, and community members. My name is Maura Uman, and I'm the Executive Director of Youth Community Service, YCS, and I'm joined by the YCS team today. We express our deep gratitude to the Board of Supervisors for your recognition of the importance of youth service and community engagement. For 35 years, YCS has served San Mateo and Santa Clara County with a mission to elevate youth voice, to raise community connection and equity through service. Annually, YCS engages over 22,000 participants who complete over 90,000 service hours across 65 Bay Area schools at over 250 community-based organizations. Each act of service makes our world a better place. By feeling valued and adding value, our youth gain a sense of belonging and mattering. This past May, the federal government PAWS, the President's Volunteer Service Award, PVSA, established in 2003 by President George W. Bush as the highest recognition of service across the country. From the earliest years of the program, YCS has served as a local certifying agency to verify volunteer hours for the PVSA. We are grateful to Supervisor Gaucher for her immediate response to honor the youth with commendations on behalf of the Board of Supervisors to recognize their deep commitment to service in our community. And yes, even though the federal government has paused the simple act of recognizing and celebrating our youth, we are grateful to each of you on this Board of Supervisors for stepping in to recognize youth service. Let's continue to find local ways to celebrate our youth and their commitment to service. This week, join hundreds of community members for the September 11th National Day of Service and Remembrance to transform the anniversary of 9/11 into the largest day of service in America. Here are just a few ways to give back. Express gratitude to our first responders and essential workers. Fulfill a wish list item for a local nonprofit. Create a care package for those less fortunate. More details are available on our website that's part of the QR code shared on the screen. I now invite Kareem Mokhtar, a recipient of the San Mateo Board of Supervisors Commendation Certificate and resident of Menlo Park, to share a few words, followed by Jacob Verges, spoken word artist and my colleague at YCS.
Good morning, everybody. This right here is a kazoo. Now, the first time I ever played the kazoo, I was in 9th grade, and my little brother had just come home from a birthday party. And I took it out of the birthday bag, and I was like, okay, this is a cool instrument. Let me play around with it for a little bit. And I did. I played the Interstellar theme, among other things. And I kept fiddling with it for the rest of the day. And then time went by, and I kind of just stopped playing it, wasn't really interested in it. But then I got invited to a youth community service meeting. And one of the things they asked us to do there at the Icebreakers was to share a random talent you had. And, I wouldn't say I'm the most talented of people, but I have a couple of talents. And one of those was the kazoo. And so I took out my kazoo and I started to play, again, the Interstellar theme. And everyone clapped, which I thought was a little bit funny. See, as a Muslim and an Arab, post 9/11, obviously I wasn't alive then, but the racism has been there. And so I've always felt this need to pre-edit myself. So every time I talk, I always mentally reconsider every word I say. Do I bring up the fact that I'm Muslim? Do I bring up the fact that I'm Arabic? What should I say? What should I not say? And that mentality kind of went away after I played the kazoo, because I figured, okay, I can be my real self. I can play what I produce. I can play the music I like to produce. And I don't have to perfect myself so that people look at me differently. And I feel like that's how we should treat volunteering, bringing a part of ourselves to the community so that we can make a difference in ways that matter to us, whether it's community service through civic engagement, community service through social justice, advocating against stigma, and all sorts of other things. That's why I feel that youth community service and community service in general, to me, is all about bringing a part of me and making this community me in it. Thank you. Now I'll present Jacob.
Are you going to play the kazoo? Okay.
I'll consider it.
Okay.
Very good.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jacob Verges, and I am here to share a spoken word piece with you all. Before I start, I want to check the room. If you are a reflection of your community, say, I am.
I am.
If you are a reflection of your community, then say, I am.
I am.
I am. The black and brown youth that run and play through our streets. I am East Palo Alto, baby. Don't forget the E. I am the gardens, that's the G. Flowers label all my streets. I am your brother up the block. Our mission keeps our souls in sync. I am the gardener here to garner my community's needs. like more opportunities for the kings and queens that look like me, that look like you. Needs like more resources for the youth, more gyms so we could hoop, rec centers with free food, career opportunities, and open mics too. I am that kid from a vicious system that broke out, brave enough to choose a different route. I could have been like my peers when things went south, but the God I serve just wouldn't allow it. And now I am that peace that you feel when you finally found him. Y'all, I am the faith of a mustard seed that lifts up mountains. I am the water in the fountain of youth that keeps even the eldest elder spirit in tune. I am the elephant. I am the mammoth. And I am the East Palo Alto Macedon swinging in the room. I am the light that shines bright behind the truth. And if you look into that mirror with your conscience clear, if you really did your best to feel and hear me, then you will see that I am you. If you are a reflection of your community, then let out to the top of your lungs, I am. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm going to turn to my colleagues to see if you have any comments.
Are there any comments?
I'll just briefly add that I think we still want to hear the kazoo, but just I'm just messing with you. If only if you want. But I do want to recognize that it's good that I think our country has been in process of healing from the trauma of the events of 9/11. I remember I think I was a 6th grader when it happened. I have vivid memories of, the TV cart. We had TVs on carts back then with VCRs and being rolled in. And I remember something being played, but I'm not sure if it was the actual, the towers. But I want to thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you for highlighting the youth. And I appreciate the personal experiences that were shared because there was a lot of stigma created after those events, and it's good to name it so we can confront it and heal from it. So thank you so much, Supervisor Gaucher, for bringing this forward.
Thank you.
Great. Are there any additional comments? Great. At this time, can we take public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I do have 2 speakers from Chambers. We'll start with Nicole Sabragia, followed by Amika Giyame.
Hi, Nicole. You're okay. You got it.
Okay. So, I am the mom of Christian Sabraja, who started a nonprofit in East Palo Alto called Cool Line Kids at 9 years old. He died at 19 in January of 2024. During his life, he was dedicated to service. His personal life motto is service above all else. He was very proud to serve under Miss Congresswoman Spears' Youth Commission, and he's been so honored to work alongside Ms. Lisa for years. In his junior year of high school, he wrote one of his poems that he wrote is about service. One part of it is this. It says, service. Service means everything to me. Plain and simple, service is helping others. Service is being there for those who can't be there for others. Service is supporting people through whatever is going on and holding back your own thoughts and feelings. Service is putting aside your differences and seeing a need and working together to fill it. Expecting nothing in return, I identify as a person of service.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Amika Giyame.
Good morning. My name is Amika Guillaume. I was Christian's proud principal for many years, and it
Never gets easier. I am here to thank you so much for the recognition for YCS Youth Community Service. I was a principal for 15 years in beautiful San Mateo County, East Palo Alto to be specific. And working hand in hand with YCS, we made it a graduation requirement, both from our middle school and our high school. You needed 100 hours of service to graduate from East Palo Alto Academy. And I thank YCS for making that possible, because there's no excuse. When you put that QR code, there's no excuse. There is service to be done. And I, more important, want to remind us, why do we do service? Why would a principal require service? People will quickly say because of the college applications. They'll quickly say because of work experience. What about for your community? More importantly, if you're a low-income community such as ours, why is service so important? Because it teaches you power. It teaches you how youth can be powerful. Thank you for recognizing our youth. Thank you for not giving up on them, because they really were ready to when the president said they will not be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you. Through the chair, before I make a motion, what I'd like to suggest, I would love to figure out how, as a county, we can continue to support the void that the federal government has created by not acknowledging the service hours that these young people are doing. So if we can continue to present a county award, because it does help with college applications, but it also just helps to acknowledge the work that they've done. So if we could continue to think about that. And with that, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proclamation designating September 11, 2025 as National Day of Service and Remembrance.
Second.
Thank you.
Roll call, please.
And before I do that, let me just ask for public comment on Zoom. It's okay. It's okay.
I'm ready to move along.
Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. Those on Zoom, please click raise hand for item 1 at this time. No hands raised.
Okay, I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canapa?
Yes.
Thank you.
And
Motion
I just,
passes.
I just want to stand with you, Supervisor Gaucher. I think that's an incredible idea. I think staff should really look into and see what we can implement on a county level. It's a great idea. So.
Yeah.
Got it.
Good job. Thank you.
Great ideas. All right, that brings us to item 2. Item 2 is a presentation of true proclamations designating September 2025 as both Recovery Month and Suicide Prevention Month, which I'm sponsoring. Today, I'm honored to sponsor this joint proclamation recognizing Suicide Prevention Month and Recovery Happens Month in San Mateo County. These observances go hand in hand, both rooted in hope, healing, and the power of community. In 2024, we lost 69 lives to suicide in our county. At the same time, over 13,000 people reached out to the San Mateo County Crisis Line. That tells us two things. The need is urgent and help matters. This year's suicide prevention theme, Support Your Way, reminds us that everyone's path is different, and we all have a role to play, whether it's knowing the signs, finding the words, or connecting someone to help. Prevention is a shared responsibility. Recovery Happens Month reminds us that recovery is real. Every day, people across our county are overcoming mental health and substance use challenges. With the right care that's inclusive, peer-supported, and culturally responsive, people thrive. Let this month be both a call to action and a celebration of resilience. I'm proud to proclaim 2025 September as Suicide Prevention Month and Recovery Happens Month in San Mateo County. I'm happy to introduce our speakers, Dr. Jay Africa, Behavioral Health and Recovery Services, and Victor Barfield, a recovery coach, Voices of Recovery, San Mateo County. Dr. Jay.
Good morning, President Canapa, honorable supervisors, county execs, colleagues, and community. It's really great. I am grateful to be here. And thank you always for welcoming us to present on September Recovery Month and Suicide Prevention Month. Suki is putting that. Thank you, Suki. Recovery Happens Month is San Mateo County's observance of National Recovery Month, held every September. It celebrates people in recovery from substance use and mental health challenges, along with their families, their peers, and providers. Through the partnerships of BHRS with many community organizations like Voices of Recovery, we shine a spotlight on recovery and wellness as part of the larger behavioral health system of care. Why Recovery Month? It reduces stigma by showing that behavioral health conditions are treatable and recovery is real. It provides hope because personal stories, like the one we just actually heard, inspire others to seek help and begin their own journey of recovery. It builds community by connecting people with resources. It strengthens families and fosters belonging. It promotes wellness because recovery creates opportunities for new life skills, confidence, and healthier living. When we make recovery visible, we replace stigma with understanding. Our county will also join the country and the state in honoring Suicide Prevention Month, National Suicide Prevention Week, and World Suicide Prevention Day. September is one of the best times of the year when we can honor those who are affected by suicide and inspire action to prevent them. This year's statewide theme, Support Your Way, which is meant to highlight that support looks very differently for each person, regardless of your culture and life circumstances. Seeking support still means you have the agency to find it on your own terms. Why uplift Suicide Prevention Month? Because suicide can be prevented. It impacts all of us, and talking about suicide saves lives. The San Mateo County Behavioral Health Office of Diversity and Equity, the Suicide Prevention Committee, Felton Institute, and many partners are collectively organizing many events in this county to really uplift these two events. Aligned with Recovery Month's theme, recovery is real, restoring every aspect of life. We are restoring every aspect of life for our clients through integrated, culturally responsive, and person-centered behavioral health services. Aligned with Suicide Prevention Month's theme, as I said, Support Your Way, we tailor our services to each client's culture, schedule, and personal situations. These are the key options our community can seek for support within behavioral health. Now, I can stay here and talk about what we do in behavioral health, but I think it's really very powerful to hear somebody's story. But first, I want to thank Voices of Recovery and their Executive Director, Sharon Heath, really for being a key partner in many of the work that we are uplifting during Recovery Month. So now, Victor Barfield.
Thank you, Dr. J. Good morning, everybody. Like he said, my name is Victor Barfield. I'm a recovery coach for Voices of Recovery, San Mateo County. Let me tell you a little bit about my story. So my addiction journey lasted around 30 years. Most of my life was spent looking for ways to escape my reality. At my lowest point, I had lost everything that mattered to me. My wife, my children, everything I ever owned was lost. I was homeless, and on some days I wished I would die. I was at the point of no return, so I decided to call the Access line and try to get into treatment. I went to the Latino Commission for 90 days residential treatment, and then to their sober living house for 1 year. I was introduced to Voices of Recovery while I was in residential treatment and was told about volunteer opportunities. I volunteered for about a month and was offered a job. I credit Voices with giving me purpose and stability in my early recovery. I found that supporting others on their recovery journey helped me on mine. 2 years later, and I've changed my entire life. I'm back with my family for over a year now, and I'm still putting the pieces of my life back together. I don't believe that it would have been possible if I didn't have the Recovery Connection Center and all the support I have received from Voices of Recovery. Thank you.
Just want to say again, thank you so much, Victor. There are many, many stories of recovery that we want to celebrate, and we invite you to look at our website to really hear the power of storytelling, but of hope and recovery, and that we can prevent suicide and recovery is real. To end, we really want to invite not just the board supervisors, but our community to take action, especially during this month of Recovery Month and suicide prevention. We invite you to at least attend a virtual or an in-person event. Spread the word about free events and resources, because connection really saves lives. And actually, more importantly, to take a community training, because everybody has the power to make a difference. Thank you again, Board of Supervisors, for inviting us and honoring September as Recovery Month and Suicide Prevention Month. I also just want to acknowledge many of our colleagues who are here also to support Recovery and Suicide Prevention Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. J. Are there any comments or questions for Dr. J or for Victor? All right, Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I wanted to thank you for sharing your story as a family member of someone with addiction. It's really difficult to witness, and it's all the only thing more difficult is to experience it yourself. And I know there are a lot of people in our community struggling with these issues, and they can't see where the other side is. But your story is powerful because it is proof that there can be a way of making it through and starting a new chapter. And yeah, that's all I'll say for now, but thank you, I appreciate it.
Well said. Are there any other comments or questions?
Through the chair, I just want to say to Victor, again, thank you for sharing your story. It was very powerful. And again, thank you for all that you do, Dr. J.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speaker slips for item 2A or B. So I'll ask Madam Clerk to proceed with the online comments.
Thank you. Those on Zoom, we are on item 2, and I do see 2 hands raised. We'll go with Leticia Bido, followed by Jenny Michael. Leticia, please unmute and begin.
Yes, good morning. My audio okay?
Perfect.
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Beautiful. Good morning. My name is Leticia Bido. I have the honor and privilege of serving on the Behavioral Health Commission. As a public member on the commission, and I'm also a resident of San Mateo. And I just wanted to also express my support, my gratitude to the Board of Supervisors, specifically Supervisor Canepa, for being a sponsor for this very important celebration, this proclamation. It is the Behavioral Health and Recovery Services. Really, I just can't underscore that it is a year-round commitment. I acknowledge and I'm really grateful to hear also the voice of Victor, who came to the commission, just as, again, the goal here, I know in the interest of time, is just to really express the importance as, Supervisor crisis calls 13,000 in the county, over 13,000, that's significant. So again, I thank you for your support, and let's all visit that website and go to these events. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leticia. We'll go to our last speaker, Jenny Michelle. Jenny, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Jenny Michelle, native of District 4, a disabled bus rider and survivor of chronic domestic abuse and childhood sexual assault by my family members. Thank you so much for this proclamation. It is a really big deal. It is not lost on me that our national culture is to protect the predator and not the child. If you're struggling with thoughts that you don't matter, or that you're a burden, or that you're not good enough, or you can't make it through, you are a treasured gift. You matter to me, and there are resources for you to make it. I know the abyss that you're experiencing. You're literally not alone. What helps me is walking around or staying away from a car or calling 988. I want to thank the county for all the resources dedicated to human health. You have made a difference in my life and helped me become a strong woman and mother. Lastly, there's an event on the 24th at the Moulton Center at 6 p.m. in East Palo Alto for suicide prevention, hosted by Pat. Hope to see you there.
Thank you, Jenny. No further comments, Mr. President.
Great. Jennifer, I rarely comment on public comment, but thank you so much for sharing those powerful words. So with that, I have the honor of moving to approve these proclamations. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. May I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
Okay. We have a couple proclamations. Thank you.
Squeeze into something. Ready? One. Okay. Oh. Okay. How about you go first? Sorry. This is tough. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Thank you. I need one more.
All right, that brings us to item 3, a presentation of a proclamation designating September 14th to September 20th, 2025 as National Coding Week. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. Let's see. I am proud to recognize National Coding Week, a time to highlight the importance of digital literacy, innovation, and access to technology for all communities. And I'm going to ask Street Code if you can come to the podium. Coding is about more than a technical skill. It's about unlocking opportunity, fostering creativity, and preparing our community for the future. The San Mateo County chapter of the Computer Science Teachers Association is the largest science department in the world. We're fortunate to have incredible organizations like Street Code Academy who are leading the way in bridging the digital divide, empowering youth with coding, design, and entrepreneurial skills. Through programs like the Tech Tournament, they connect basketball with high-tech possibilities, showing young people that coding and innovation can open doors to careers and new pathways. And now, Street Code is preparing to take the tournament nationwide, expanding this model of innovation and community connecting across the country. At its heart, the work is about more than technology. It is about human connection, equity, and ensuring everyone has access to the tools of the future. I'm honored to introduce Street Code Academy, who will share more about their work and their impact. And before you get started, I just want to remind people about the importance of your program because I've been there. You're working with children, I don't know if maybe young as 3, to seniors. And I've been at events where seniors have been exposed to technology through your organization for the first time. There was a senior who had just learned to do a PowerPoint presentation at one of the coding events at Stanford campus, and I was really excited. It is so important that we're exposing our youth and our community to this technology now. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Jasmine Sanders, and I'm joined here with Frederick Alexander. We are 2 of the co-founders of Street Code Academy. We have a few others not here today, but we will be sharing a little bit about the work that we do at Street Code Academy. So, are you controlling this? Oh, I can control the slide. Okay, great. I just want to make sure I know what I'm doing. Yes. Okay, great. Yes. Okay. So Street Code Academy has been operating for the last 11 years, and we've had the pleasure to serve over 15,000 students. And these enrollments include participation in our classes, in one-time events, our tech tournament, and I'll speak a little bit more about some of the specifics of those. But what you can see from this chart here is that we've grown year over year. We've had exponential growth. And a lot of that is due to the community that we're working with and that we're serving are referring others. They're bringing along family members. So a lot of the new students that experience Street Code are finding us through word of mouth, which is very powerful and means that we are doing something correctly. And then this is a very important slide. I just want you to take a moment to look at this. It says we are Street Code Academy. And so who is that? What you see here is many different demographics. And most importantly, we are intergenerational. So as Lisa said, we are serving not only 3 and 4-year-olds, giving them their first experience to tech literacy and coding, but we are also working with the cousins and their parents and grandparents and so on. And so this is our Street Code community. And what does Street Code do? We are being the bridge. We are looking to connect our communities of color, to innovation opportunities and giving them the ability to participate by building mindset, teaching skills, and providing access to financial resources, to technology, and to people, which a lot of times is looking like mentorship. These are just a few of the examples of the types of offerings that we provide. So I mentioned mindset, skills, and access. You can see media mindset is a big part of what we do. We are integrating a growth mindset into every single part of our curriculum, but then we also separate it by providing visuals so that the community that we serve are able to see people who look like them in the technology industry and able to see what they've accomplished and their growth. Oh, wait, sorry. In addition, the skills section, we offer classes. So those are going to be to go a little more in depth for people who are looking to really deepen their skill level and grow opportunities. And in Access, we have our WHIP program, which is based in East Palo Alto, and also includes some of our seniors that Lisa mentioned. So we do have some seniors that are getting the opportunity to explore technology and build their PowerPoint for the very first time, learn how to use email. All these things are very important and part of how they're communicating with their family and the outside world. We are currently in 5 physical locations. We're also operating online, but New Sweet Home is our headquarters. We are based in East Palo Alto, and then, as Lisa mentioned, we're also operating at Stanford University, Castaño Elementary in East Palo Alto, Cesar Chavez Ravenswood, and at East Palo Alto Academy as well. Now I'm going to pass it over to Frederick, who can talk a little bit more about the tech tournament.
Thank you, Jasmine, and thank you, Supervisor Cochet. You just mentioned, this wonderful event that we had the pleasure of having you on the court hold the basketball in your hand. She can shoot too, y'all. So just to give you guys a little bit of perspective about one of our programs that we do, we just recently hosted the tech tournament at Kenyatta College just this past August. And the purpose of the event was to expose our youth to the opportunities of tech and to the careers that exist through the lens of basketball culture. And so we had the opportunity to be able to integrate technology like AR and VR and AI and wearables and biometrics. So our community gets an understanding of how the culture of basketball is not limited to just what happens on the court, but the technology that happens on the court and off the court as well. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of a video here so you guys can get an understanding of what our event was like. Uh-oh. Let me go back. Oh.
Let me take a look. One second. Sorry, let me see.
Oh, yeah.
It's a beautiful facility. Where is it?
Here we go.
Let's see. Let's try this.
How exciting and awesome would it be if we could show our community?
Hold on. Let me share my screen. 1 second.
How exciting and awesome would it be if we could show our community what it's like to look at a big part of our culture in hoop, but through the lens of tech?
Technological apartheid is a big thing. Without us representing, most of our children don't get a chance to have access to certain things.
I'm a fan of basketball, and I also know that technology is the future. To merge that and make that come together is very creative and it's innovative.
This is all about where tech and hoop collides, to show them the tech careers behind the game that we love, and that's hoop.
Tech Tourney, Street Code, Kilo, Shoe Palace, man, you know what's going on. I'm just happy to be a part of the first.
Thank you so much. And again, Supervisor Gaucher, we're honored to actually have you there in the building present, and we're honored to receive this commendation today. We love the community that we serve, and we are excited to continue to introduce to them the advent, in particular AI, and how it's rapidly changing and how they can be a part of that tech ecosystem. So thank you all.
Thank you so much. And we have a challenge from the dais. We know that we had a basketball tournament, but we're going to challenge you to also produce something for young girls as well, so that we can get more of our young women into tech and get them into coding.
Yeah, girls play basketball too, you know.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, they do.
They were in the building for sure. Yes.
All right. Are there any comments, questions, or can we take public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers for this item. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment on Zoom now for item 3 for National Coding Week. We have 3 hands raised. It looks like one just dropped for Lena. Lena, if you'd like to comment, raise your hand. So we'll now go to RJ, followed by Larry Moody. RJ, please unmute and begin.
Hello, hey everybody, peace. This is Rahman Jamal over at Afro Bushido Academy. I just wanted to give a major shout out to Street Code Academy. I've worked with them years ago. They helped with a nonprofit organization, Hip Hop Congress, which I executive direct, and they are just so helpful. We actually just started a free wrestling program for youth in North Fair Oaks, and we want to be able to serve the entire county. So we will be hitting you up to create an app that will allow us to do the matchups. Just wanted to put that out there on record. But I met the Sabot Mahim family back when they was doing Mural Music and Arts Project. It's just such a strong tradition here in San Mateo County, and I just wanted to give all of y'all props for the great work that you do from Afro Bushido Academy, Hip Hop Congress, and beyond. All right, thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Larry Moody. Larry, please unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning. You know, anytime you begin thinking about East Palo Alto over the last 2 decades, we oftentimes say that we are a city on the move. And the reason why, because we've had tremendous partnerships, and no one has done more to mobilize and energize our community over the last 2 decades than the Street Code Academy. They came in and made our community really believe that we could be relevant in Silicon Valley. And more importantly, that our sons and daughters could receive the training and the education right here in our own community, right? So they can become participants in all the great values that we have in San Mateo County and certainly here in Silicon Valley. I am a strong believer that Street Code Academy has the right model to help impact communities and certainly communities of color, not only in California, but throughout these United States. We're fortunate to have them place their flag here in the East Palo Alto, San Mateo County area. And I just really want the county to celebrate them. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
All right, Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you again. I also want to remind everyone that the work that our colleague Mark Berman is doing to make computer sciences classes available to all students. It hasn't passed through the state yet, but we're going to continue to do that because we need to make sure that all of our students have access to computer science so that they can be effective and participate in this innovation economy that we're all participating in right now. At this time, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the proclamation designating September 14th through the 20th as National Coding Week.
Second.
Have a roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
I will say yes, but I just want to also thank you for all of your work. It's amazing to see Black brilliance and to spread that in the community and through the county. And thank you, Supervisor Gaucher, for bringing them.
Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes, and thank you, Supervisor Gaucher, and thank you. It's been great. Thank you.
Motion passes.
A little bit closer.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Got it, thank you.
It's uplifting. It's good. Keep sending my way. All right, that's a good one. We are now on to item 4. It's a presentation of a proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th, 2025 as Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Corzo and Supervisor Gaucher. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Today, I'm honored to co-sponsor alongside Supervisor Gaucher a proclamation recognizing, well, you just said it, so I won't repeat it, but Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month. This month, it's a time to honor the history, culture, and countless contributions of Latin American countries and individuals. And personally, as a daughter of Guatemalan immigrants, it is especially meaningful for me to bring this proclamation forward. Our traditions, art, music, and cuisine enrich the vibrancy of this county and every county and reflect the strength of our community. And it's essential that we continue to uplift Hispanic and Latinx heritage, especially during these times when our community is under threat. I was at a Know Your Rights event last night in my district, and it was emotional because people are scared. They're scared for their kids, they're scared for themselves, and they don't understand why. When so many people come to our country to work hard, to build their dreams, to share their dreams and contribute to this community, it's hard to understand. For me personally, my family had the great privilege of being in community with a Japanese family that rented their first home to my family for almost 25 years. And my mom was with grandma, which is what I came to call grandma, until the day that she died. And she held her hand, and she was one of her closest friends and confidants. And that is valuable and meaningful, and there's so many stories like this. So I share that story, but I'm also here to celebrate and introduce our next speakers. Actually, I'll let Supervisor Gaucher do that in a second, but that feeling of being seen and being valued and feeling safe and celebrating who you are, it's not a feeling that everyone gets to have now, especially at this moment in our country. But I went to an event a couple weeks ago that, first of all, was just a blast. It was a good time, but it created a safe space for our Latino community. And people were proud. And, I saw videos of moms saying that they didn't have a space like that when they were growing up, but they drove 3 hours with their kids so that they could have that space. That's how much it meant to them. That's how much it meant to our community. And this county needs more of that, and it needs to celebrate and recognize when those spaces are created and the countless hours that goes into putting together an event like that. But it was powerful. There was art. It was historical. It was cultural. It was bright. And it was a beautiful afternoon to be a part of. So I know Supervisor Gaucher will be giving some comments, but I want to recognize Mayor Eddie Flores from South San Francisco, Ricardo Archila, founder and creator of Cultura Fest, and also Ana Vendaño, who's an amazing partner of theirs with El Concilio San Mateo County. They'll share a few words in a second, but Supervisor Gaucher, I know you have some remarks to add as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Corzo. I'm honored to join you in recognizing Hispanic Latine Heritage Month here in San Mateo County. District 4 is home to a large and vibrant Hispanic Latino population, including in neighborhoods like East Palo Alto, North Fair Oaks, Menlo Park, and Redwood City. In fact, East Palo Alto alone is approximately 62% Latino, and North Fair Oaks is nearly 70%. These communities bring tremendous richness to our county through language, culture, tradition, and service. This month gives us an opportunity to recognize and celebrate the history, resilience, and contributions of Hispanic residents. I also want to acknowledge the diversity within the Hispanic and Latine community, including those whose origins include Africa, Asia, and indigenous descent. Their stories and traditions are part of the fabric of our shared heritage and deepen the richness of this celebration. I also want to take a moment to highlight a beloved local event, Fiestas Patrias. I'm looking at my team. I don't know if I said it right. They're going to get me if I didn't. Happening on Sunday, September 14th in downtown Redwood City from 2 to 8. Families will gather to enjoy mariachi, ballet folklore, art and culture. Say it again?
Folklorico.
Okay, that. Arts and crafts and the Mexican flag ceremony led by the Consulate General of Mexico. It is a joyful celebration that brings us together as neighbors. As we recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, let us honor the families who built this country and continue to shape it with strength, creativity, and pride. We are grateful for their contributions and will keep working to ensure all of our residents can thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, we'd like to welcome Ricardo Archila, Anna, your partner. I'm so sorry, I totally spaced, but Layla, who is Ricardo's right hand and did much of the coordination, and Mayor Eddie Flores. Oh no, I said you, Anna. There. You don't have to speak, but thank you for being here.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Thank you again for giving us this opportunity. So the biggest migration of Salvadorians and Central Americans came in the late 70s, early 80s. And at that time, we all celebrated our culture at home with our cumbias and our pupusas and our house parties. But in the streets, when we walked out, it was very hard to find others that reflected who we were at home, what our culture was. So we adopted the cultures around us as a means of survival, as a means of blending in. And that created this very unique identity. But it also left a hollow in us. It left a space where we searched validation. We searched for something that truly celebrated and validated who we were as a people. And like many immigrant families, my parents left El Salvador during the war so that I could have a better life. My mom crossed the border inside the engine of a truck, 7 months pregnant with me, in hopes that I would have a better life. And so Cultura Fest was born from that space, from a space of healing, from a space to celebrate, and for a space to see all our stories reflected in our art, in our music, in our food, in the voices of our community. So it began as a dream to honor Salvadorian culture, and it really started at midnight one night when I poked my wife in the middle of the night and said, "Hey, I want to do this event." And she woke up and, "What?" And she gave me the blessing. And so as we spoke and as we started evolving this event, we realized that this was something that was just a diaspora thing. Regardless of which culture you came from, there was a space needed to celebrate. So Cultura Fest was a celebration of Salvadorian culture, but it also honored all our other Latino and all our other cultures that make us unique in the United States. It explored our diaspora, it uplifted all the children of war, and it highlighted our achievements. And so beyond Cultura Fest, we're working on expanding Latino art programs, cultural programs that are inclusive of all our Latino communities, of all of us that make our counties something unique. So Latino Heritage Month is important because it allows all of us to express and celebrate who we are and to honor the roots where we come from. And we hope that we continue getting support from the different cities and the county so that we can keep growing and expanding on these types of celebrations that is inclusive of all the Latino cultures, of all the different cultures that make up our unique communities. So I accept this on behalf of every parent and for everyone who sacrificed so our generations could thrive, for every person who came to the U.S. in the hope for a better future. And specifically want to thank Layla, who took, without her, this would have not even been close to being able to happen. El Concilio, who trusted in us in becoming our fiscal sponsor. And of course, Mayor Eddie Flores, who also saw the vision and supported it. And thanks to this group here, we were able to create something that was very unique and special and healing for a lot of us. So, que viva nuestra cultura, and that this continues on. Thank you.
Good morning, President Canepa and honorable members of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors, County Executive, and esteemed guests. It's a profound honor to stand before you today to accept this proclamation for Hispanic Latina Heritage Month, a time to celebrate our cultures, our histories, and our undeniable contributions to this country. As we gather here today, we honor the independence of not only Mexico, but El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, and Chile, nations whose histories are marked by struggle, hope, and a deep love for freedom. Sus legados, their legacies, live in our communities, in our families, and in the streets and neighborhoods of San Mateo County. I came to this country as an immigrant from El Salvador, carrying with me the dreams of my family and the weight of our history. And today I have the honor of serving as mayor in the city I now call home. But let's speak truth. Immigrants across this country are under attack. And when immigrants are under attack, justice itself is under attack. This federal administration has chosen to target our communities, to weaponize fear, and to question our right to belong. But we do not live in fear. No vivimos con miedo. We are not a people who shrink in the face of injustice. We are not a community that will be erased. This proclamation is more than words on paper. It is a recognition at our presence, our perseverance, and our power. It honors the generations who paved the way for us to be here today, and it affirms our responsibility to those who will follow. We are not here to be tolerated. We are here to be seen, to be heard, and to lead. We will not be pushed aside or silenced. We will respond, not with fear, but with action, with our voices, our votes, and our values. So let me be clear, through this proclamation, immigrants are not going anywhere. We are here to stay. Estamos aquí para quedarnos. We are your neighbors, your teachers, your nurses, your council members, and yes, your mayors. And just last month, as it has been shared, we showed our region what that looks like. Last August, South San Francisco came alive with Cultura Fest 2025, a celebration of Salvadorian heritage that brought together over 4,500 people, with attendees flying in as far as New York City and El Salvador. With more than 90 vendors, it became the largest outdoor cultural festival in South San Francisco's history. It was a powerful reminder that nuestra comunidad is not only surviving, we are thriving. We dance to the rhythms of our roots, we share the flavors of our kitchens, we honor the customs of our ancestors, and in doing so, we reminded everyone that we don't just contribute to this country, we shape it. We are the fabric, the flavor, the future of this nation. And before I turn it over, I definitely want to, once again, thank Supervisor Corso and Supervisor Gaucher for this honor. And thank the entire board for your continued recognition of the vibrant, diverse, and powerful Latinx community in San Mateo County. We proudly accept this proclamation, not as a ceremonial gesture, but as a call to action. This year, more than ever, it carries weight. It carries urgency. It carries truth, because representation without action is symbolism. And we are not here for symbolism. We are here to lead. So thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Gracias de todo nuestro corazón for this recognition. Thank you again.
All right.
Ladies, no pressure. You don't have to speak if you don't want to. Okay. Giving it back to, okay, Anna, let's do this. I knew
Thank
it.
you. Well, thank you for putting me on the spot, but thank you for your acknowledgement of Cultura Fest, and yeah, just huge thanks to our planning folks here, the curators when they brought this idea to us, and for El Concilio, we really work to uplift our communities. You know, we do civic engagement, community engagement, but they wouldn't show up if we don't have them. Representation matters, right? Visibility matters, feeling welcome, feeling included, and so this is just why this is a perfect mix for us. We want them to be included, we want them to be seen, and Cultura Fest was able to demonstrate that, and so just thank you for acknowledging that, and I love what Eddie said. This is a call to action for all of us, so thank you.
Thank you so much. And I want to just share one more memory of, Layla, please, go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Supervisors. I do want to just say that what's beautiful about this event is the diversity within the community and the community coming together to rally and support the event. So we had over almost 60 volunteers who dedicated their time to come and support the event. We had, as Mayor Eddie had mentioned, over 4,500 community members who came and smiled and enjoyed and tasted the flavor and saw the cultural vibrancy of the event and of the community. And beyond that, it was the diversity within the community and the parallelism in the stories. Myself being a minority, American, there was a lot of some parallelism in the stories, in our struggles, and in our vibrancy, and in our dedication, and how we thrive and how we celebrate and come together. So it was a beautiful celebration of that.
Thank you so much.
This is a wonderful opportunity to celebrate, but the Supreme Court decision yesterday is profoundly troublesome, I think, to all of us. I know I have friends who carry their citizenship papers with them now because being a color is reason enough to be stopped and to be questioned or detained. So while we're celebrating, I think our work is really before us. And we have got to recognize that this is a country that welcomes immigrants and that we have always been a country of immigrants. So I thank you.
Yeah, I just really, Ricardo and Eddie and everyone there, just really want to thank you. I think it was really visionary having the Cultura Fest in South San Francisco. As Ricardo knows and his parents know, the Civil War was really, really traumatic. And what people had to go through to survive, the story of the Civil War in the 1980s in El Salvador is really well documented. I think your point of celebrating all cultures, Latino cultures, is really important because it gives everyone a voice at the table. And so I had the opportunity, Eddie, I'm not surprised. I thought it was 10,000. You say 4,500. But celebrating our culture and making sure that people are able to see it, was really special to me in a way, personally. Obviously, many of you know my wife is, the Consul General of El Salvador. She's been the Consul General for a number of years. But many may not know, my grandmother grew up on Linden. We've talked about this, Eddie. And so, her ability to come with sisters from Hermosillo, Mexico, which is in the state of Sonora, but to see that and to see that community, which is a thriving community in that area, really was, it was heartwarming. And I think, when you look at what's happening at the federal level, it's absolutely egregious. We heard recently what's happened around the Korean American community. This administration knows no boundaries. And so when we see people who look like us, who talk like us, it's not top down. It's not top down. It's you and others who are talking. When the mayor of South San Francisco, who is Salvadoreño, speaks, or when you have a supervisor, vice president, whose parents are from Guatemala, that's powerful. And so just really from the bottom of my heart, Ricardo, please say hi to your parents. Very good people, great people, known many years. But I think what you guys have done in South San Francisco is something that we should continue to do. So thank you. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment for item number 4. We have one hand raised for RJ. RJ, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, everybody. It's Rahman Jamal again from Hip Hop Congress and Afro Bushido Academy. It's such a pleasure to see Ricardo and Layla and their team presenting on for this reason. Ricardo and I actually ran a chapter of Hip Hop Congress in Redwood City. It was a open stage night called Enter the Dragon when the Dragon Theater was downtown. I've had many years working with him. I just wanted to share a story because when he again came up with the idea, shared it with me, and then seeing it go from an idea to this movement. From the first one at Devil's Canyon Brewery to now the one in South San Francisco, I had to ask him. I was like, "Man, you must have like a crazy team." And he's like, "It's not that many people." I'm like, "Well, what do you attribute to this massive growth?" And he's like, "I can't explain it any other way than God." And I think I'll just say this last thing. I think we're at a watershed moment right now, just in the country, but specifically in San Mateo County, where we're we have to align ourselves with the people, and God is working through the people. And it's examples like this, these grassroots movements, these ideas that are coming from the bottom up that are really going to save us as a collective. So, aligning ourselves in this moment is absolutely crucial. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahman. No further comments, Mr. President.
All right.
Thank you. With that, I'd like to move to pass this proclamation designating September 15th through October 15th as Latina History Month.
Second.
All those in favor?
Sure.
Go ahead.
I'll do Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Item 5 is a presentation of a resolution honoring and commending Dreamers Roadmap on its 10th anniversary of dedicated service to San Mateo County. This item is also sponsored by Supervisor Gaucher and Supervisor Corzo. Supervisor Corzo.
I think I'll let Supervisor Gaucher lead this one.
No, thank you. And thank you for your patience this morning. We are here, I'm honored to recognize Dreamers Roadmap as we celebrate 10 years of breaking barriers in education for undocumented students across the country. Sarai Espinoza Salmaca, the founder and CEO, is a nationally recognized Latina social entrepreneur, Forbes 30 Under 30 honoree, Stanford Knight Hennessy Scholar, and White House Champion of Change. Her lived experience as an undocumented student has shaped her mission to help others achieve their educational dreams. What started as a simple idea, helping students find scholarships, has become a lifeline for over 34,000 young people. That is amazing. Offering hope and a real path to college. The organization doesn't stop at education. Dreamers Roadmap has also stepped up in time of crisis, from delivering essential supplies to farm workers' families to hosting innovative hackathons that bring undocumented youth together to build solutions for their communities. Today, they continue that mission, connecting students with resources, expanding partnerships, and creating new opportunities for the next generation. As we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month, this recognition is especially meaningful. It's a moment to lift up leaders like Sarai and organizations like Dreamers Roadmap, who are shaping the future of our communities. On behalf of District 4, we're proud to honor Sarai and congratulate her and the Dreamers Roadmap on their 10th year anniversary. Thank you for your courage, creativity, and continued impact. And I must say, we met during COVID when we were all trying to make sure that our communities, our underserved communities, received the vaccines they needed. So we were in North Fair Oaks, East Palo Alto, working together on the calls to make sure our communities were protected. Congratulations and thank you for all that you've done. I'm going to move it now to Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. Sarai, you know we met many years ago. I can't remember exactly when. I don't know if you remember, but it may have been during the Vanessa Guillen rally that many of us worked together on, and I can't even remember that year. I think it was COVID. I think it was during COVID. But congratulations on 10 years of Dreamers Roadmap. I think your story is one of, it gives hope to other people. You accomplished a miracle by being at the place you are. And not only did you make sure that story was told, but you also opened doors for many, many other countless students, probably thousands, tens of thousands, to have a path through a door that someone actually tried to close on you. And I know you'll share that story in a second. But I want to thank you for the grit that you've showed, the strength, overcoming every obstacle that has ever been put before you, and doing it as, you know, a mom, a married woman, and really being an example of someone who can do it all and make it look good. So I deeply admire you and applaud you for the impact you've made. And I know it's come with its struggles. And yeah, we're grateful for you. Thank you for leading in this county.
Yes, come on up.
Well, good morning, everyone. Buenos dias, everyone. As mentioned, my name is Sarai Espinosa Salamanca, and first I want to thank especially Supervisor Lisa Gaucher for my district and Supervisor Corzo for co-authoring this resolution, which means so much to me. As mentioned briefly, so I am an immigrant from Mexico. Came to this country when I was 4, so it's been beautiful to see my colegas and different folks just speak about the beauty of like just what immigrants do to this country, but specifically to this county, and how y'all as leaders and us as community members will have to really work hand in hand to figure out how to protect our most vulnerable. So when I came to this country, I was 4 years old. I'm the youngest of 11, the first in my family to have the opportunity to go to school here in this country. I actually lived off of Rollinson Road right here in Redwood City and went to Taft Elementary. I had a picture, but I was too shy to show. Maybe next time. But fell in love with school right away. I was that little nerdy kid that would like walk to school, picking flowers for my teachers, fell in love with learning. And despite the fact that I didn't know how to speak English my first day of school, I picked it up fairly quickly and now fluently, as you can see. And I think for me, everything changed my junior year of high school. When I went to UCLA, I moved to Los Angeles briefly, and we were doing a college tour, and they were handing us the financial aid forms. I filled it out. By this point, my parents had both self-deported back to Mexico. And I called my mom and I said, hey, I need this 9-digit number that I'm missing. It's called a Social Security. This is when not only my mom, but I find out that because I'm undocumented, I can't complete this form. So I go to my counselor at the time. I tell her my situation. And she tells me, people like you don't go to college. It breaks my heart because I think we're living to a certain extent this now more than ever with the Supreme Court ruling that happened yesterday, and telling our young people, right, over and over, like Supervisor Kozer just said, these doors are constantly closing in our face. These people are constantly telling us that we don't belong just because of the way that we look and just because of a decision that I didn't make. And for me, I think growing up, like all of us, right, they tell us do good in school and you can go to college, and I had done everything that I had been told. So I graduated high school. I was asked to be valedictorian. I got the President's Award. I declined valedictorian because I said I wanted to give it to someone else who it would actually be beneficial for because they were going to college. So commencement was very difficult for me, as you could imagine, as my friends were walking down the stage and heading off to college. I had no plans of going until I moved back to the Bay Area, and it was a lady from my church, actually, Sister Freeman, who was very persistent on what I was going to do for college. And I was ashamed, I was scared to tell her my situation because I was still trying to figure out what this meant for me and my family. And then she told me that her son was a counselor at De Anza and that he would help people like me find resources to go to college despite me being undocumented. So I called Mr. Freeman. I set up an appointment, and lo and behold, AB 540 existed, in-state tuition for undocumented students. And this is where the idea of Dreamers Roadmap, to a certain extent, was born. I started collecting scholarships that were open for undocumented students, the first of which Sister Freeman took me to the Chicana Latina Foundation Gala, and I saw the first undocumented young woman speaking on stage, sharing that she was undocumented and going to college. And this changed everything for me. So yes, and fast forward to 2014, the Voto Latino Innovators Challenge in partnership with the MacArthur Foundation, doing national competition where they're asking anybody in the country to solve a problem using technology. And I had this database that I had been working on for years. So I pitched my idea, having no tech experience before, no business background, but I had a story, my personal story, and I didn't want that to repeat again. And I had an idea to solve it. I pitched an idea of an app called Dreamers Roadmap that would basically put all of my scholarship that I had found in one platform. And it would help students like me have that door be open. We had to build our own door and open it ourselves for other students so they wouldn't have to go through what I went through. And I won first place in the country. I won $100,000 to come back home and build Dreamers Roadmap. And now, alongside y'all, we're celebrating 10 years and helped 34,000 students to date. Thank you very much. And as Supervisor Gaucher also mentioned, right, we didn't stop at education. We listened to our community and the needs. And in East Palo Alto, my neighbors were sharing how uncertain they were feeling when stimulus checks were going out and they weren't receiving any because they were undocumented. So I reached out to Live in Peace and I reached out to Cafanea Peace Collective and I said, what if between the three organizations we raise $1 million and we give our own version of stimulus checks to undocumented communities in East Palo Alto and the greater San Mateo County and Bay Area? And they said yes. Not only did we raise $1 million, we raised $2.7 million, and we helped close to 340 families keep housing for 3 to 6 months during the peak of the pandemic. The other project that we're very proud of and continues to this day is also supplies for farm workers. Also during COVID, if we recall the Sonoma fires, there was a lot of farm workers who were affected, a lot of which were also undocumented, and due to fear of their status, didn't go to the Red Cross. We got word of it, and just along with some of my friends, we gathered our own money and our own resources, did a social media campaign push out, and we delivered 500 emergency preparedness kits. We are celebrating 5 years this year, and here in the images that you see, we're visiting Puente, which is also in our county. We're going to be visiting them actually pretty soon again, and we continue to deliver hundreds of thousands of essentials to farm workers in our community. So today I am here to not only share my story, and then also, right, this kind of to wrap it all out, is that I did graduate eventually. It took me 17 years, but I did it. I graduated high school in 2008. I graduated from Santa Clara University with a double major in sociology and ethnic studies in 2024. And I went straight to Stanford for my master's as a Knight Hennessy Scholar, and I just graduated 2 months ago. So it did happen. Eventually it happened. So thank you so much for the opportunity to share my story with you all this morning, for honoring the work that we have done as Dreamers Roadmap. And Supervisor Corzo, I appreciate your graceful words on how I can all do it, but I don't do this on my own. There's so many people behind me here today that are part of my team that had volunteered with me for years, that have mentored me for years, and it's all to that. Like it's all of this is done in comunidad. I cannot do this alone. I might look like I'm graceful and I can handle it all, but I can't do it alone, and I haven't done it alone. I've done it thanks to the amazing people in my life, from my partner to my mentors to my team who's here today, and to community members who dedicate their lives and their time, right? A lot of these initiatives are volunteer ran 100%, so they care, and this work is thanks to them as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you want to come up really quickly? Or, no, that's right.
I'll give it back to the president real quick, and we'll give the recognitions in just a second.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Seeing we have no comments, do we have any public comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I do have 2 speakers from Chambers, and then we'll take comments from Zoom. Mora Oman, followed by Amika Gayame.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mora Oman. I work with YCS, but I've been a friend of Sarais for many years. I just wanted to share a few words. It was over 10 years ago. I remember the day Sarais shared she was headed to a hackathon. I didn't know what that meant, but knew if Sarai is involved, she's going to hit it out of the park, and she did, riding a wave all the way to national finals to win seed money to start the app, Dreamers Roadmap, and to a reception at the White House. A powerful way to give hope and concrete ways to access a path to higher education. Thank you, Sarai, for being a leader in our community and claiming, believing, and sharing the power you hold to make a difference. Thanks.
Thank you. Our last speaker from Chambers is Amika Gayame.
I had to stay to recognize Sarai again. Amika Guillaume. I am actually coming to you as Executive Director of College Track in East Palo Alto. And I am a child of immigrants, and I am definitely grateful that I was born on the right side of freedom. I have a student who benefited from the roadmap. Noelia came to East Palo Alto from Mexico at age 11. In a matter of years, she became valedictorian of East Palo Alto Academy, went to UCLA on a full ride for pre-med. She then went to UC Davis for postdoc work preparing for the MCAT, because still as a second language learner, that's no joke. And to this day, she's studying and working on getting into medical school. On the other hand, I had a student born just at that pocket of time from Nicaragua, undocumented, not a dreamer, is cleaning houses. She graduated honors biology at UC Davis and maybe will get to go to medical school one day. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Thank you. Those on Zoom, please click raise hand for item 5 for Dreamers Roadmap. We have one hand raised. X, please unmute and begin.
Yeah, I did not intend to comment on this, but I had to when I heard the speaker claim that there was roadblocks because of the color of their skin. That's intellectually dishonest. There was roadblocks because your parents decided to become criminals and come here illegally with you. Now, I don't fault you as being a child, but you need to accept accountability and stop claiming everything that happened to you is because of race. You want to attack me, I'm sure, but I actually helped a dreamer girl and her mother become legal. But the difference between them is they accepted responsibility and took accountability and did not blame it on the color of their skin. Illegals come in all colors and dreamers come in all colors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Dennis Irwin, please unmute. Oh, yes, Mr. President. Okay, sorry, apologize. We have one more speaker. That's Dennis Irwin.
Hi, actually, this is Catherine Dumont calling from Menlo Park. And I just want to thank the speaker for their presentation and just think about the privilege that I as a white person have in the community and have been given throughout my life. And yet all of us owe our lives to every person who has put food on our table and has helped us to get where we are. And I just think we need to acknowledge that all of the people that have come to this country from everywhere around the world, including my ancestors, have contributed to where I am today, where we all are, and that we need to honor and respect each other as human beings and be grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. No further speakers, Mr. President.
Great, thank you very much. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. And sorry, I'd stand with you. I just want to remind America that this country was built on immigration. We stand on the land of Native Americans. And let's not forget that. I am so proud of the work that you've done. Continue to shine and continue to share your story because others need to hear it.
Corso?
Thank you. Sari, I'm gonna share something that I said yesterday to a big group of folks, which is that know that for every person that doesn't respect your story and your experience, there are 100 that will stand by you, as is happening right now, that will support you, value your light, your contributions. And we're here to get things done for our community, not to spread hate. And it is a difficult part of the reality of this country right now, that, you know, there is freedom of speech, and that's why we have to let people speak. But we're standing with you, so thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to motion to approve the resolution.
Second.
Thank you. I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear?
Enthusiastically, aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
It's just from forward. No, just
for me. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It is okay.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. It is an honor to join the board in celebrating the 10th anniversary of Dreamers Roadmaps. Warm congratulations to Dreamers Roadmaps on 10 years of excellence. You know, sometimes we get told, you know, to have hope during difficult times, or just, difficult times. But there are people like you, Sarai, that becomes the hope. When you take the action to move forward every single day, you reach out to people who are willing to help, and you start to find people who are willing to help. All it takes is just one phone call, sometimes 2 emails, but people are willing to help. You have been a beacon for not only yourself, but also to many others in finding scholarships, and you've relieved a lot of stress for those students. A lot. Now think about it, you guys. Remember the last time you just needed $500? Maybe for books, or maybe just to cover that electricity bill. And then the scholarship hits, or maybe a friend helps out and gives you that money. That's the type of relief that Dreamers Roadmaps has provided to our constituents here in District 13, but also across the nation. Congratulations. Give me 1 second. On behalf of the 13th Senate District, please accept our gratitude for your good work and sincere best wishes to your continued success. Thank you.
Scooch maybe closer, a lot closer. Can you scooch in a lot closer? Can I ask you all to just squeeze in a lot closer so we can get you all in the photo?
Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
A speaker that spoke last, could you state your name for the record, please?
Saul Miranda from Senator Becker's office.
Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
the Dreamer Roadmap reminded me that I believe the health care benefits for Dreamers is expiring this month, if I'm not mistaken. And I hope that we will explore ways in which we can continue to provide health care to Dreamers in this county.
Thank you so much. I guess we're going to have staff look into that, Supervisor Spear. Sounds like a good idea. We'll now move to item 6, which is a presentation regarding the recent Edgewood fire. CEO Mike Callaghan.
Thank you, President Camp and members of the board. I've asked CAL FIRE and the Department of Emergency Management to come forward and talk about the recent fire that occurred along 280. I believe it started with a car fire. Just number one, to highlight what a great job CAL FIRE and DEM did in not only extinguishing but communicating in regard to it with the residents, but also as a reminder, a stark reminder of what can take place very quickly. This is a car fire that jumped 280 and threatened Kenyatta College and some of the residents in the area. So I thought it would just take a few minutes to inform the board exactly what happened, what response there was, and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you. I'll turn it over to the Fire Chief.
Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Mr. Callaghan, council and staff. We did prepare a PowerPoint presentation. This fire did occur within the jurisdiction of the Woodside Fire Protection District, so we're going to start the presentation off with representation from Woodside Fire.
And the clicker is right there.
Battalion Chief Vince Nanini. Good morning. The call came in. We have it time-stamped. Call came in at about 16:53. Came in as a car fire. Quickly escalated to a grass fire response. Upon my arrival, there was a column. We had about 3/4 of an acre moving uphill towards the college at a moderate rate of spread. It was a slope-driven fire. Immediately called a second alarm for structure protection on for the college. For the courtyard, happens to be just on the other side of that fence in the ridgeline. CAL FIRE Battalion Chief 11 arrived on scene. We immediately unified command, and CHP assisted us, and Sheriff's Office assisted us with closing down the freeway. A third alarm was called as we anticipated the state resources to arrive. Once the fire hit the top of the hill, it got taken by a gust of wind that spread it to the center divide, and it worked its way down the center divide into the Gore Point on Farm Hill southbound on-ramp, which jumped that again. It moved across that on-ramp or on-ramp to the freeway. We did have a little bit of torching, which had sent a little bit of ember cast to the eucalyptus trees. If you're familiar with that on-ramp there, they're quite dense in that area. About 13 minutes into the call, we had the CAL FIRE helicopter above, so I can get a view of what was going on the opposite side of the freeway. Once we saw that it was in the grass area, no structures were potential, they were threatened, but at that point there was nothing. Called a fourth alarm to go directly to Mission Trail and Kenyatta Road for structure protection. I was very fortunate to have Chief here get on scene first to give me some intel on that side. Again, residents they were moving out of the area on their own. There was really no life-threatening issue going on. And right about 1800, we did stop forward progress on the fire. I think we lost 3 fence posts, and we cut chain to get through to some properties. So no real significant property loss at all. It did go to 10 acres is what they mapped it out as. And then I will turn this over to Chief West.
Good morning again. Deputy Chief Ryan West, CAL FIRE San Mateo Santa Cruz Unit. I am assigned to oversee all of the operations within San Mateo County.
Could you speak directly into the mic?
Oh,
Thank you. You can get closer.
Okay, sorry about that. For this presentation, I wanted to highlight our relationships with our partners in the county. Mutual threat zone is geographic area between 2 or more jurisdictions into which those agencies would respond, providing automatic aid during initial attack. This fire was located within a mutual threat zone, but it was within the Woodside Fire Protection District's primary jurisdiction or local response area. Due to the threat of the state responsibility area and that location within the MTZ, that's what initiated a full CAL FIRE wildland response. And as such, upon arrival on scene, CAL FIRE entered into unified command with Woodside Fire Protection District. Here's a rundown of the resources that our relationships with our partners in the county, where CAL FIRE is able to provide in this instance. 2 chief officers, both from San Mateo County, 1 air attack, which is the air tactical aircraft that oversees all the operations in the air. 2 air tankers. In this case, we had 2 S2T air tankers that have 1,200 gallons of retardant. We brought 2 helicopters, the new Firehawk helicopters with 1,000 gallons of water, plus a fire crew of up to 9 personnel. 9 Type 3 wildland fire engines. Those all came from San Mateo County, Santa Cruz County, and Santa Clara County. We brought in 2 hand crews from the Glenwood Fire Center, which is based out of San Mateo County, and 1 bulldozer from Santa Clara County. One thing that I would like to highlight is that the relationships that we have with our neighboring partners and the ability to get our CAL FIRE resources in to the scene quickly. And if I may take a moment just to kind of remind folks that may be listening that the aircraft, the purpose of a CAL FIRE aircraft is to cool the fire or slow its spread so that ground resources have an opportunity to get in there and put the fire out. We did have 1 report of a possible citizen with a drone. If we do have people that launch drones in the vicinity of these incidents, we cannot bring our aircraft in. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to take a moment and start with thanking the first responders, the Woodside Fire, CAL FIRE, and numerous agencies, including 911 Dispatch Center, EMS, the Sheriff's Office, and CHP. In a fire of this scale, our role is really to support the response agencies in providing situational awareness, if requested, alert and warning, and provide any response and logistical support. And so we had people on the scene and as backup to do any of these 3 things. One of the things that I also do directly with the county executive is inform him of what's going on, and he in turn makes sure the right people are in the leadership know. I think we are very lucky that the relative humidity was somewhat higher. The wind speed was 2 to 3 miles. I mean, there was a gust of wind, and this was in an area where there was eucalyptus trees, and that causes a lot of smoke. So we were lucky. 280 usually does not get shut down very often, and I think it is really kudos to our first responders and working together, both regional and operational coordination. So really thanks to the agencies that are here and the agencies that are not here.
From Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Spear.
Thank you, Mr. President. Based on your statement about the drone, is it appropriate for us to have an ordinance that prohibits the use of drones in emergencies for precisely that set of circumstances?
Yeah, I do believe there are certain regulations already in place. You know, we have the ability to, during some of these events, we have the ability to ask for like a temporary air restriction that would effectively ground those drones. We don't really see that very often anymore. I think when drones were first becoming popular, a lot of people were really excited and trying to get their drones in the air, but we don't really deal with that very much anymore. And now we have a lot of agency drones with the sheriff's department, local fire departments. We're all having our own drones that we.
No, I understand that, but
yeah.
but I'm wondering to what extent we need to inform the public that the use of drones in an emergency is prohibited, so that we don't have that potential risk.
Yeah, absolutely. There is benefit to that public messaging. On the CAL FIRE side, we do push that messaging from our state platforms as well.
But we don't have a local ordinance, or is there one that exists? Do you know?
I'm not aware of one.
All right, thank you.
Through the county attorney, do we have a local ordinance?
You know, off the top of my head, I'd have to go back and double check. I know that we've spent some time in the past looking at the FAA regulations that exist in this area, but we can certainly research what the state of our ordinances would be. And of course, those ordinances would only apply in the unincorporated area, which would be relevant here, of course, given this incident and given frankly, the large unincorporated area we have. We'll do some research on that and return to the board.
What could also be a model ordinance for all the cities as well.
Of course, yes.
Thank you.
Great, that's a good idea. All right. Any additional comments?
I would just say to Shruti, that's something that Department of Emergency Management, we may also be able to talk about, because we have cities sitting at the table in that conversation as well. So let's bring that up there. And I just want to say thank you for all that you do. This weekend, I drove down to LA with my family on 5, and there was the fire that was in Southern California as well. We know that there's so much going on, and this is the time. But because of your reaction and the work that you did, you saved a lot of people, their lives and structure. So again, thank you for your responsiveness.
I also want to extend my gratitude. Thank you so much. I know that fires are unpredictable, and a lot of the community was scared, and people did have to be evacuated out of precaution. But thank you for making those calls, those difficult calls, and making sure people stayed safe.
Great. I just really want to thank you for the resources that were allocated. You went through the list, the helicopter, and just I think the collaboration and coordination. I want to thank you, Supervisor Gaucher in particular, and thank you, Dr. Shruti. I think it's really worked out well, DEM in concert with our partners. The one thing that's just really impressive, Dr. Shruti, is this issue around notification. I've been on this board for about 9 years now, and one of the things that I've seen is how DEM really communicates whether it's the county executive or it's the public in general. What I'm going to ask you to do, not at this time, but is to really come back to this board, or I don't know if it's a member's memo, but just talk about sort of that growth. I think having DEM, and I thank you, Adam, Ely, and sort of how you lead teams. It's really made a profound difference in how we sort of attack these issues. And so I look at CZU, that was a learning moment, I think, for the county and for all of us in terms of resource allocation on multiple levels throughout the county. And so I just think, and I've said this before, I think your leadership has been really profound. And so with that, do we have any questions?
We do have Supervisor Mueller has his hand raised.
Yes, Supervisor Mueller.
Yeah, I also want to extend my gratitude and thanks. But I wanted to ask a question, and that's that there were obviously quite a bit of resources that were mobilized for this fire. But I am curious, were they available because there were no mutual aid incidents taking place right now? Is there any concern that if a fire like this were to take place again, that some of those resources would not be available? Because you certainly had to use them all. And we certainly have heard of times that not everything's there. So I'm just, is there any after action that we should be thinking about in order to make sure that we are as resilient as possible?
Yeah, Supervisor Mueller, thank you for that. We did have, on the CAL FIRE side, we did have some of our resources out in other parts of the state. That's how we got the bulldozer from Santa Clara, when normally that would come from San Mateo County. However, we still were able to have adequate amount of resources available. On the local government side, the agencies within the county here, there were no other really big incidents going on at the time, so all resources were readily available.
Thank you. I'll follow up on the after action question later. I really appreciate all your work. We were hearing from quite a few people that night, including my daughter, who was supposed to go there to visit, go that stretch of road to visit a friend. It was quite an interesting evening. Really appreciate your work. I can't express enough how much the residents in the area are grateful for what you did.
Thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public on Zoom, please raise hand in Zoom for item 6 on wood fire. One hand raised. Sit down. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Sherry. I'm live on the coast side, and one of the things that we really are concerned about over here is the evacuation planning. And I watched the Emergency Services Council meeting in April, where they gave a very limited presentation. I forget the name of the provider, but it was for traffic evacuation. They only showed a small little neighborhood in Hillsborough. It would take 45 minutes to evacuate in the event of some kind of major situation. But we are landlocked here on the coast side with only 92 and Highway 1 exiting. So they said there was going to be people able to go through that software and work on, practicing with it. But I haven't heard a single thing over here on the coast who's responsible for that. So I'm hoping they'll be able to give the same presentation over here and work on it. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Sure. Yes.
Did you
I'm not sure. I don't have my hand raised now.
Okay, great. Are there any other comments from the board as we move forward? Great. Thank you so much. All right. That brings us to item 7. We are accepting the San Mateo County Parks Department Wildfire Management Mitigation Program. This item is brought to us by the Park Department.
President Canepa, honorable board members, Mr. Callaghy, Mr. Nimblin, Mr. Mates. My name is Nicholas Calderon. I am the director of the San Mateo County Parks Department. And today we appreciate the opportunity to present to you our wildfire mitigation program. About 6 or 7 years ago, we, like most land managers in the state, recognized that not enough was being done to mitigate the threat of wildfire to our communities. And at that time, we really went through this rapid evolution and shift in our mindset about how we were going to be managing fuel loads. And then right after that, we had CZU, and it was a real changing moment for us. And we recognized that we needed to have a comprehensive plan that allowed us to identify, plan, permit, implement projects, but also maintain projects. We never wanted to treat an area and then walk away from it, let the vegetation grow back, and now the threat's back. And so at the time, I had asked our then natural resource manager and now assistant director, Hannah Ormshaw, to create our first ever wildfire fuel management program. And she did a remarkable job, and under the guidance of that document, we've treated about 1,800 acres of fuel in our system. But as new information became available, as Hannah will discuss today, we recognized an opportunity to make our program more efficient and more effective, and making sure that we're really identifying the highest priority areas. And so that's what will be presented to you all today. And so Hannah will lead the briefing, and we'll be happy to answer any questions after, but certainly appreciate your attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. And good morning, honorable supervisors, County Executive Callaghy, Mr. Niblin, Mr. Mates. I'm Hannah Ormshaw, Assistant Director for the Parks Department. And as Nicholas mentioned, I'll be sharing some information on our updated wildfire mitigation program. The department manages over 16,000 acres of parkland, so we are acutely aware of the importance of reducing and managing wildfire risk in our parks. So our updated program replaces a version of the program that's been in place since 2021. And as Nicholas mentioned as well, I had personally worked on developing this initial program, and that was after the CZU fire, where we observed really firsthand how a wildfire can affect our region and our parks. So there's no action for this presentation today. It's really just to share information, but I really want to be able to highlight the benefits to the Parks Department in terms of having this program in place, how these types of wildfire mitigation projects benefit our parks and our communities around them, the different details that the update entails, as well as how we make data-driven and science-backed decisions on how we implement our work. So we're updating the program because we have new data available. Thank you. So since 2021, there have been new map resources and map data created that make our assessment of fire hazard and fuel load around our parks more effective. And so the map you see here is a combination of updated fire hazard severity zone maps from CAL FIRE, a new regional vegetation map, some information on important access and evacuation routes, and we can use this as a tool to look at high priority areas around our parks, which are the outlines shown in green on the map. Through the update, we've also had several conversations with local fire agencies, including CAL FIRE, Woodside Fire, North County Fire, and others. And through these conversations, we really listened and heard input that more work focusing on improving access and supporting fire suppression efforts was a major priority for these agencies. And so we've included several projects in the program that focus on this type of work. And this can include fire roads and improving water supply. We also provide more rationale about the types of wildfire mitigation work we conduct, as well as the information we use for decision making. And we have more current maps that both show work that we've completed in recent years, as well as work that we have upcoming and planned. So our wildfire mitigation projects really have some key benefits in our county parks. Within the program, we really focus on work that can create fire resilient landscapes. So by strategically thinning or removing vegetation to reduce fuel load, we have the potential to change fire behavior in terms of the intensity or the speed at which that can spread, and work to keep a ground fire on the ground and not enter into a tree canopy. We also can improve safe and effective wildfire response, again, by looking at projects that help improve safe access for fire responders to get into our parks to conduct fire suppression work, and also provide more time or opportunity for nearby residents to evacuate if that's needed. The vast majority of wildfires have the ability to be contained or controlled. From CAL FIRE, we hear that that could be up to 99% of all fires that occur. And this is due in part to these on-the-ground efforts that we do to reduce fuel loads and improve and support fire suppression work. Wildfire mitigation projects can also have environmental benefit. We can improve forest health by removing dead or dying vegetation, protect forests against the impacts of climate change, improve wildlife habitat, manage the spread of pests like invasive weeds or tree disease. And a healthy forest is more resilient against wildfire as there's a lower overall flammable fuels in the landscape. And ideally, if a fire were to occur, it would burn less intensely or less severely.
Hannah, can I ask you, I've got a text message from a viewer. Can you come closer to the microphone? They can't hear you.
Oh, okay. And so in addition to the map data that that I shared before as a tool for planning and decision making, it's also really essential that we conduct on the ground site assessments so we can really understand the condition on the ground and how we can scope and plan these projects. And so this can look at vegetation density and fuel load, the slope or steepness of the terrain, what available access looks like, presence of wildlife habitat or sensitive species, proximity to structures, and other permitting considerations. And all of this information can help us better define a project, determine what types of tools or equipment we can use, and how large of an area we're able to manage. Additionally, since we now have hundreds of acres throughout the parks where we have done fuel reduction work in recent years, these site assessments also help us determine our ongoing maintenance needs so that we can maintain the effectiveness of these projects long term. And so we're using the best available information as well as these site-specific considerations when we're planning our projects. And now to share some details of some of the mitigation work proposed in the program. Fuel breaks are the most common treatment type that we identify throughout our parks in terms of wildfire mitigation efforts. Shaded fuel breaks are used in forested settings where we're looking at managing understory vegetation but retaining an overstory canopy. And these are typically located along fire roads or ridge lines or along park boundaries in areas adjacent to structures. And these are meant to be strategically located so that they can both help slow the spread of fire, but also support active fire suppression efforts. And this example shows some extensive shaded fuel break work that we've done in Quarry Park. A lot of this had been implemented between 2019 and 2023, and we've been maintaining this annually. And those are the solid blue areas on the map. And we also have in the hatched areas additional work that is upcoming and planned. Non-shaded fuel breaks are another type of fuel break, and these are used in shrubland areas or where we have really high densities of flammable weed species. And similar to shaded fuel breaks, they're meant to be strategically located where they can help support fire suppression work. And this shows recent shrub removal work at San Bruno Mountain for a non-shaded fuel break near one of the park fire roads. And there are several areas where similar non-shaded fuel breaks are identified at this park because there's a lot of shrub vegetation cover. We have more frequent fires at this location, and these shrub species are also encroaching into grassland areas. Forest health treatments are another treatment approach that we use. These are follow a similar approach to shaded fuel breaks in that they focus on understory vegetation thinning, but can often cover broader areas of a forest. And this can it can mitigate wildfire risk by both reducing the amount of flammable fuels on the landscape, but also improve overall forest health. We're looking often at forests that have more dense vegetation than would have historically been present. And so these forests may have been affected by tree disease like sudden oak death, have large infestations of invasive weeds, or have a lot more dead or dying vegetation. And so an example of work we've done related to this include Huddart and Wonderlick County Parks, where we had a forest health grant to complete close to 400 acres of forest health work in these two parks, and that's shown in the green on these maps. As mentioned, with these conversations with the fire agencies, we have heard that these fire-related infrastructure improvements are a major priority, and this can include improvements to bridges or stream crossings, extending or improving fire roads, or providing water supply. And so a few examples in the program include a designed extension of a fire road in Quarry Park, which is seen on the plans on this slide. We also have stream crossing repairs on Old Hall Road in Pescadero Creek County Park, and installation of a water tank in a remote location at Sam McDonald. This provides a summary of all of the treatment areas and types that we have included in the program. So it accounts for over 2,700 acres throughout the park system. There are other treatment types that we include that have, there's more detail provided on in the document that was included in the board packet, but this can include forest density reduction, grazing, ingress and egress route projects, and these make up a significant proportion of treatment areas as well. The document in the packet also includes maps of all of the parks where we have these treatments identified, and this includes 13 of our 24 parks that are within the wildland-urban interface. By having this program in place over the past several years, we've really been able to increase the pace and scale at which we've been doing this work. So we've treated or managed over 1,800 acres of fire fuels throughout the park system since 2018. We've also been able to better identify projects that are eligible for grant funding and have been successful in obtaining over $7.6 million in grant funds. We've also leveraged a $1 million annual allocation in Measure K for fire mitigation projects. And this updated program will continue to provide a guidance document for the department to be able to continue to do this important work. And so overall, our updated wildfire mitigation program will continue to reduce wildfire risk, improve public safety, improve ecosystem health, and really help us make informed decisions about how we can quickly, efficiently, and responsibly implement these types of activities in our parks. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions?
Can you put up the last slide, where the last bar chart? It looks like we're treating less fuel recently in the last, since 2022 than we were from 2018 to 2022. What's that attributed to?
Yeah, so that is a result of us seeing more of a transition towards maintenance of work that we've implemented. So some of these earlier years, 2019, 2020, we had more projects. We were doing that initial treatment of large areas in the park. And now we're seeing more effort where we're going back and maintaining some of that. And those are typically less intensive, or we're not needing to retreat as much total acreage when we're doing those maintenance efforts. And so that's part of why we have lower overall annual acreage completed, because we're doing a lot more to maintain prior work. And we're also, in some of these more recent years have been focusing on efforts to permit and plan projects. So some of the work coming up to do more work, in the coming few years, we've been focusing more recently on the planning and permitting process to make sure that those are ready to go.
So ideally, how many acres would you be treating in a year?
I think what's likely is somewhere around 200 to 250 as a sustainable level.
All right, thank you.
Are there any additional questions? Supervisor Corzo.
I don't know if this is actually this is a question. Okay, so I'm really curious around what this treatment or maintenance looks like. I'm starting to get ads about like different plant things because I've been very into gardening lately. But my point is that there's now this like is it what do those controlled fires and the controlled maintenance actually look like? If you could describe it.
Yeah, so I mean, our initial treatments, we're usually doing mechanical work or hand work to remove or thin vegetation. So that's kind of the initial effort to reduce fuel load. And The maintenance is usually focused on controlling invasive weeds that we're seeing grow back. In some cases, if it's more rapidly growing vegetation like resprouting eucalyptus or ivy, then we might need to retreat that more frequently than other vegetation. Once we do that initial mechanical treatment, that also does open up the opportunity for other tools to be used for maintenance. So we are investigating, using pile burning and prescribed burning for maintenance, and targeted grazing with goats as alternate options for maintaining these work areas.
Amazing. Yeah, I asked that question because I remember the first time you all presented the information to me around prescribed burns, and I think, and like kind of thinning out certain areas. And I think initially people get really concerned about something like that. But when you take into account that that was actually how the land was maintained for, countless years by indigenous communities, it makes a lot of sense. And I'm glad that we are, returning to those efforts, and that it's also very controlled, right? Mm-hmm. The Air District has oversight of when prescribed burns can or can't happen, what the conditions are. It's a very controlled, very safe environment. And I'm glad to see that, the work from past years has decreased the load for current years, and there will always be risks. We heard from our fire from CAL FIRE and Menlo earlier on that, but this land management is actually making it safer in the long term, and less likely that huge fires would spread. And so I want to thank you for your work and the expertise and insight you have into this, and how it's really about being proactive. And I think there are many things that our communities can do as well to help be proactive and decrease the chances of wildfires spreading. But so much of our county is green, and that's a privilege that we have, right? We are so blessed to have so much green space in this county, but we can't just let it become unruly and unmanaged, because then it does truly create safety hazards, and that takes investment, and it takes your leadership, and Nick, your leadership. So I want to thank you for that. And I love when you all come to present about this, because I want to see it in person one day, actually. Please invite me. Okay, thank you.
All right. Are there any additional questions? With that, can we go to public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment at this time. We do have 2 hands raised. Ann Schneider, followed by Sid Young. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for the presentation. Board President Canepa, is it possible for staff to pull up the map of the new fire maps? The reason I'm asking is Yunipesera Park. Supervisor, you worked on a clearing program, I think 5-6 years ago. As far as I know, it hasn't been dealt with. It has huge eucalyptus fires. It's considered one of the highest fire risks in the county, and all of Millbrae is in the ember zone and downwind of that. And I did see in the county's capital improvement plan some money to be spent at Yunipesera, but for the people of Millbrae who are basically at risk because of Yunipesera Park and the SFPUC watershed and Caltran with the eucalyptus trees running along 280, I know that's not a parks issue, but it is an issue for the city of Millbrae. How can you combine these 3 different entities, SFPUC, Caltran, and the parks, to reduce the risk to Millbrae? Thank you.
Thank you,
so
Ann.
much.
We'll now go to Sid Young. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Sherry. I noticed when we had the big major, I guess that you would say, fuel load reduction in Quarry Park, that the CAL FIRE loaned Parks Department a curtain burner to dispose of all the extra wood debris that basically was a clean burning method of getting rid of all that extra fuel load. And I was wondering if you're planning to deploy that in other areas or if that was not a positive thing. It did seem to get rid of a lot of that extra wood that came down out of Quarry Park. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. No further comments, Mr. President.
Great. Are there any further comments from the board?
Just thank you for your work. I appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for the work you're doing.
Yes. Thank you.
Just to piggyback on a comment that Hannah had provided. Supervisor Spirit, for the upcoming year, we are anticipating being in that 250 acre range. Our acreage will ebb and flow as state funding, predominantly state funding, becomes released. So a lot of those years you saw high acreage treatment. It's correlated to largely CAL FIRE or State Coastal Conservancy grants. We are actively working on a project funded by FEMA at Junipero Cerro Park actively today. And we're about to start work at San Bruno Mountain. We're about to start work at Pescadero Creek County Park, and we have some work at Quarry Park that's planned. So last year we spent a lot of time planning these projects and getting the necessary permits. I know there's always a lot of excitement around changes in the CEQA process that get announced. Oftentimes they don't actually streamline the process, so we're still going through the same duration of project planning. So we'll see that ebb and flow as those funds become available, and then as we're spending time planning and permitting those projects.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Mr. President, if I might, owing to kind of the specific way we agendize this item, I actually am going to request that the board take action to accept the report. Again, this wouldn't necessarily require action, except again, we framed it as the board taking action to accept.
Great. Yeah, before we take up the motion, I do have a couple questions. I do think, my great concern, the data shows this, San Bruno Mountain is like a tinderbox. I mean, we've seen that since 2010. There have been multiple fires. And I know over a period of years, we've been able to sort of address some of the issues. Can you tell me sort of the top three areas where we see fire activity within our parks? So we know San Bruno Mountain is one. Where are some other areas that are dangerous? And I would assume, in terms of resource allocation, those parks would be prioritized, I would assume.
Yeah, so in terms of fire activity, like actual fires that have occurred, I mean, we have, like San Bruno Mountain and Pescadero Creek are the two on recent record where we've had actual wildfires occur. But again, with that new map data that I shared before, that's really, the information we look at for, how fire hazard around our parks is categorized or identified. So CAL FIRE's fire hazard severity zones rank, their determination of what hazard is like around or throughout the county, really throughout the state. And so we use that information. So we have some parks that are considered very high fire hazard severity zones, some that are more high or moderate. And we also have that new additional data looking at fuel loading. And that can also help us really understand which areas have the most, potentially most dense or most hazardous fuel loads for us to prioritize as well. Really, all of the areas that we have identified and began and work on are areas that we've known to be high priority for fuel reduction or for risk reduction. So it's hard to say, top three. It is pretty diverse throughout the system, but all of the areas that we've identified in the program we consider high priority.
No, that's fair. I want to say congratulations to you. I know you recently had a child. And so congratulations, and thank you and Nicholas for all the work that you do, okay? So with that, we have a motion, we have a second. Can I have a roll call?
Sorry, actually, last thing, I get so excited to present to you. I always forget to just recognize our partners. This is not work that we can do on our own. We're able to accomplish this because we have the support of the board. We're able to accomplish this work because we partner with organizations like the RCD, CAL FIRE, Woodside Fire, North County Fire. And so I do just want to make sure that our partners get the recognition that they deserve as well. Everything we do is in partnership, and that's really, I think, the San Mateo County way and what makes us really special and unique.
Great. And then, Nicholas, can you tell us what Supervisor Corzo and I had the opportunity, a little shout out for our parks this weekend in terms of the ribbon cutting that took place? I think it's real important for the public to know.
Yeah, absolutely. Not necessarily on the fire topic, but we had a really great opportunity to cut a ribbon on a public mural. Again, a partnership between the department, the foundation, and Compass Point Mentorship. And we were able to bring kids in to paint a mural on a very, prior to the mural, it was as Park's restroom as you can imagine. It was a cinder block restroom, and now it is just this beautiful, beautiful piece of art in the park, and something that everyone gets to enjoy while strolling on the Bay Trail. So that's what you're referring
That's
to,
what I'm
correct?
referring
Okay,
to.
all right, good.
Great, thank you. And Supervisor Spear, they're actually looking at, I don't know if it's the bathroom, but looking at doing something similar, I heard, at San Bruno Mountain. So we're looking forward to that, Mr. Calderon.
We have many locations.
Okay, good. So there's a motion, there's a second.
Sure, I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Thank you. And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Great, thank you very much. Now we move to item 8, and we'll now move to item 8 on our last presentation, which is focused on the Resource Conservation District with Supervisor Mueller and myself sponsoring. Supervisor Mueller and I are excited to bring this presentation forward together, highlighting San Mateo County's leadership in nature-based hazard mitigation, a critical pillar of our response to wildfire, drought, flooding, erosion, and the broader impact of climate change. Nature-based solutions are not just environmentally sound, they are cost-effective, sustainable, and often multi-benefit. Across our county, we are advancing projects that reduce risk while restoring ecosystems, improving water retention, and protecting communities. These projects include green infrastructure, coastal resilience, and fire-adapted landscapes. Importantly, our work is being integrated across county efforts. We're aligned with the Okay, got it. We're aligned. I thought I was hearing voices. We're aligned with the local hazard mitigation plan, the climate action plan, the grading ordinance, and the water and energy plan. This coordination ensures that resilience is not a standalone effort. It's embedded in how we govern, plan, and invest. Separately, I also want to note our growing collaboration across the region. I now serve with Supervisor Spear on the board committee on wildfire, and I'd be happy to brief the board on the nature-based projects we're advancing. These efforts are being coordinated through the regional priority plan across San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz counties. Of the 107 projects submitted so far, more than half, 55, are right here in San Mateo County. Thank you, Calerex. This work reflects not only good environmental policy, but smart risk mitigation. Supervisor Mueller and I welcome your thoughts, and we look forward to continued collaboration on this critical issue. You really deserve, Calerex, special recognition. Your consistency over the years on a personal level, you've always reached out to the supervisors, but your work, I think, amongst your peers, it's very respected. I hope today the public can understand, just the general public, what you've done really to make our county much, much better. And I mean that authentically and sincerely. Supervisor Mueller?
Well, Supervisor Canepa, you covered a lot of it. So I just wanted to say thank you for Kellex for being here and for all her work with all the different county agencies on the coast. And with that, I can go ahead and turn it over to her.
Thank you. Thanks for that kind introduction. Good morning. I understand that I am the last thing between you and your break, so I'll try to keep it interesting. I try to provide updates on the Resource Conservation District's work at least every year to the Board of Supervisors, trying to focus on a particular topic that's timely. Today, I'm focusing on our work in nature-based solutions to hazard mitigation. So for those who aren't super familiar, the RCD is a special district, and our authorities come from state law. Basically, our job is to help people help the land. And these are our current areas of focus: protecting or enhancing wildlife, water resources, local agriculture, forests, and resilience to both wildfire and climate change and other climate-related threats. And it turns out that protecting these values also result in comprehensive benefits for mitigating natural disasters, including fire, drought, flooding, catastrophic erosion, and impacts of severe storms. As Supervisor Canepa mentioned, to do this work, and Supervisor Mueller mentioned, we work closely with many county departments, and the RCD is incorporated into numerous county plans and documents directly. So zooming out for a minute, why nature-based solutions? The bottom line is that healthy ecosystems provide complex services that naturally mitigate drought, flooding, erosion, and fire, and protect our water resources. And the opposite is also true, that when we disrupt or damage nature, we tend to worsen these problems and these risks. It's particularly important to include nature in the toolkit for addressing disaster, because often this is the part that we get confused about sometimes. The cause of a problem is not where we see the problem. So we can see the problem someplace and want to throw a lot of concrete at it, and that's not going to fix it. Mother Nature is going to win. I can tell you that time and time again. And I'll show you some examples of this soon in this presentation. The other thing is that nature-based solutions actually get to the root of the problem because they store carbon and actually help to reverse the climate change that is creating these problems. So I want to ask you to note the person in the circle on this photo. That gives you a sense of scale. This canyon opened up in one storm. And this is next to a county road and next to a county bridge. And this was caused by how we manage our land and our waterways. This happened in one storm. And this flooding that you see in Pescadero has been caused by a combination of factors. One is erosion upstream all the way up to the redwoods, going back to legacy uses to like from the gold rush. That filled the creek with sediment and resulted in there being no place for water to go. Another cause is that we have developed our homes, our schools, our businesses, our infrastructure in floodplains, which are the natural areas that hold water when it spills over onto the banks, or it spills over from the banks. This is Pescadero. The last one, oops, sorry. How do I go back? Oh, everything's making me go back. This is from January 2023. And then this was further back. This was before some of the efforts that we made. And then these photos are from the storms that took place in 2023 when there was a series of atmospheric rivers that came through. And these are photos we took when community members reached out and asked us for help. I'm going to highlight just a couple of these. On the top left, you'll see that a debris flow, like a mudslide, was exacerbated by both the historic fires that happened and then these huge storm events that together filled the creek, took out the road and the bridge to the farm labor housing that's on the other side of the creek. And one thing that I could talk about at more length maybe in another presentation is how certain vulnerable communities are particularly susceptible to some of these natural disasters and particularly benefit from some of the solutions. The bottom left is showing you a log jam coming down a creek that's about 400 feet long of trees coming at people's properties and bridges and infrastructure. And it is directly related to how we manage our forests and how we manage natural wooden creeks. These logs that are in this creek were almost entirely cut by people and sent downstream to prevent flooding on their own property, but it caused damage on other people's properties. And so now a little bit about the solutions that we bring at the RCD. The conservation districts are boots on the ground, locally led conservation agencies that were created to be in partnership with the federal government as a response to the Dust Bowl crisis. We've been around for over 85 years. We work across jurisdictions, across boundaries, across public and private lands to get work done at the appropriate scale, not just where you see the problem, but at the scale to actually fix the problem. And so our approach is holistic. It means that we are working to protect the environment and properties and people, all with the same solutions rather than setting them up against each other. It's not people or the environment, safety or the environment. It's working together. And the way that we were designed as non-regulatory agencies that provide confidential technical assistance and bring financial and technical resources and assistance, it makes us trusted brokers. So we're trusted by the agencies and we're trusted by the landowners. And also, the U.S. Department of Agriculture is here at our invitation and our local partnership office, bringing in federal resources for some of these solutions. So this is what some of that looks like. On the left, the photo you see is actually re-establishing that creek, dredging it, so that not only did it restore the ancestral migration of endangered coho salmon to an entire watershed, but also mitigates the flooding to town. And after decades of acrimony and lawsuits, it shows that you can do something that's a win for both. It doesn't have to be oppositional. And on the right, you see where we restored a floodplain to absorb the overflow of sediment and water in an undeveloped area that protects the community that's developed downstream and creates watershed as wetland habitat for a number of endangered species. Again, it's a win-win. What's good for wildlife is good for people in many of these cases. And then here's an example from a more urbanized area where we are working across a couple dozen private properties to help them develop community-scale collaborative solutions to managing a creek. Instead of one neighbor armoring the banks and shooting water at somebody else's banks, this is how you get community-level solutions that are good for wildlife, good for habitat, help with flooding, help with erosion, and show that there can be a collaborative win-win, and actually at the same time build community capacity. So remember that canyon that opened up in one storm, this gully. So healing the land, which is what we've done on the right, not throwing a bunch of concrete at it, protected a road and a bridge. And we did this in partnership with the private landowner and the county because some of it was exacerbated by county drainage systems. But instead of the finger pointing, the county contributed some funds, the private landowner contributed some funds, and then we did the solution that was across both of those jurisdictions. Yes, and there's wildflowers for the win. And so this protects the road and the bridge and also mitigates the downstream flooding by not having all the sediment bleeding into the creek and filling the creek. And then in this photo on the left, you'll see the footings of a county bridge that was becoming compromised. If the county could only work in its right-of-way, the Department of Public Works would have to essentially armor this with a bunch of concrete in the creek. We were able to partner with the county to protect the bridge using nature-based solutions by restoring the creek, which is the photo you see on the right. And that involved going within and beyond the county's right-of-way. And we have this fabulous partnership with the Department of Public Works where we were able to apply for state funding for wildlife to help improve this system and protect the bridge. And that also made it eligible for streamlined permitting and made the project go faster. And also the way it's storing sediment helps the county comply with water quality regulations having to do with sediment in this creek. So it just checks a lot of boxes if you work with nature and at the appropriate scale. And so now to turn our attention to another form of natural disaster that obviously we're all really aware of right now. These photos are images from the historic fires in the county in 2020. And I want to bring you some good news about what Measure K has helped to do. So much of our work to mitigate wildfire hazards have been catalyzed by San Mateo County's Measure K. And the $2 million so far cumulatively that we've received under Measure K, we have leveraged to bring in $24 million in state funding. And so that includes things like strategic fuel breaks. Hannah Ormshaw mentioned the fuel break work. And so we have just completed, or nearly completed rather, a 19-mile fuel break around the community of La Honda that was designed by CAL FIRE, going across scores of properties. This photo here on the right of this slide is showing a fuel break that is being planned for Highway 92. Sid Young, I think it was, who called in, one of the people who called in before, talked about egress routes for the community. And so we're doing work along Highway 1 north on the coast and also Highway 92, and so are others, and we all collaborate. Forest management is a big part of the equation. As you mentioned, Supervisor Corzo, there's a lot of green areas in this county and a lot of responsibility for us to manage them. And I just want to remind us all that for millennia, for like 12,000 years, there were native people here who were actively managing these forests. And we've lost our way from that, and we're finding our way back. And so we have 15,000 acres that are planned or have already been implemented across public and private forested lands in San Mateo County, including 7,000 roughly that are on San Mateo County Parks properties where we're partnering. We've also completed highly accurate, high technology vegetation and terrain maps that are being used for emergency planning and project planning across the region. Also catalyzed by Measure K is the Neighborhood Chipping Program. Many of you are familiar with this because it's serving communities in your districts. We're now serving 31 communities, nearly 5,000 homes per year. These are areas that were identified by CAL FIRE and fire districts as priorities. And this is done in partnership. We administer and manage the program with Measure K and other funds that Measure K has leveraged, like state funding. And then the RCD directly delivers the program in some areas where we have core competencies, and then partner with others in other areas like the Fire Safe Councils or Woodside Fire Protection District or La Honda Fire Brigade, all collaborating. Measure K also helped us respond after the fires to help address impacts to roads and water infrastructure and hazardous conditions and more. And I just want to note that we're actually still doing that work. The impacts of the fire still persist, and work is still being done to recover from that. And I'm really excited to talk about, Supervisor Canepa, you mentioned this as well, the regional priority plan that's in its final stages of completion. This is something that was funded by the Coastal Conservancy to identify priority forest health and wildfire resilience projects that across this region. I mean, I think we understand that fires are not very respectful of county boundaries. They don't understand jurisdiction, and there's a need for a regional approach that fits within a fire shed, essentially. And so this is an effort that goes across San Mateo, Santa Clara, and Santa Cruz counties that was funded by the state in part because the state is looking to facilitate regional funding, hopefully in the form of block grants for regions to be able to tackle some of their biggest priorities. This was developed with parks and open space entities, large landowners, the tribes, the fire safe councils, CAL FIRE, fire districts, county emergency departments, foresters, etc., who contributed to the development of this plan. As Supervisor Canepa mentioned, 107 projects were submitted, 55 of which are in San Mateo County. And some of you may recall that I reached out to your offices to ask if there was anything from your districts that you were hoping might be included. And something else that we should be very proud of also is the innovation that is happening right now in San Mateo County. There are some very big milestones that have been happening and are happening right here, and I can tell you that people around the state of California are taking note of what's happening in San Mateo County. We created a new streamlined permitting pathway for getting Coastal Commission approvals done in the coastal zone. We were the first in California to complete a project with the state's new tool for environmental compliance under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act. We have completed high-tech vegetation mapping that's being used by many agencies and organizations, and we've advanced landscape-scale cross-sector collaboration that is being written about in books and academic journals as the way that is needed to meet the climate crisis. That includes environmental organizations and timber companies. That includes the regulators and the regulated, and the funders, and the academics, and the practitioners working at landscape scale in collaborative ways to find new solutions to thorny problems. And with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Incredible work. Any questions? Supervisor Spear.
Kelly, I just am so impressed by your ability to leverage Measure K funds into really profound impacts. And I hope that we can find additional ways in which we can use the Measure K funds, because we have a tinderbox here. We know we have a tinderbox. We have an obligation for the safety of our residents to do everything we possibly can. So I look forward to working with you in the future. Thank you very much for what you've done.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you, Calix. I want to start off by saying that a mutual friend of ours says hello. His name starts with an R. You can guess who that is. But most importantly, I want to thank you for really putting into words what your work is doing in terms of kind of reclaiming ancestral knowledge of this land and how it was managed. A couple of weeks ago, I visited a water district, and they had pictures of what our county looked like, I would say like 100 years ago, right? And what was really stunning was that there were almost no trees because the land had been completely flattened through trees being cut down for development, which is not always a bad thing if you can manage it right and you care about planting more trees and letting the earth heal from what we need at times. And I looked at a map of what our county currently looks like, and there's way more green, there's way more trees. But I think through your work and through the Parks Department's work, I really began to understand that we have to help the earth heal, and we have to do it really mindfully. I remember seeing some pictures that show what happens to our beautiful trees when there's just way too many of them and they're all competing for resources, right? And then what happens when you make room for some of them to grow? And it was night and day. It was beautiful. And I know you've been doing this work for many, many years, and some of us, including me, right, are still kind of learning the value of that in ways that, we're just not aware of. So I want to thank you for educating us, for helping us understand the value of your work, and I want the community to know more about the work that you've done as well, because it's incredible. It's incredible, and so many people come to this county to enjoy the parks, to enjoy nature, and but we want people to be safe, and part of that is helping to manage the land in a really thoughtful way. So thank you so much for your work, and please know you can count on us for support and just the many ways and that you have leveraged Measure K dollars is really powerful and impactful. And it gives me hope that that we'll be prepared. And I'm glad other counties are taking note, because this really is work to be proud of. And I'll be sharing some of it at the California State Association of Counties as a model for people to follow. So thank you.
Are there any other additional comments or questions?
No, just thank you.
All right. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speakers from chambers for this item. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand to comment. We do have 3 hands at this time. Ann Schneider, followed by Sid Young. Ann, please begin.
Hi, thank you. Lovely presentation. And as somebody who's worked in the environmental field for over 40 years, desperately needed. However, when you look at the work that has been done, it's predominantly hillside, coastside, and it forgets those of us who have historically been degraded for transportation needs. The county 100 years ago gave away Millbrae land to create SFO, and the county to this day makes money off that. But right now, the city of Millbrae is going out to fix the pumps that SFO has to prevent the flooding of Millbrae, rather than Measure K funds or any other kind of resource funds. We also, and I think a lot of this is because it's unincorporated land, it's forgotten, but it has a huge impact on one small city, the least powerful political city in the county. And worse on it, PG&E did a project here in Millbrae, and the money went to Pescadero. Yay, for the 2 endangered species, when we have the largest population. The county, you really need to look at the impacts on nature on our coast side, especially the 2 cities that were incredibly damaged by SFO. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. Sid Young, please unmute and begin.
Thanks, Sherry. What Ann just brought up, I wasn't planning to speak to that, but Measure K is never given any kind of look. How should we say it? They don't do it by zip code, so you really don't know where your money's going until after they've said all the different money they've handed out, and that's a problem because all the unincorporated areas don't get the same amount the cities get. But I did want to just speak about Calix's great presentation, and she did leave out something that is coming up soon, and that's the First Flush program training on September 10th. And we have stormwater issues here on the coast that, because we're unincorporated, it's under the county's Department of Public Works, but we get overlooked a lot here too. So any effort towards stormwater testing, et cetera, is really important. Thank you, Calix, for all your hard work. And you always have great, I guess I would call it pro-nature looks at things. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. And our last speaker, X, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I want to comment on the speakers. While it's important to protect the community from natural disasters, let's not rewrite history. She stated that the land has been managed for thousands of years. She was implying that Indians managed it properly. We don't know that. You don't know that. And I know Supervisor Gaucher will try to read me, but remember, you don't address public comments. We're not finding our way back to managing the resources properly because we're overbuilding. This county and the state is with their housing requirements. There's no proper infrastructure, stormwater runoff. We're building along creeks and rivers. If you really had any intent to do it properly, you would actually fight back against the state and this overbuilding. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Great, thank you.
Is it I don't know, is it allowable to respond to public comment, or may I not?
I think at this time, probably not, but I really want to thank you for your incredible leadership. I think you've heard from the board. I think you've done an incredible job in your career informing and educating. And I remember the late Don Horsley always said that you were just amazing in how you were able to explain complicated issues. I just thank you from a professional level for what you've done and what you'll continue to do. So thank you.
Thank you. I just also wanted to thank you for, I'm originally from New York City, and my father and my brother worked in the towers, and friends of mine from high school and college died in the towers. And I'm just really grateful that you honored them today. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Very nice. Colleagues, before we go into closed session, I want to make a motion to the agenda to move up item 13 after item 8. And then from there, what we'll do for the public, we'll move to closed session. And thereafter, we will then take up item 11. So,
Mr. President, can I ask that we move item 16 as well? They have been waiting a very long time, and that's an easy one to.
which 16, you know what? That's a great idea. So why don't we do that with the amendment? We'll take item 13 first, and then I think we can get item 16. With that, there is a motion.
So just again, to be really clear, the proposal is to amend the order of agenda so that we take items 13 and 16 at this time.
Correct.
And then we will we'll break for lunch, and during the lunch break, we will deal with the closed session items, which are currently at the end of the agenda, and then we will reconvene and take up the remainder of the regular agenda.
Correct. That's the motion I'd like to move forward. Is there a second?
Second.
It's probably, I don't know, because we're going to go to closed session, but I don't want to handicap it. It will be later. So with that, there's a motion. Ma'am, I'm the chair of this meeting. There's a board of supervisors. Showing respect would be important to me and to the public. So there's a motion and there's a second.
I'm sorry, who made the second?
There is, Gaucher.
Thank you, and I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
Thank you, and President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
And this brings us to item 13, adopting a resolution approving a project labor agreement between the County of San Mateo and the San Mateo County Building and Construction Trades Council, along with affiliated unions. And this is brought before us by Supervisor Corzo and myself. Would the county executive like to make any comments?
Yes, just briefly. Thank you, President Canepa and members of the board. The project labor agreement, as you will recall, is a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement that applies to specific construction projects. We've had these in place with the unions and the trades for a long period of time, but on one-offs. What this does is really solidify our ability to work with the unions on a collective PLA for certain amounts with certain exemptions, and certainly we can go into those if you desire. But then those, as they go out to bid, the contractor would be bound by those terms. We've worked with Bart Pantoje for a period of time now, and we've been able to work through something that's certainly amenable to the county and the trades, and they've been great to work with. So with that, I know that you and Supervisor Corzo have worked on this for a long period of time. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for leading a lot of this work. I also want to thank Julie Lind of the San Mateo Central Labor Council and Bart Pantoja of the Building Trades for your leadership and endurance, for working with county staff over many months, possibly years. I'm not sure.
Oh, yeah.
But it felt like it. And for everyone really engaging in thoughtful work to get to where this ordinance is now. This ordinance is both strong and responsible. It will have a multi-year phase-in, and the threshold for the projects will be tied to inflation. And that second part I think is really important. This ordinance also has common sense exemptions in the case of emergency work, where we have to get a project delivered for the benefit of the community as soon as possible. And I'm really confident that with this PLA, we'll get both predictability and cost effectiveness for the county in terms of our projects. And it also means that we won't have to negotiate one-off PLAs for each different project or building. And I'm hopeful that this will lead to projects being delivered on time by skilled workers, which is already happening, but there's a lot of negotiation that is time consuming that goes into each project. And so I also want to uplift how important I think this will be for workers in our community. It means that those who build our civic infrastructure will be taken care of so their families can continue to live with dignity. And again, I want to thank our labor partners for their steadfast leadership for workers in this county and for being constructive partners as we've moved forward in this conversation.
Great, thank you very much. You know, I really want to thank you, Bart. I want to thank Julie. I want to thank all the trades that are here. We've seen the success over a number of years that counties such as San Francisco, Santa Clara County, Los Angeles County have had around PLAs. One of the things that always strikes me is this ability to make sure that people who live in our community are able to stay in our community. I've seen over a period of years, particularly in this county, on jobs that did not have PLA, how workers were abused, they weren't paid. Some workers were underpaid. And so I think what this ordinance does is, yes, you're correct, Supervisor Corso. It focuses on craftsmanship. How would I say that, supervisors here? Craftspersonship. That's the appropriate way, and not craftsmanship. And I think as we move forward, this is all about policy, and it's all about values. What do we stand for? Do we stand for workers who go unpaid, who are manipulated by some really unsavory characters? Mr. Panteau, in your business, some of them are very, very bad actors and actresses, not paying people. I hear it because these are the people who live in my district and who live in the county. And so what we're saying today is we're saying, look, the county of San Mateo joins others around a project labor agreement, making sure that we protect people's rights. And so they're not used and abused, that they're entitled to making sure that they have a retirement, that if something does happen, that they're protected. And so we land on the side of the worker, and we land on the side of the opportunity. I see my good friend from the Plumbers Union here. Thank you for being here. Just share a quick story. We have, in your district, Supervisor Spear, there was a young gentleman who was on meth for a long time, wasn't doing very, very well. To be quite frank with you, was probably going to be someone that the county of San Mateo would have to carry for many, many years. This success story, he is now, if you can imagine, a plumber. It took him 7 years from sleeping on people's couch to getting a job that values him, and he's a contributing person to society. And so that's what unions are about, giving people opportunity. So I stand with you, Supervisor Corso. Thank you for your leadership. I think this took us a grand total, Bart, of 2 years. Is that right? One? Oh, not two. Okay, maybe 60 days. How about that? Maybe 60 days. But I appreciate our staff working in concert with labor. I think we landed on a great place. Lots of compromise. But I think we got to a place where this is solid legislation that could be emulated throughout the state. And so I don't know if there are any additional comments. Supervisor Mueller or Supervisor Spear? Gaucher? Okay.
We're supporting.
Okay. I see Supervisor Spear going like this. When she goes like this, I go like this. Do we have public comment? Public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have 8 speakers from Chambers, and then we'll take speakers from Zoom. Bart Pantoja, followed by Tom Traeger.
We're going to go 30 seconds each, but a minute for Bart. Not kidding, Bart. Go ahead.
I told him a minute each.
Okay,
I was going to get a minute and 10. I'm Bart Pantoja, representing the San Mateo County Building and Construction Trades Council. We are 20 trade unions representing 10,000 construction workers in the county.
Can you just wait? I'm sorry, Bart.
Oh,
Can you wait?
pause.
Spring Street,
Okay.
wait. We're going to try to get you before we go.
Okay.
Because you've been sitting here all morning. We're going to recognize this. We're going to try to get through this as quickly as possible. I
Yes.
apologize for interrupting.
No, you're not. Thank you for reminding me. So our Spring Street people, your district supervisor wants to make sure you're heard, and we're going to do that so you don't have to come back. Thank you.
All right. Starting me over. So thank you, President Canepa and Vice President Corzo, for sponsoring this resolution. I would also like to thank Mike Callaghan and the county staff for their diligence and commitment to find pathways to success, working together to forge this agreement. There are so many stigmas and stereotypes that refuse to subside, like the idea that utilizing highly trained, safe workers will increase cost or slow production. This is a false notion. As you will hear from my colleagues, projects are built quicker with far less safety violations or injuries while training apprentices from all walks of life for careers that will push back against the ever-increasing separation of economic class. We appreciate our Board of Supervisors. You have shown great concern and gratitude for the working class members of this county, and we thank you for your support of this resolution. And I have time left. Boy, I didn't have to rush that at all. So again, thank you. It was a long and diligent process, but yes, I agree that we have something that we can all be proud of. So thank you.
Thank you. Tom Traeger, followed by Scott Beal.
Good afternoon, Board President, Supervisors. My name is Tom Traer. I've had the pleasure of meeting several of you, and I appreciate you allowing me to come here and speak on behalf of the Project Labor Agreement. Project Labor Agreements often are framed in the sense of the benefits to the workers and the benefits to the community. However, I want to point out there are benefits to the constructors and to the contractors as well. Project labor agreements promote predictability, coordination, and efficiency on infrastructure projects, which obviously helps the contractors in the end cut their bottom line and make more money. This also avoids strikes and lockouts. Again, an uninterrupted job site is a successful job site and an efficient job site. It also provides construction management tools for planning projects, controlling costs, and ensuring workforce stability. Again, these are all things that are massive benefits to those building the projects. So on top of the benefits to the community, including myself, I'm a lifelong member of San Mateo County, born in Belmont, went to school in Carmont, graduated in 2001. I have 10 seconds left. I'd really like to thank all of you for taking this motion up today. And Bart, again, I'd like to thank you for negotiating this. And we have 3 seconds. Thank you again. Have a great day.
Thank you. Scott Beal, followed by Greg Hardiman.
Hello, Board President Canepa and honorable supervisors. My name is Scott Beal, and I represent the plumbers and HVAC mechanics here in San Mateo County, and we are the building trades. Project labor agreements stabilize public construction costs and keep bidding competitive. Labor makes up only about 23% of the cost, and it's declining share overall. PLAs don't reduce competition. Union and non-union contractors alike can bid. They ensure skilled tradespeople deliver safe, productive, and high-quality work. In short, PLAs act as an insurance policy to help owners, taxpayers control costs. Thank you for advancing this in the agenda item today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Greg Hardiman, followed by Anthony Nuance.
Good afternoon, President Canepa, supervisors, and staff. My name is Greg Hardiman. I'm with the International Union of Elevator Constructors, Local 8, and we are the building trades as well. Project labor agreements ensure projects are completed on time and within budget. PLA is an insurance policy for the taxpayers, guaranteeing that infrastructure is built by competent workers trained to deliver the highest standards and craftspersonship. Projects built with PLAs have been found to be completed up to 19% faster than projects without PLAs, and study shows that projects covered under PLAs are completed on time and within budget. Thank you for your movement on this agenda today, and thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Nuance, followed by Diego Hernandez.
Good afternoon, Board President and Supervisors. My name is Anthony Nuanez, and I represent the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades.
Could you speak directly into the mic?
And we are the building trades. Project labor agreements deliver job quality for workers and strengthen public budgets. PLAs establish market competitive wages and safe working conditions that attract skilled workers. Workers covered by PLAs earn higher wages and are more likely to have health care coverage. PLAs result in fewer construction workers living in poverty. PLAs strengthen public budgets because they mean workers are contributing more in income taxes and sales taxes and are less likely to rely on government assistance programs like food stamps and Medicaid. Thank you for your movement on this agenda item.
Thank you. Diego Hernandez, followed by Max Shimko.
Hello, my name is Diego Hernandez, and I'm with the Labor's Union, Local 261. I'll just keep it short. We're in support of this, getting this adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Max Shimko, followed by our last speaker from Chambers, Anthony Urbina.
Good afternoon, Board President Canepa, Supervisors. My name is Maxwell Shumko. I'm from the IBW Local 617 in San Mateo, proud electricians, and we are the building trades. Project labor agreements boost training, improve safety, and combat labor shortages. PLAs boost investments in apprenticeship training for the next generation of skilled construction workers like myself. I was once an apprentice. PLAs invest in our joint labor management apprenticeship programs, which train 7 out of 10 construction apprentices in America. Workers trained in joint labor management apprenticeship programs have 31% lower injury rates, and union worker work sites have 34% fewer OSHA violations. PLA make contractors less likely to experience project completion delays due to work shortages. Worker turnover is 33% less likely to occur when union labor is employed on infrastructure projects. I'm a product of San Mateo County, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you for taking up this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker from Chambers, Anthony Urbina.
Good afternoon. Hello, board presidents and supervisors. My name is Anthony Urbina. I live in San Mateo County, and I represent the Sheet Metal Workers Union, Local 104. We're proud members of the building trades, and we're committed to helping local workforce thrive. Project labor agreements are crucial for our community. They expand local hiring, create opportunities for disadvantaged workers, and build a stronger workforce. PLAs ensure more local residents, especially those from underrepresented communities, are hired for these projects. They support veterans, and they require registered apprentices, ensuring a well-trained workforce. Union employers under PLAs are twice as likely to offer diversity and inclusion training and to recruit people of color and LGBTQ+ members. PLAs also minimize risks, helping San Mateo County deliver projects successfully. A strong county is built with project labor agreements. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, please proceed with online comments.
Thank you. As a reminder, we're on item number 13 for the project labor agreement item. 3 speakers, Julie Lind, followed by John Medina. Julie, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Julie Lind with the San Mateo Labor Council, representing 104 unions and over 90,000 working families countywide. Thank you so much to President Canepa and Vice President Corzo for co-sponsoring this important legislation. And thank you to County Executive Callaghan and staff for working closely with us to craft this strong, thoughtful project labor agreement before you today. As you've heard iterated, PLAs deliver real community benefits and strong safety standards. They also open doors for local hiring, apprenticeships, and good paying jobs, building pathways into the middle class for our residents. In short, they're the best tool to both protect public dollars and invest in the skilled workforce that keeps San Mateo County moving forward. Thank you all for your consideration, and we urge your support. Let's make sure every public works project in San Mateo County is built by local workers under fair conditions and for the public good. Thank you.
Thank you, Julie. John Medina, followed by X. John, please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Sherry. This is John Medina, San Mateo resident, a parent, coach. I'm also county commissioner on Measure K oversight, representative of the Building Trades Council, and a business agent with Sprinkler Fitters Local 483. Responsible policies like this will inevitably lead into equitable building trades career opportunities for our local county residents and students from the surrounding school districts. I want to thank all those who support this policy and look forward to showing you all that this opportunities that this will create. And yeah, thank you very much. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
Thank you, John. Our last speaker, X, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I want to address one of the prior comments about how labor unions are twice as likely to offer DEI training. That's against the law, number one. Number two, as a real estate developer for 20 years that built extremely large projects, including communities, I always added 10 or 15% if I was required to include a union. Unions are actually bully thugs that actually drive small businesses out of business. They don't add value to the community. most of the higher wages go to the union leaders who then funnel it to politicians. I think there's like a 98% rate of campaign contributions from unions to the Democratic Party, and that pretty much says it all. Thank you.
Thank you. No further speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you so much, Mr. X. I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I'd like to motion to approve the PLA ordinance.
I just want to be super clear. The resolution for the contract is the motion to approve the resolution to approve the contract.
Okay. Yes. Sorry.
Second.
I motion to approve the contract.
Yeah, but we have a second.
I'll take the roll call. Thank you. Supervisor Spear? Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
All right. Thank you very much.
Through the chair, I'd like to make a motion that we move the item 15 up. I know that the residents have been sitting here all morning, and I want to just acknowledge that. I know we have a long day.
Okay.
If we could accommodate that, that would be great.
Okay. What we're going to do is we'll take item 16 and then item 15. Okay.
Again, I know it's a hassle, but just to make sure the record is clear, we'll just go ahead and have a motion, a further motion to move item 15 up to take it right after, was it item 16? Is that?
Yep, 16.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right. So there's so moved. Okay. Is there a second?
All right, I'll take the roll call. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
All right. This brings us to a joyous item as well. Item 16 is to adopt a resolution authorizing a one-time grant of district discretionary Measure K funds not to exceed $50,000 to Sustainable San Mateo County. This item is sponsored by me. Thank you for joining us, and thank you, former Mayor of Burlingame, Terry Nagel, for being here.
Good morning, President Canepa, honorable supervisors, and Executive Callaghy. I'm Sarah Hubbard, Executive Director of Sustainable San Mateo County. For more than 30 years, the organization has been a trusted source of data and community education on sustainability in this county. With online tools, community forums, and partnerships, we provide data and proven solutions that help cities, businesses, and residents make informed decisions about housing, greenhouse gas emissions, equity priorities, and more. Our impact is real. We have influenced city climate action plans and identified gaps in affordable housing, transportation, childcare, and many other issues. Our free sustainability dashboard helps everyone understand how the 20 cities and the county's unincorporated areas are performing on more than 90 sustainability metrics. And we all know that what gets measured matters. Today, we're here to talk about the next step in that work, applying an equity lens to our dashboard data through the development of a City View report. Our City View project will work with community groups to identify the data they need for their own advocacy, highlight disparities within the county by neighborhood, income level, language access, and other areas, and provide both government and community partners with city-specific reports that offer clear, credible data to inform funding requests, policies, and resource allocation. We've already secured initial funding to begin this work, and community partners are ready to engage. We're requesting the county's support to ensure this project can reach its full potential. The project will directly support your priorities, advancing equity, improving transparency, and ensuring resources go to where they're needed most. By investing in this effort, you'll empower residents, community groups, and policymakers with the data to create more equitable and sustainable county. Thank you for your time and leadership in making San Mateo County a healthier, more equitable, and more sustainable place for everyone.
Thank you so much. Terry, why don't you come up, Terry? Would you like to say a couple words?
I'll just echo what she said.
Perfect. All right. Thank you. Any comments from the board?
I think their work is outstanding. They do it on the slimmest of budgets, and I wholeheartedly support it.
Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. President. I do have one speaker on 16. Sarah Hubbard. Oh, it was, okay. Sorry. Thank you. Okay. So no additional comments from chambers. Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Those on Zoom, please click raise hand for item 16. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Supervisor Spear, would you like to make the motion? All right. Would you like to second?
Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Have a great day, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Right. Item 15.
All right. Item 15. That is to adopt a resolution. Item A, B, and C. This is regarding 3335 Spring Street in the unincorporated county of San Mateo.
Thank you, colleagues. Today we are considering the purchase of property at 335 Spring Street to house San Mateo County's Housing Youth Services Program. I want to begin by acknowledging that whenever a new use is introduced in the community, it can raise questions and concerns from residents. I appreciate the community's engagement on this matter. At the same time, I think it's important to provide clarity about what this program is, who it serves, and why this investment matters for our county. San Mateo County's Housing Youth Service Program provides interim housing and support to transitional age youth as they move towards independent living. This program is a direct investment in preventing homelessness and providing youth with stability and skills they need to successfully transition into adulthood. The program helps housing insecure youth overcome barriers to permanent housing through case management, job skills, counseling, financial literacy, and life skills. It previously operated in a single home on Douglas Avenue in Redwood City, which closed in 2025, creating the need for a new site to keep this vital program running. I also like to address any misperceptions. I understand the concern of the community, and I want to provide clarity to residents of District 4. This is not a halfway house or a program for individuals in the criminal justice system. This is a program to encourage and empower young people who do not have a support system. The property is a single-family home, which is the same type of structure that the program was held before, comparable to others in the neighborhood. It offers good access to school, jobs, transit, and services, making it well-suited for the program. As a result of community input, I asked this item to be pulled and agendized for today for further discussion. The county, specifically the Office of Community Affairs, has hosted a community meeting. Then we launched a dedicated frequently asked question webpage and distributed flyers to ensure accurate information is available. We remain committed to ongoing dialogue with neighbors. My staff is here. They can connect with you. Restoring this program ensures young people have the stability and tools to succeed at a critical stage in life. This reduces risk of long-term homelessness and strengthens our community. It reflects our county's values and shared prosperity, compassion, and opportunity for all. Approving this purchase ensures continuity of a vital program and sends a clear message to San Mateo County that San Mateo County believes in its youth. This is about giving them stability, dignity, and the chance to build stronger futures. And I'm looking at the county manager. At one point, we were talking about up to 12 residents. I would like to recommend that we would start smaller, maybe with 4 to 6 in the beginning.
Yes, Supervisor Gaucher, that's something that you and I have spoken about, and we're going to take your recommendation and implement that for the first 6 months. We're going to start with no more than 6 individuals, just to ensure the operations go very smoothly.
Thank you. Through the chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any comments on this item? Yes.
So I wanted to, at our last meeting when this item was pulled and we got public comment during non-agendized items. For agenda items on consent, I was honestly a little disappointed in our community by some of the public comments referring to foster youth as criminals or potential threats to community. I started my career working with foster youth in the city of San Francisco. I worked in a residential group home. I worked as an employment and education specialist supporting transitional age foster youth. So I have a lot of insight into the needs and the struggles of this community. And, I understand that stigma always exists and that people have concerns, and I don't want to take away from the validity of those concerns, but I would ask that this community be open to welcoming new neighbors and getting to know them and getting to know their stories. They're not bad people. They're not bad kids who nobody wanted. They, through no fault of their own, have had struggles forced upon them, and it could have been because, a death in their family or immigration or whatever it is, right? We don't know their stories. They could be victims of abuse that deserve a second chance, that deserve to be welcomed with open arms, that want to contribute to the neighborhood and the community, and they deserve a safe place to call home. I personally would welcome a home like this in my neighborhood if I had the ability to control that. I know that sometimes we have a fear of the unknown, but for those of us that have worked with this population, we recognize all that they've had to overcome, and they're not perfect, but they have a right, just like other young people, to make age-appropriate mistakes and to be supported through those mistakes. And I know folks have come prepared with their comments, and I know that we will hear those comments and we welcome those comments, but I want to ask that folks just pause for a second and really think about what kind of treatment would you want if you were a young person in their age, in their situation? How would you want your kids, if God forbid they had lost you in a car accident or something, to be supported by a community if they didn't have parents that were there to support them? So I want to ask for people to dig deep and kind of reflect on what I'm sharing before they give their comments, because I got to tell you, if I was a young person and I was aware that this debate was happening, I would be really hurt. I would be really hurt, and I would feel stepped on when life has already stepped on me so much. So please be kind. Please try to reframe how you're thinking about this, and I will hand it over to the chair. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Can we take public comment?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I do have several speakers from Chambers, and then we'll take speakers from Zoom. Diane Olum, followed by Elisa Martinez.
Thank you very much for allowing us to take a lunch break be here before our lunch break. My name is Diane Ella. I live on Spring Street in River City, and I have been on a 3-week vacation, came home on Saturday and heard all about this. So this is very informative to me. I am a volunteer and have been a volunteer for the last 20 years with the San Mateo County Service League. I also have been a foster parent to a 15-year-old gentleman in East Palo Alto. When he was 15 years old, he came and lived with me. And I put him through a private school down in San Jose. So I have quite a bit of experience with foster kids and the transition that happens at the age of 18. They need a place to stay. Let me just tell you that I bought my house in Redwood City back in 1978 and have tried to maintain the community as a family environment. And again, the family, we are a family community, and we are opposing adamantly against this home at 335 Spring Street to maintain our small community. And years ago, our community went and installed by our expense the Spring Street bumps on the road to slow down the traffic. And so we just want to really urge that our council reconsider the proposal of purchasing this residency. The
If we
traffic,
can wrap up.
We're 1 block from the elementary school, and I just think that there's some other communities that might be better suited for these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Elisa Martinez, followed by Mary Hollander.
Firstly, I want to say thank you for moving this agenda item forward. I totally understand what you're saying about needing transitional homes for young adults that are transitioning out. And it's not that we're not sympathetic. It really isn't. This house is literally within probably 500 feet from an elementary school. These are young adults, to your point, that are not coming from the most optimal situations. We have young families, we have retirees that are in play. So there's a lot of nervousness about having transitional youth in our neighborhood. It's not us being unsympathetic at all. At the last meeting, the board agreed to adjourn this matter to address certain of the questions. One of the other things that you approved was a second community meeting to allow dialogue and discourse, not information through a passive means of an FAQ system. And so I ask this board to please adjourn again this decision, schedule the second community meeting, and listen to what your constituents, your voters, are asking of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Hollander, followed by Maria Fraboni.
I do apologize if I'm repeating myself, but I had it all written out, so I'm going to read what I wrote. I have read the posted FAQs that
Can
were...
you put the microphone closer?
Oh, I'm sorry. I have read the posted FAQs that were provided in lieu of the in-person community meeting, which was noted as next steps on the August 26th Board Supervisors meeting. Firstly, I am not happy that the county chose to take this approach instead of holding a community meeting relating to this very important matter, which will impact our neighborhood. We have many concerns and comments about the 3355 Spring Street project that are not addressed. My other concern is that information listed on the FAQs is not correct. For example, Spring Street is not identified as having Samtrans transportation line. It does not. The nearest Samtrans line runs on Bay Road. How many similar projects are there in both the city and unincorporated areas? If so, where are they located? What is the success rate for individuals graduating from this program? If there is a problem with the resident, for example, bad behavior, etc., how will this be mitigated? Are they asked to leave? I really hope you will listen to our concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Maria Fraboni, followed by Alfonso Avila.
Hello. On 8/26, Supervisor Gauthier promised another community meeting before this vote, and that has not happened. So why is this vote even happening today? This home originated as a 3-bedroom, 2-bath in 1947. It sold as a 5-bedroom, 4-bath in 2024. Now it's listed as a 6-bedroom. I could not find any permits for 3 of the 6 bedrooms. Please provide those permits. If you can't, how can the county, who enforces the permit laws, legally purchase a home that does not have proper permits? You message transit availability as a reason to purchase, but the transit score for this property is 3.2 out of 10, where the average in San Mateo County is 7.7. I identified and emailed 4 other properties in the county that have much higher transit scores and cost significantly less than $2 million, and most of them with 7 bedrooms. Another question is, do all of the bedrooms meet the 100 square foot rule for double occupancy? I've seen these bedrooms and they are extremely small, so I don't think 2 people can fit in those bedrooms. Parking is horrible here, so how do you plan to address this situation? Again, we were promised another community meeting, which has not happened, so I urge you to vote no on this situation, and please provide the proper permits for this home, because I don't think the second story was totally permitted. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker from Chambers is Alfonso Avila. I think he left. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed with Zoom comments.
Okay. Great, thank you so much. Do we have any other public comment?
Sure. Madam Clerk, please proceed with Zoom comments.
Yes, thank you. We do have 7 hands raised in Zoom. We'll start with Jazz, followed by Alfonso. Jazz, please unmute and begin.
Thank you for hosting this. My main concerns, while I would be quite happy or reasonably supportive of 6 people in the bedroom, in the house, what I've seen online, places like Service League of San Mateo host 2 women or 3 men per bedroom, which means up to 18 people could be housed in this. We had this discussion earlier today about fire safety. There's no way that could even be legal. Similarly, for permitting, I don't see how people could safely egress, especially if they're in wheelchairs. While I do support community support for people who are needing support, like adult men and women who have had bad prior lives and need support to get out of it, I literally don't think this is a reasonable thing for up to 12 or 18 people. I also will point out that the 9th Street apartments are quite risky for transitional youth, and they're literally 1-minute walk away from this house. It seems quite dangerous.
Thank you so much. Through the clerk, can we have the last call for speakers virtually?
Sure, Mr. President. Members of the public on Zoom, if you wish to speak on this item, this is the final call to raise your hand. The final call is made, and so the last speaker for this item will be Sarah. So our final 9 hands are Alfonso, who I believe is the next speaker, Gail Morris, followed by Eric. Alfonso, please unmute and begin.
Hello, my name is Alfonso Avila. I'm born and raised here in Redwood City and North Fair Oaks. And my first thing I want to say is that I'm definitely in support of this kind of program. This program is essential for our community, and I think that it needs to be done. That said, I think it's the right program at the wrong location. As many people mentioned before, it's very close to Taft School. There is no public line for buses on Spring Street. It is actually on Bay Road, which is where the actual stop is a mere 10, 15 feet from Taft School. If public transit is that important, Caltrain is our peninsula's great connector. I feel like that would be a much more appropriate location for something like this. With that said, I think myself and talking to other neighbors in the community, we felt a certain level of a little bit of disrespect with how little communication we had about this. There was one community meeting, it was not advertised well, and then the vote was set to be within 7 days of that. And I think that had this project been proposed in Menlo Park, at their 10 other more affluent communities, there would have been a lot more communication and certainly a lot more community meetings. And so we're just asking for the same level of as respect that you would give those other communities and give us a chance to come together, have dialogue, and have more community meetings to really discuss this issue. And that is what I would like to propose, that the vote is either a no today or pushed out so that we can actually have the time and space for that dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. Gail Morris, please unmute and begin.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm Gail Morris. I live in the Fair Oaks neighborhood. We've been here for 46 years, and I agree with all of the previous speakers, especially Alfonso. My concern is that although you say the kids have no criminality history, how do we know they don't have any mental health problems or drug problems? Also, as far as the parking, if you drive down that street on a weekday after work, that everybody is parking on the sidewalk. The streets are jam-packed full of cars for the residents. Where is staff and other people, visitors, going to park? We don't want them parking down our streets and taking up our area. Also, there are plenty of other houses on the west side that could probably work well for these people. I feel like you use our neighborhood as a dumping ground for transitional housing. We also have another facility, 2686 Spring Street, which is another shelter. I think we don't need another one in our area. This is a family-oriented neighborhood with young children and seniors. And we just are very opposed to this project and would like more information or another meeting at another time to get more clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, Gail. Eric, followed by In Our Care SMC. Eric, please unmute and begin.
Hello, I wanted to just speak about this a little bit and noticed that there were probably 95% of the community at the community meeting that were opposed to this plan. It doesn't make financial sense for the county to spend money. They're spending $2 million, one of the highest prices of the homes in this area on, started out as a 3-bedroom, getting to 6-bedroom, to pack it in, make it high density housing where they're going to have 2 to 3 people per room. It's going to create garbage and a lot of extra cars in the area for people visiting. And there's better suited areas near El Camino Real, which has stores, which has commercial entertainment areas and lots of opportunities for these transitional youth, rather than an area that's quiet and already has county neglect. People are parking on the sidewalks. There's overgrown bushes, even in this house, onto the sidewalk, such that you can't walk past it. And it's doesn't make a lot of financial sense, especially when you're
Thank you. Can you please
trying to
wrap
provide
up your
community.
comments?
Yes, you're trying to provide continuity in an area because of a previous youth housing that has collapsed, and we don't understand that why. We don't want to put another one in this area. Thanks.
Thank you. In Our Care SMC, followed by Ariane and Ryan. In Our Care, please unmute.
Thank you. My name is Rebecca Keeler. I am a co-founder of In Our Care, San Mateo County, which is an organization that honors the humanity of our youth. I'm very in favor of this project, and I've written to all of you in regards to that. Several of you know the work that we're doing in the community with youth. These kids are not criminals like anyone else. Of course, they could have problems, as anybody that moves into our neighborhood could. I live between Bay and Spring. I walk by this house all the time. My concern, my comments are going to be different than I thought they were when I started this, based on hearing the other concerns. It sounds like there was supposed to be another meeting that there has not been, and I was not aware of this situation, and I'm very involved in youth issues. So I would like to support this. I like to make myself available to help you work on this project. And I'd like to say it sounds like maybe the community needs to be more involved in this. And please do reach out to me. Several of you know how to reach me. Please reach out to me. I'm happy to help support this in a way that will work well for the community as well as these children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ariane and Ryan, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Teresita Perez. I am a resident in the area and I do live off of 11th Avenue between Bay and Spring. I would just like to note that I do not have any objection to this program or to helping our youth, especially foster kids, have a hard time once they reach a certain age and they need that little bit of extra support. I just agree again with the comments that have been made before us that there just hasn't been enough discussion in the community. I myself have also emailed inquiring about other properties that might be better suited, especially since one of the requirements seemed to be a more central location with easy access to public transit between Menlo Atherton High School and Sequoia. And there just seems to be a lot of better options out there that are available even within the last week that haven't been reviewed, of course, because this house has kind of been selected and then, all searches stopped. So it would just be great to, again, have the meeting that we were told we would happen at the end of the last time that we all showed up to ask more questions.
Thank you. Next speaker, X, followed by Emily So. X, please unmute and begin.
Yes, hi. This is kind of deja vu with Millbrae La Quinta, where it was opposed. Can you hear me? Because the clock hasn't started. There it goes.
Yes.
La Quinta, because you were calling the lots of people in the community were calling Millbrae citizens that did not want basically a drug rehab place in their neighborhood racist and bigots. I was actually appalled by the comments that I heard today. These are kids, no fault of their own, aging out of the foster care system. I've been a big advocate in my community for this. Burlingame gives the San Mateo Leadership Council, which are working adults, a grant every year. And I told them grants should go to kids, foster kids. They should not be kicked out of the door at 18. If you look at San Francisco, a lot of the drug tourists that come here from other areas are kids that were kicked out of foster care and then they turn to drugs. This is our opportunity to get these kids in our community and show them that they are cared for and loved and give them training so that they can start a good, productive life. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Emily So, followed by Jenny Michelle. Emily, please unmute and begin.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to speak. And I do want to acknowledge that social services are vital. And many of the residents that I speak to, we are not opposed to helping youth, foster youth. We are all touched by it. I have foster youth in my family. So we do not oppose helping vulnerable children become productive members of society. I am reiterating what everyone else has said. I recognized communication went out again. However, it did not go all the way down from Spring Street to Bay on 10th Avenue. Members of the community took it upon themselves to educate the community. And that is what we are calling for as a whole, as I listen to a lot of the feedback, is educate the community. How can we help? How can we help the youth? But we are not able to if we are not educated and given the proper voice and dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. Jenny Michelle, followed by Sarah. Jenny, please unmute and begin.
Dear board and staff, I'm Jenny Michelle from District 4 Menlo Park. Personal comments. I support this project and the efforts of the county. I am also a recovering not in my backyard resident. I regret daily fighting against an actual transitional housing project at 557 Willow Road in Menlo Park. The parcel that we literally look down upon from our apartment about 15 feet away. Because of my childhood abuse, I could have been one of these young people who would benefit from this housing. And after my mother died when I was 20, I did end up homeless. It was worse than all my other hardships combined, no doubt. If this deal doesn't work out, the 557 Willow parcel is still undeveloped, and I'd be more than welcome to have this project in my backyard. We're about to default on our housing element, so you might be able to go 39 stories and accommodate even more residents. And hashtag double bonus, the 296 Sam Trans comes every 15 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our last speaker, Sarah, please unmute and begin. Sarah, your mic is on, but there's no sound. Sarah, we still can't hear you. Mr. President, I defer to you. The microphone is on, but there's no activity.
All right.
Oh, hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. I'm Sarah. I live on Spring Street nearby this house. I agree with a lot of the other comments that have already been made about this. I am 100% for the fact that youth need a place to land after the foster care system. However, I don't think this house is the right spot for that. The house isn't big enough. There isn't sufficient transportation for them to reach whatever location it is. There's not sufficient parking. There's not sufficient room in the yard of the property. It's basically going, it sounds like even if it's only 6 people for 6 months, that could go up after 6 months and we would have no control over that. And it sounds like you're looking for somewhere to warehouse these youths. And I think that is more disrespectful to them than anything else. And I would, if I was a parent of these youths, I would be concerned with how close it is to the apartments nearby and some of the activities that go on at those apartments. They have a direct line to even more drug use or even sex trafficking that may or may not be going on at those apartments. So this is the right program. It's not the right location. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, Mr. President. I'll turn it to Mr. Clerk for written comments.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. President, before I read the 2 comments that we received, I just want to mention for the public that after this item concludes, I just want to provide an update. So once this item concludes, the board will take recess and discuss closed session items. Afterwards, the board will reconvene here in board chambers and finish the rest of the agenda, the regular agenda. Once that concludes, the board will then head over to Manzanita Hall for the 1 p.m. study session. The 1 p.m. study session is just time certain, but it can start anytime after 1 p.m. So just an update for the public because they might be waiting near the Manzanita Hall. But you're welcome to come to this board chambers and you can listen to the meeting. So the 2 comments that I received, one is from Mike Morris. He's been living here for 26 years and does not support this, is against this this project. And the next one is from Sandy Procalis. As a resident of North Fair Oaks, I wanted to express my support for South County youth housing. So she is in support. Just end up written comments, Mr. President.
Great. Bring it back to the board.
No, I want to thank everyone who spent time here today. I want to thank staff for, we did have one meeting. I don't recall saying we were going to be back in community, but I knew we were going to pause this meeting, and we created a frequently asked questions list so that we can get information out to you. Real estate doesn't wait, unfortunately. We don't have another months to delay the purchase of the property. However, it will take time to prepare the property. So we're not moving people in within months. It will take a little while. We are going to move slow. We are still working with the community, but I'm going to make the recommendation that we move forward, and I hope my colleagues will join me. And I would like to make a motion that we move forward with, let me see, John. Our intent to purchase the real property described at 3335 Spring Street for $2 million. 2, that we authorize the president of the board to execute a real estate purchase and sales agreement. And then 3, authorize the county executives or their designee to execute a certificate of acceptance.
Second.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. May I have a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canaba?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
Yes.
I would really hope that we would take some time with the community and introduce them to some of these young people that may be living there. There's, I think, a profile of foster children that is not necessarily what we are talking about. These are foster children who have aged out of foster care, but they tend to be young people that are trying to build productive lives. And as someone who has been a foster parent, I must tell you that this is an opportunity for us to be a community. And I don't think we've handled this particularly well. I think that we did what we had to do under the law in terms of notifying people. But in fairness, we should have been notifying the community in a larger universe. But having knowledge is actually a good part of being able to recognize that there's goodness in all of this. So I hope that we will continue to work with the community there to help them recognize that these are young people that deserve our support.
Great, thank you. We're going to move into a closed session. Just for the public's knowledge, when we come back, we will take 11, 12. We will then conclude with item 14 and then head over to the Manzanita room. It's approximately 1:15 now. I don't think the next items are going to take very long, but we will go to a closed session for substantial discussion. So with that, we will adjourn into closed session.
Thank you all. The time is now 1:14 p.m. and the board is currently in recess. Give me 1 second. Let me start. You want me to start, Supervisor? There she is.
All right, great. Supervisor Corzo. Through County Council.
Thank you, Mr. President. The time is now 1:58 p.m. We're back in open session, and all the supervisors are present in chambers, and Supervisor Mueller is online as well. So please proceed.
Great, thank you so much. Colleagues, we do have a report out by the county attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to report that the board authorized on a 5-0 unanimous vote an appeal of a writ under the California Public Records Act brought by Sheriff Christina Corpus in San Mateo County Superior Court case number 25 CIV 02539. And that's my report out.
Colleagues, it's come to my attention that we'd like to move to the next meeting, items 11 and 12. Can I get a motion to move items 11 and 12?
Second.
Okay.
Very good.
I'll take the roll call.
Roll call, please.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Corzo.
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller.
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher.
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes. Items 11 and 12 have been moved to the next agenda.
We're at our final item. This is item 14. It's to adopt a resolution in support of Proposition 50 to temporarily authorize changes to the congressional district maps and affirm California's commitment to fair, nonpartisan redistricting nationwide. Supervisor Gaucher.
I don't have the thing in front of me, so if you can read.
Sure. Do you want me to read the?
Mr. President, I thought we were going to take the TEFRA item as well, which is
you-
item 12.
Would you like us to take the TEFRA?
Yes, please.
Why don't we take Proposition 50, and then we'll go back to TEFRA. Is that okay?
Okay.
Great. Colleagues, I just want to recognize what we're doing around Proposition 50. As you know, both Supervisor Gaucher and I yesterday participated in a rally with Assemblymember Assemblymember Diane Pappin, Councilmember Gina Pappin, as well as Senator Josh Becker and Mark Berman. That rally was a coalition of business, labor, and community. As you are well aware of, Proposition 50, which comes before the voters on November 4th, is a proposition really that is based in equity and fairness. As many of you know, the Texas legislature is moving forward with really, as Governor Newsom has said, really rigging the election. It's absolutely atrocious what is happening to our democracy. And we've heard the many comments today about whether it's LGBTQ rights, whether it's women's rights, whether it's just what has happened to our immigrant communities. And Proposition 50, it's not just happening in Texas potentially, but we're looking at potentially Kansas and Missouri. In fact, our Vice President, J.D. Vance, has said clearly that they are looking at other places to enact gerrymandering. This is an extraordinary situation. This is about a fight for democracy, a fight against authoritarian rule, and a fight against election rigging. I and many others cannot be silenced by Republicans in Congress in Texas who want to strip our state's influence related to the economy, as mentioned, women's rights, climate change, and so many other critical issues we value. And so I know there are some concerns about this, but we live in extraordinary times. We live in times where people's rights are being taken away, where we have our National Guard being deployed in counties. And as the governor And Senator Patia have eloquently said, this is something that they don't want to do, but it's something that needs to be done. Now, this is a lot different than what Texas is doing, right? This gives the power to the voters. And so on November 4th, in a true democracy, not a Trump democracy, we'll have the ability to weigh in. Silence is the easy way. Silence allows people, especially bullies, to move forward with an agenda that's extraordinarily harmful. The economic consequences are unparalleled. Let's look, and I know we're going through our county budget coming up in September, the revisions. We've seen, because of this administration, how many dollars the county could potentially lose. And so whether it's healthcare, whether it's public safety, these are things that adversely affect us. And so I'm delighted to join Supervisor Gaucher in this matter. And remember, this is something that is temporary. This is something that is temporary to 2030. The arc of justice is important, and I think making sure that we move forward with this allows us to sort of counter, which is a Republican offensive. And I won't even say Republican. I have a lot of Republican friends out there. I'll say the Trump offensive to make sure that our democracy is protected. And so with that, Supervisor Gaucher, I don't know if you have any comments.
Sure, I'll just make quick remarks. You know, when I'm out in the community, a lot of community members are asking what can they do in the light of everything that's going on in the nation. And I think this item puts it in the hands of the voters of California and it will allow them to vote their conscience. And while protesting is something that you can do, you can also vote your conscience and make sure that you're heard. If it's okay with you, I can share the comments that Member Liccardo shared. He says, I'm grateful for the leadership of the San Mateo County, of San Mateo County, who recognize the imperative of California standing together to defend our nation against the autocrat, gerrymandering, and corrupt electoral manipulation of Donald Trump. And that's the end of his comments. So we did receive support and comments from our Congress people as well. So thank you.
All right. Are there any comments from my colleagues on this? Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I just want to add that I think it's really important that we rise to meet the moment in our nation and recognize the risk that we currently face. There are many people who are being hurt on a daily basis by the lack of inaction. And while I have always and will always respect, when they go high, we go low, there's also the reality. And actually, Michelle Obama has addressed that specific comment of hers because she says, right now, times are different. And so I do think that we have to meet the moment. And we have to recognize that we are in a fight for the soul of our nation. And we have to fight as hard as we can in every single way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, President Canepa. While I personally intend to vote for this proposition, and I believe all of us could endorse this proposition individually, as a matter of principle, I'm going to abstain on this resolution, using the county's power to endorse, as Proposition 50's underlying purpose is plainly partisan, to favor one political party over another in the redrawing of congressional district lines. The County Board of Supervisors on which we serve, per the State Elections Code, exists as a nonpartisan body. Now, I recognize this board is legally allowed to pass this resolution, and I also do not dispute the board's authority to weigh in on political matters. But the distinction I make today is on the difference between what is partisan versus what is political. For example, one might argue other measures or propositions this board has endorsed were political matters driven by underlying policy concerns. But even if they somehow were, I'm unaware of any driven by partisan concerns to affect partisan elections. All that being said, I respect my colleagues in their vote. My vote is a matter of my own personal principles and ethics. just as I expect other nonpartisan county offices, such as the Elections Office, the Controller's Office, the District Attorney's Office, and the Tax Collector's Office to exercise their county-granted powers without displaying a political bias toward a person claiming membership in one political party over another. So I will restrain myself in the use of the county's power in the same manner.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Mueller. Do we have Supervisor Spear?
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, normally I would be of the mind that we should each individually express our position on this proposition and not have it come before this body. But I have been approached in grocery stores and on the street by people saying, what should I do? You know, there's a phrase in Texas that's don't mess with Texas. And I think our message is don't mess with California. This is disaster mitigation. This is temporary. This is not a legislature that's ramming this down the throats of the voters. As Mr. President had said, this is going to come before the voters in California to address. It was James Madison in Federalist Number 47 that said, the accumulation of all powers, legislative, executive, and judiciary in the same hands, whether of one, a few, or many, may justly be the pronouncement of the very definition of tyranny. What we are doing here is preventing tyranny.
Public comment.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speakerships from chambers for this item. So, Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public on Zoom, we're on item 14. Please click raise hand to comment. At 4 speakers, we'll start with Mary B, followed by X. Mary, please unmute and begin.
Last call for speakers.
Thank you so much. My name is Mary Bevins, San Mateo resident, founder of Indivisible San Mateo. Indivisible San Mateo is not partisan. The over 2,000 people who joined us on the street in June on No King's Day were Democrats, Republicans, independents, and no party preference. All of us are pro-democracy. Prop 50 is not political. It's pro-democracy by leveling the congressional playing field. Just like in Georgia, when Trump told the Republicans to find him 11,780 votes so he could win the presidency, he's done the same with Texas, telling them to redraw their 5 congressional districts to favor him, which Texas did. In Texas, people don't get to vote on this. In California, we do. We get to vote yes on Prop 50 to temporarily change our 5 districts until after the 2028 elections to level the playing field and play fair. Yes on Prop 50 is not political. It's pro-democracy, crucially so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. My apologies, Mr. President. Members of the public, the final call was made, so please do raise your hand for this item 14. Okay, and we have our 5 speakers, one of which was already called, so we are down to our 4 speakers. And a 5th hand just went up, so we are back to, let me just see here.
And I know we've just made our final call for speakers. Is that right, Madam Clerk?
Yes. Okay. That's right. Okay, we'll now go back to X. And Mary B just spoke, and our last speaker will be Laura Gomez. X, please unmute and begin.
No, Trump did not tell Texas to flip 5 congressional seats. Democrats started this when Biden's Department of Justice sued Galveston County, Texas, claiming its congressional maps were unconstitutional regarding a minority majority district, which was not settled law at the time. It was a case of first impression. When the federal judge agreed with Biden, the Department of Justice ordered Texas to comply with the court's order and redraw the district. So this entire controversy was triggered by Democrats, not Trump. Now California wants to lecture the rest of the nation about fair redistricting. What about the 2020 census, which overcounted California and undercounted states like Texas, added millions of illegals who are counted towards our representation, and California ends up with an inflated number of congressional seats, which are tilted Democrat? That's not fair. That's
tyranny. And for Jackie Spear to claim that tyranny in the power of hands of one group, what about California, Jackie? And what are you actually protecting? Your power, the fact that you were on the oversight committee in Congress and have some legal jeopardy.
Please, no personal assaults. Next speaker, please.
Sure, and the timer is up. So we'll go to Sid Young, followed by Willie Moss. Please do adhere to the timer, everyone. Sid, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I forgot to wish Suki happy birthday. I was on the 2020 census as a volunteer for the non-response follow-up. And that's when redistricting happens every 10 years, not midterm like this. The thing Trump did during his first term in office was to stop the census count before it was finished. So whatever the last speaker was rambling on about it being overcounted, I think it was undercounted, and Jackie Spear lost her seat in Congress because of it. So, or at least that position, our district area lost a seat. And I'm totally in favor of Proposition 50 only because you've got to fight fire with fire. And I don't think they're playing fair. So that's why I'm in favor of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sid. Willie Moss, please unmute and begin.
On here. Okay. Well, can you hear me? I'm not sure. Yeah, good. Okay. The council's echoed a lot of the points that I wanted to make, but I think I need to restate it. My name is Dr. William Moss. I've been a resident of San Mateo since 1979. In general, I would oppose Prop 50, but we are living in very special times. And in contrast to what Mr. Mueller said, Prop 50 is not a partisan response to a political action. It's an ethical response to a political action by Texas. It's a temporary measure that seeks to maintain the status quo, for better or worse, in order to help oppose a nation slide into a dictatorship. Consequently, I believe it is a moral imperative for the council to support Prop 50, even if you think it is slightly beyond the council's purview. Thank you.
Thank you. And Laura Gomez, your hand went down, but you were one of our speakers, so please raise it if you do intend to speak. Bart, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. This is Bart Pantoja with the Building and Construction Trades Council. This is not politics as usual. It is an emergency for our democracy. We need to level the playing field against the power grab of redistricting in other states. We stand in support of the vote of yes on Prop 50. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll try Laura Gomez one more time. Perfect. Please unmute Laura and begin.
Hi, my name is Laura Gomez, and I'm a resident of North Fair Oaks and a longtime resident of Redwood City in general in San Mateo County. I'm also a volunteer behavioral health commissioner. I was here to speak on other behalfs, but this is very dear to my heart, and I strongly support the initiative that has been led that is temporary, as everybody else before me has spoken. I will just claim again, as an immigrant and as a citizen by choice, as what Congresswoman Jackie Spear named me, I support Proposition 50. And with all that matters, I will do my best to go out there and reduce misinformation among immigrant communities, among those that can actually support this measure during this time. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Supervisor Gaucher.
I'd like to move approval of a resolution in support of Prop 50. Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Aye. Thank you. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Abstain.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes with 4-1. Supervisor Mueller be abstaining from the motion.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm requesting that we go ahead and take up item 12 at this time. I've been informed that there's a time element to this item because of the a closing that is contemplated. So wanted to go ahead and item 12 is an item to conduct a public hearing under the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act regarding the issuance of tax-exempt bonds by the California Enterprise Development Authority. And these bonds would be, and then ultimately, after public hearing, looking for a motion to adopt a resolution to approve the issuance by the authority of tax-exempt revenue bonds for the benefit of the Ronald C. Warnick Jewish Day School related to educational facilities within San Mateo County. And this afternoon, again, we are looking to conduct a public hearing pursuant to the Federal Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibility Act. We call that TEFRA by way of shorthand. And TEFRA requires that a public hearing be held in the jurisdiction in which a project to be financed with tax-exempt financing is located, and that the governing body approve the proposed financing. The Ronald C. Warnick Jewish Day School is a nonprofit public benefit corporation or one of its related entities that's duly organized is requesting that the authority issue its tax-exempt revenue bonds in an aggregate maximum stated principal amount not to exceed $11 million for the benefit of the borrower pursuant to Chapter 5 of Title 7 of Title 1 of the Government Code, commencing with Section 6500, for the purpose of completing various improvements to the borrower's campus, which is located at 800 Foster City Boulevard in Foster City, including an approximately 5,306 square foot library and innovation center, an approximately 2,066 square foot multipurpose room, and various ancillary and related facilities, and also to cover the cost of paying certain expenses related to the issuance in connection with the bonds. The authority is a joint powers authority formed to assist local governments, nonprofit organizations, and businesses with the issuance of both taxable and tax-exempt debt. The debt to be issued by the authority, importantly, will be the sole responsibility of the borrower, and the county will have no fiscal or legal obligation or responsibilities with regard to the repayment of the debt. All financing documents will carry disclaimers that the loan is not an obligation of the county, and the county will also bear no cost in the issuance of the proposed debt. After this hearing, it is recommended that the Board of Supervisors adopt a resolution, again, approving the issuance of the bonds by the authority for the benefit of the borrower. The adoption is solely for the purpose of satisfying the requirements of TEFRA, the Government Code, the Internal Revenue Code, and the California Government Code, Section 6500. And that's
Thank you, Mr.
the item.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to open the public hearing? All in favor?
Yes.
Mr. President, when the board came back from recess, your board took an action to postpone items 11 and 12, both. So what should we do at this time? I mean, you're hearing item number 12, but should we?
I think what we could do at the time when the board ultimately makes, why don't we go ahead and take a quick motion to amend the order of the agenda to add item 12 at this time, if we could.
I move to amend the agenda to add item 12.
Second.
All right. All those in favor? Aye.
Okay, we need a, I'm sorry, we need a roll call because we have somebody
Yes,
participating
thank you.
remotely, please.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Supervisor Spear?
I forgot about
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. And motion, the item is back on the agenda, number 12, and I'll ask for a public comment. I don't have any.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead. By unanimous consent, we went ahead and opened the public hearing.
That's correct. Exactly. Thank you. And I don't have any speaker slips, so Madam Clerk, please proceed.
Public comment open now for item 12 on the TEFRA hearing, so please raise your hand to comment. Final call for item 12 on the TEFRA hearing. No hands raised, Mr. President.
All right. Can I get a motion to close the public hearing? All right. Roll call, please.
Roll call, yes. Supervisor Spear? Aye. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor?
Yes. Yes.
All right, great. Thank you. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Public hearing is now closed.
Great. Can I get a motion to adopt item C?
Second.
All right. Roll call, please.
Sure. Supervisor Spear? Aye. Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yep.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes unanimously.
With that, the meeting is adjourned. We're off to the hearing. Thank you.
It's recessed, and then we'll go into Manzanita Hall.
Thank
That's
you,
correct.
Supervisor
Yes.
Spear. We're going to recess. And then we're coming back.
Press start now. Okay. So I responded on here. I don't know if you can hear me over there.
Okay. Oh, I didn't because you were on mute. It's okay. You're good.
No, I pressed the button.
Oh, the Zoom itself here is mute. All right, Mr. President, we're back in open session. The time is 2:28 p.m. and we're in the study session for item number 9. For the record, all the supervisors are present except Supervisor Mueller. So please proceed, Mr. President.
Great, thank you very much. First of all, I really want to thank you for all of you for your patience. We had some work that had to be done at the chamber, but I really appreciate your patience. And so with that, do we have to take a roll call, Suki?
No, we did. It's fine. Supervisor Mueller is absent.
Okay.
Everybody else is present.
So it's duly noted that Supervisor Mueller is absent. Why don't I kick it off to Supervisor Spear?
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, apologies to all of you for having to wait as long as you have. It was a really power-packed agenda today. But this is a very important study session. I want to thank the Health Services Department for the really remarkable job they've done in preparing us for this. As you will point out, these are turbulent times, both federally and at the state level, and the services we provide locally under BHRS are critical, and the costs associated with them are significant. So you've each been provided a schematic that shows all of the programs and whether the contractors are profit or nonprofit, if they're mandated or non-mandated, where the money is coming from, so it can help us evaluate all these programs. So much of the money is spent on mandated programs. The amount of money that is available through discretionary dollars in the county is more limited. But knowing that, I think doing a deep dive is going to be helpful to us. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you very much. We have today our CEO of our health department, that's Colleen Chawla, as well as Dr. J. Africa. Ms. Chawla.
Good afternoon, members of the board, county executive, deputy county executive, county attorney, members of the community. I'm Colleen Chawla. I'm the chief of health for San Mateo County. A specific thank you to Supervisor Spear and President Canepa for your timely interest in calling for this study session. We appreciate your ongoing support for the critical services that are provided by Health's Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Division. BHRS and its network of provider partners care for some of the most vulnerable members of our community and provide care in some of their greatest times of need. We appreciate the opportunity to present on BHRS's great work, particularly at this critical moment. This presentation comes at a time when California's behavioral health system is undergoing major transformation, driven by several state reforms enacted by the governor and also by the voters. It's also a time when the federal policy and funding landscape is in turmoil. Collectively, these state and federal policies state and federal policy changes will result in an increase in the number of people who are uninsured, a reduction of funding for the healthcare safety net, and a disproportionate impact on people with unsatisfactory immigration status. These changes will present significant challenges for our clients, our department, and our priorities, and threaten to erode our work to address inequities in our diverse communities. The strength and coordination of our system, our community-based providers, our partners in other county departments, our local health plan, and all of you will be critical to addressing these challenges together in support of our community. Today, you'll hear from Dr. J. Africa, BHRS Director, who will take you through a comprehensive overview of the complex system of care that BHRS operates. Many of the leaders in BHRS are also here to answer any more in-depth questions that you may have. And I want to explicitly acknowledge and appreciate Dr. Africa, his leadership team, and their staff for the extensive time and thought that they put into preparing this thorough overview for you today. Following Dr. Africa's presentation will be a presentation from our partners at the Health Plan of San Mateo. I know that CEO Pat Curran, Amy Scribner, and Courtney Sage are all here also. So thank you again for taking up this important topic, and I'll turn it over to Dr. Africa.
Thank you, Colleen, and Board of Supervisors for having me here. I'm going to do my best to maneuver both the slides and sort of my presentation. Today, there's actually a lot to talk about in behavioral health and recovery services. And here's our agenda. And I practiced this a few times, and I think I can get this to about an hour and 15. There's really a lot of things to cover, but here is really what we want to sort of focus on. While I'm not going to go over this slide in detail, it is really important to highlight in this slide that BHRS is a managed care plan for delivering mental health and substance use services to Medi-Cal beneficiaries in this county. As a behavioral health plan, we are required to meet compliance standards related to network adequacy, access, and quality of care. So let's now begin with the bird's eye view of what behavioral health and recovery does. As a behavioral health plan and a safety net organization, we are required to provide a broad range of services to residents in this county, from our prevention and early intervention programs to crisis services, all the way to aftercare and community recovery supports. We touch at least 14,000 people annually. With the changing landscape, we have seen increased demands from the state and from the community, needing us to shift our responsibilities and allocations to the continuum of care. As the designated behavioral health plan, we are responsible for the care for those who have moderate to severe mental health conditions. In the children's or youth world, they qualify as those with severe emotional disturbance or SED. Our managed care partners, like Kaiser and Health Plan of San Mateo, are responsible for serving those with mild to moderate behavioral health needs. Because our clients can move to different levels of care in their recovery, collaboration and partnerships are critical in our everyday work. Our Access Call Center, for example, screens and triages calls for most of the behavioral health needs in this county. As the need for housing and housing support increases for many in the behavioral health system, Health Plan of San Mateo and BHRS will continue to work closely to ensure proper coordination. When someone needs acute psychiatric care and is brought to PES in the medical center, our BHRS teams assist in finding lower levels of care or step downs once they are stabilized. We also have clinicians integrated in the medical center's primary care units. If someone is brought in the emergency department with substance use, our field-based IMAT team works to engage individuals to consider treatment through MAT, or medication-assisted treatment. As a behavioral health plan, we are required to meet certain standards that are set by the state, similar again to our managed care counterparts. As you can see in this slide, there are 10 categories that we have to comply for network adequacy and timely access. We are assessed in these categories annually. For example, we are required to maintain a network of providers that are located up to 15 miles or 30 minutes from where the beneficiary lives. So if they are living, for example, in Daly City, technically, the farthest that they should be traveling to get services is Woodside. It is the reason that in addition to the regional clinics, we need a diversity of providers, or contract providers, spread throughout geographically in our system of care. Again, we are assessed and reviewed annually on these categories to meet the federal requirements. Corrective action plans are put in place to make improvements. Non-compliance means withholding of payments and sanction. Last week, we welcomed 15 new interns and trainees into BHRS. As I shared with them that there is no better time to be in behavioral health than this time, because the focus and attention being placed on mental health and substance use care. There are multiple investments, allocated resources, and multiple factors across sectors coming together to address the growing need. But with the changing landscape, the demand for services increases at an exponential rate. You will see in this slide that since 2021, county behavioral health entities have been implementing 11 state and policy initiatives since 2021. Many introduced in the same year. Many are multi-year initiatives like CalAIM, BH Connect, and Prop 1. This rapid fire continues to put a strain not only on our staff, but also on our provider network. Because it is really important that we have to ensure implementation, our staff work oftentimes 24/7 to do the right thing and get them implemented. We have, though, been able to, for example, even with these 11 initiatives, been able to launch Care Court, for example, 6 months before the deadline. We also are now have been able to implement mobile crisis for a full year. Proposition 1 has been a catalyst for behavioral health transformation across the state. The changing landscape reinforce and bring to the forefront our need to focus on our responsibilities as a behavioral health plan. To meet the requirements, counties will need to invest in infrastructure that focuses on data management systems, contract monitoring and auditing, fiscal transparency, and an integrated approach to planning and reporting resource allocations. And while the reality is that we have to implement no matter what, why not see this as an opportunity to improve and innovate? Why not aspire for something greater and bolder? Our reflection in BHRS led to what we call the behavioral health transformation journey, a journey to align the organization under a collective vision and objective to be better and do better. It comes down to this. When you come in contact with us, you are transformed. And with that, we are transformed to be better as well. I think about the behavioral health transformation journey as an unconventional way of doing strategic planning. Strategic planning, but more with intention to be to soar for organizational excellence, but with more intention and with more heart. So now let's look at our services and staffing, beginning with our services. Specialty mental health services are provided through 6 outpatient clinics in Daly City, San Mateo, Half Moon Bay, Redwood City, and East Palo Alto. Services are also provided in the field, in clients' homes, in school-based locations, and services through a network of community agencies and independent contractors. Most county-operated services focuses on early intervention and outpatient treatment, and you can see sort of the list of the continuum of care of these BHRS-operated services. In 2024, again, as I said, BHRS and our providers provided about over 14,000, reached 14,000 clients. Our network providers, about 85 community organizations, also provide a broad range of services. More of that later in our presentation. Other BHRS-operated services include or focus on operations and critical administrative functions and supporting our workforce. Our 60-year psychiatry residency program was the first community psychiatry training program in the country and continues to serve as a model training ground for psychiatrists around the country. Since then, we have trained 280 psychiatrists, and 50% of BHRS psychiatrists and those at the medical center were trained in this county. An integrated approach to care has been a key state priority for many years. Locally, we have been expanding our capacity to serve those who have very, very complex needs, including those who have mental health and substance use conditions. The Access Call Center is the main entry point for all medical beneficiaries seeking mental health or substance use treatment in this county. The Access Call Center is available 24/7, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Over the last year, the call center averaged about 20,000 calls annually, 20,000 calls. The Access Call Center staff speak English, Spanish, and Chinese. If there are other language needed, they will assist our clients to get a free telephone interpreter service. If the client meets the criteria for having mild to moderate needs, they are referred to the health plan of San Mateo. For substance use needs, authorization and evaluation for treatment, for example, for residential, for case management, or IMAT, are approved by our BHRS RTX team. In terms of insurance, BHRS serves individuals who are uninsured or have, for example, the following insurance: Medi-Cal, Care Advantage, Medicare, San Mateo County ACE, Health or HealthWorks. Mental health services are offered again through 6 regional county-operated clinics and specialty mental health programs and a network of contract providers. Substance use services, on the other hand, are mostly offered through a network of contracted community-based providers. County staff provide outreach, engagement, and care coordination. Serving the crisis needs of the individuals are really an important priority for behavioral health and recovery services. Our field-based teams work in coordination with a variety of medical providers in many locations, like the medical center, inpatient units across the Bay Area, EMT, and ambulance staff. In situations where there are safety concerns, we also coordinate with law enforcement. However, our goal is to decrease unnecessary law enforcement involvement, especially during a behavioral health crisis. So let's now talk a little bit about our BHRS staffing. 73% of BHRS staff are clinical, providing services such as therapy, case management, medication management to support the client's recovery. The rest of our staff provide important back-end operations, including fiscal, contracts management, personnel, and admin support. We continue to meet the needs of our clients through a hybrid model. As you can see, telephone and telehealth and phone services rapidly surged in fiscal year 1920, but seem to be stabilizing over time. Having the option to meet virtually means better access for our clients. Our claimed amounts for services that we have rendered have also increased over time. We think this is partially due to the CalAIM payment reform changes that we actually are implementing. It is important to highlight that telework has not limited our ability to claim for services that we have rendered. Sorry. I want to make sure. Right there. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. It's hard to do maneuvering to both at the same time. So let's now look at the clients that serve in behavioral health and recovery services. More? Okay. Oof, it's hard to my best here. The client population served by BHRS is notably diverse across multiple dimensions, including age, gender identity, and life stage. This diversity reflects the wide-ranging needs and experiences within the community, requiring BHRS to provide culturally responsive, inclusive, and individualized care approaches to effectively support all our clients. Adult clients make about 53% of our work of our clients served, followed by transition age youth, older adults, and our youth and children. Where do our clients live? Most of our clients live at south, north, and central parts of the county. These counts represent, again, the 14,000, approximately over 14,000 clients that we've served. BHRS client race and ethnicity and sexual orientation demographics have also remained consistent over the many years. As you can see, Latinx, white, and also individuals that have multiple identities in terms of race and gender are sort of our top populations. BHRS clients' primary languages have also remained consistent over the past few years. Threshold languages, such as Spanish, Tagalog, and Chinese, are the languages which counties are required to provide written translations of vital information and offer language assistance services, like oral interpretation, document translation, for example. BHRS staff with clients who have very, very complex needs. In the fiscal year 2024-2025, 17% of our clients experienced homelessness. 7% receive both mental health and substance use services. And of those who accessed substance use services, 43% were justice involved. 43%. While this slide gives us a snapshot of the conditions of our clients, our data doesn't capture the levels of complexity and reality, the many conditions that our clients come when they come in contact with us. Oftentimes, they have many more unmet needs that we learn about over time. At least 70% of our clients are on Medi-Cal. And because we are a safety net provider, we at times serve those who have other types of insurance. In fact, we serve an average of 430 clients who are privately insured. Most are seen in crisis services, specialty or early psychosis, or school-based settings. Private insurance is always billed first, but we are not always successful in receiving payment from them. It is important to note that the continuity of care is critical for behavioral health clients. Coverage can lapse. Clients move to another county, or their insurance changes while they're receiving care from us. We make every effort to assist them in maintaining their coverage. BHRS continues to act as a safety net for many vulnerable communities, providing services through our clinics and through our contracted providers, especially for our undocumented clients. Given the federal changes, our county will need to decide if we will continue to provide safety net, because we will need to use net county costs for those services related to the undocumented population. Proposition 1 has set new requirements for measuring unmet needs, as well as how to plan for resource allocations for county behavioral health. Referred to as the integrated plan, we are being asked now to identify types of data that we will be utilizing to determine those unmet needs and resource allocation moving forward. We are currently working to strengthen our integration, especially integration of our organizational performance and client outcome data into the community planning process. It's constantly a work in progress. So let's now look a little bit about the financial landscape. For 25-26, this is the breakdown of our budget revenue. BHRS relies on local, state, and federal allocations to be able to meet the complex needs of the clients in our community. The federal government requires a consistent level of state and local and state funding from year to year through what we call a maintenance of effort. MOEs, or maintenance of effort, need to be matched by local county dollars. We are also required to match the federal funding, and we have used net county cost, realignment funds, and MHS funds to provide the match. Here in this slide, you can see that mandated services are funded with local net county dollars, about 14%. Mental Health Services Act funds, net county costs, realignments are also used to cover services that are not unbillable, but are necessary and not covered by the state or the federal government. This slide displays BHRS funding allocations by service types. How much we provide, how much we allocate for youth and adult, for peers, for full service partnerships, for addressing housing, for those who are justice involved, private provider networks, for example. Currently, we do not have funding allocations categorized by the continuum of care, which you saw earlier. Prop 1 will require that beginning July 1 of 2026. The largest contributors to the BHRS budget increase include mandated services like mental health rehab centers, full service partnerships, as well as salaries and benefits and capital projects. While we have increased staffing for over the few years, no net county costs have funded and supported these new positions. For some more details about capital projects, here is sort of really our investments. And if you can see, it really is focused on increasing These one-time funding are really focused on supporting behavioral health clients, getting them stabilized, but also finding housing and housing supports for them, which is also the priority of this board. Funding sources for these one-time funds includes Mental Health Services Act, GPP funds, and GPP funds is really a partnership and method of reimbursement we have with the medical center for uncompensated services that we provide, like inpatient care or mental health outpatient clinics. Here's now where we are. The shifting fiscal landscape continues to impact our system, including our network of providers. The shift focuses specifically on who will carry the biggest financial risk in the delivery of high-quality services. From cost reimbursement, for example, paying our providers 1/12 of the contract term, to fee-for-service, meaning payment for each service rendered, and then to capitation, where providers received a fixed per member per month, is really shifting our landscape. The responsibility of managed care entities to move towards fee-for-service, especially capitation, counties need to invest in 4 things. 1, creating a rate-setting infrastructure, which means developing a fair, sustainable rate requiring actuarial analysis and ongoing adjustments. 2, network management requiring active oversight of contracts, maintaining and supporting our provider network. 3, quality oversight, which means monitoring clinical outcomes, utilization, and compliance. All of these needing better health IT systems. And lastly, readiness for value-based care, preparing our teams and our systems for the accountability and coordination required by these new models. And as you can see in the slide, we actually are sort of in the middle. So while traditional burdens like audit and cost reconciliation lessons, new needs arise for more robust data infrastructure, integrated IT systems, and an admin capacity in areas like contracting, finance, network oversight, and continuous quality improvement. Let me now talk a little bit about our contract provider network. The majority of BHRS contracted services provide direct client services and support. That is about 86%. They represent 70% of mandated services and are provided by nonprofit organizations. About 60% are. About 1/5 of our clients' indirect treatment are served through these providers. Most of them with adults with mental health, then through substance use services, and then closely for our young people. Housing and housing support make about 10% of our contract allocations for our providers. Distinguishing mandated and non-mandated services can usually be taken out of context. So I want to take a moment to explain this further. In addition to the contract with the Department of Healthcare Services to provide many of the realigned services, all of the funding we receive specify guidelines or mandates on how these funds could be spent. These requirements could and have changed over time. For example, for 2 decades, Mental Health Services Act funds were, included prevention. But as of July 1 of 2026, prevention will no longer be an allocation approved by MHSA funds. Non-mandated services could also include services that are necessary to support the continued recovery of our clients. Community engagement, transportation, wellness centers, a place to take a shower, alternative and complementary healing supports like art and yoga, especially for young people, complement the mandated components of our work and are necessary. Many of these clients rely on these types of services in their recovery. 59% of BHRS contracted services are funded with federal revenue, followed by 27% with state revenue, 11% with local revenues like Measure K, and 3% by other revenues. So fees, for example, that we get. As you can see, our provider network remains a crucial component in meeting the needs of our care. Over the past few years, our providers have shared their challenges in meeting both the clinical and admin needs of serving our clients. Workforce shortage, poor service coordination, lack of infrastructure to bill appropriately, to document client outcomes, to maintain compliance, and the recent changes related to CalAIM have put a definite strain on many of our long-standing partners. In order to support our providers, we in BHRS have ramped up support to these agencies in the last few years, providing more training and technical assistance, offering incentives and grants to allow them to address the challenges that they face in this changing landscape. We also work to ensure that our providers are meeting their goals, adhering to the contract deliverables, and meeting our mandates. We have regular meetings with them, do contract monitoring visits and audits, ask them to submit reports, review charts, paid unannounced visits, coordinate meetings, provide technical assistance throughout the year. So we actually provide a lot of support to them. I want to talk a little bit about our mighty contracts department, our contracts team. BHRS holds close to 300 contracts, 300. Many of them are complex and need careful administration. And that we project that the contracts will continue to increase as CMS and DHES increases their demands, their administrative demands on behavioral health plans over time. And let me just put out there that we also are paying attention to the effects of the new B1 memo waiver, especially because we think that we will have to RFP an additional 50 contracts over this next 3 to 6 months. How you get contracts to an RFP, for example. So there's a limit. So historically, anything sort of, for example, 200 over 200,000, you have to RFP, and now the limit is going to 100,000. So it's lowering down the amount that has to be brought out to the community from 200,000. So before I move to the next section, I want to provide a moment to, thank you, to talk about Star Vista. 20 programs were impacted by Star Vista's closure. And our main priority was to ensure a seamless transition that the clients get to another program, not feeling any of the negative effects. So far, 8 programs have ended or have been transitioned to another provider, but there are still a few things that are work in progress. Pride Center, the crisis hotline, and the mobile crisis dispatch, early childhood and community team, and early childhood consultations, the first chance sobering station, and then the partnership with law enforcement to the crisis wellness response team. Again, there's still some of them are work in progress. I want to now take a moment to talk about, to highlight 4 programs. You will hear a little bit more closely about client serve, utilization rates, and funding sources. These programs were selected because they represent very high needs clients, wraparound services, and are high cost due to the complexity of clients and the staffing needs. So full service partnerships. Funded by the Mental Health Services Act, FSPs take a whatever it takes approach to serving behavioral health clients. Surrounded by a team, clients receive individualized care that supports many aspects of their recovery, including housing, employment, education. The care team literally does whatever it takes beyond stabilization, like reduction of hospitalization or reduction of incarceration, and get back, if appropriate, living in their community. Total FSP clients have increased by 5.2% over the last few years. Also, FSP services are specialized by age. We can use utilization and program monitoring to determine appropriate slots per year and adjust contracts as needed. In 24-25, the total clients served well over the contracted slots because many of the clients or some clients may have graduated or might have moved to another level of care during the fiscal year. It could also be that providers experience major staffing turnovers and could not accept any referrals for a period of time. Our FSP providers are Kaminar Telecare and Telecare for Adults, and Edgewood for Youth and Transition AIDS Youth. FSPs are the cornerstones of MHSA. Almost 80% of FSPs are claimed to the state. The rest, which are considered unbillable, are necessary supports for clinical care. Examples include, as I said, transportation and travel to appointments, intervention with families and landlords, distributing basic needs support, assisting clients with social connection and reducing isolation, and admin functions like scheduling appointments, documentation of paperwork, coordination with the provider. All of these services are crucial in the individualized care of the client. With Prop 1, there are new expectations for medical claiming through fee-for-service. And with the upcoming BH Connect, switching to a bundled rate can provide a more predictable funding for these FSPs. I feel like that's really the step towards capitation. And claiming will be connected to each eligible client. Let me now talk quickly about the Cordilleras Health and Healing Campus. Considered a groundbreaking concept when it was conceived more than a decade ago, the Cordilleras Health and Healing Campus is made up of 4 individual 16-bed mental health rehab centers, or MHRCs, and a 57-bed co-housing development in the hills above Redwood City. The campus serves adults living with severe mental health conditions and substance use disorders and are provided with 24/7 care through case management, medication management, crisis supports, and stabilization. Over the past 3 years, we saw a slight increase in the clients served. We think it's mostly due to the transition to this new 4 MHRCs. As the renovation comes to completion, we will see the MHRCs and the housing development come to full utilization. Overall, Cordilleras MHRCs maintain a high 91% occupancy rate, demonstrating a robust demand and an efficient use of critical mental health resources. The high occupancy rate is well above the typical benchmark of 85% across the state for psychiatric and residential care facilities. Historically, because the old Cordilleras was considered an IMD, the services provided were never claimable. This new campus and the creation of 4 separate MHRCs will now allow us to be able to claim for the services rendered. In 25, for this fiscal year, will be the first full year of those claimable services. Substance abuse treatment or services. BHRS offers a wide range of services to assist with preventing, identifying, treating, and supporting those with substance use conditions. Services include intensive outpatient, residential, opioid or narcotic treatments, medication assisted treatment, recovery residents, care coordination, and clinical consultation and mobile and crisis services. Substance use disorder clients serve across the spectrum of treatment services has increased about 14% over the past 3 years. And it is really important to note that depending on the level of care needed by the clients can receive up to 9 hours per week in outpatient, up to 19 hours per week in an intensive outpatient program, and receive additional medication-assisted support for those who are in NTP or narcotic treatment programs or opioid treatment programs. So this is actually really sort of an undercount on the types of sort of services that people receive. We feel that this graph doesn't give a full picture of the layers of services available for an individual receiving substance use care. As we continue with CalAIM implementation, we will also be able to get a more granular utilization rate for each type of service. Residential utilization rates average about 63%. Residential detox, about 60%, while recovery residence is at a high percent of 93% occupancy. Now, it's really important to note that the requirements for network adequacy standards require excess beds because we need to have the capacity to be prepared for an increased demand very, very quickly. So even if you see that the occupancy is low, we need to continue having an excess over time because we just don't know when the demands will increase. Over time, though, and it's really important that we don't pay the beds per se, we will be paying the beds as fee for service. So if we don't use the bed, they will not be paid. Let's now move to eating disorders. Oh, wait, one more before I do that. I want to talk about claims and revenue because I know finance is really important. Costs for residential treatment have consistently increased over the past few years due to cost and utilization, provider cost and utilization. However, we have been we successfully able to claim about 74% of the cost. It is also important to note that the room and board are not considered billable services under Medi-Cal, but we use substance use block grants and net county cost, funds from the county, to support this critical resource for clients that are needing a more intensive level of care. Again, they are not billable through Medi-Cal. These increases represent not only higher costs, but also critical investments to sustain access, meeting network adequacy, meeting legal mandates, and ensure that vulnerable residents can enter and remain in treatment when necessary. Eating disorders are severe, life-threatening illness that require complex and long-term care. Many individuals require long-term care, such as residential treatment, partial hospitalization, and intensive outpatient programs. These services are very expensive because of the complexity of care needed for the client's literal survival. Often, they need both medical and behavioral health components for their care. So clients who have eating disorders might also, for example, need nutrition, education, and support, to be in an inpatient setting when they need a nasogastric tube or a feeding tube that again can really be very costly and are needed for their own survival. BHR has served an average about 139 clients with eating disorder diagnosis in the last 3 years. It is important to note that among that 139 clients, an average of 13 clients per year, or about 10%, entered the higher level of care provided by contract facilities. So these individuals, these 10%, these 13 clients, needed to be brought into a higher level of care, like an inpatient or a partial hospitalization. The other 90% of clients are actually maintained by our outpatient clinics and are provided by county employee staff and local community-based organizations. Eating disorders are very costly, as I said, and many of the lower level of care are provided by our county staff, as long as they are documented correctly and can be reimbursed by the state. Again, the state can cover unbillable service costs. To meet the state requirements for network adequacy, we have to continue to expand our contract providers. Historically, many of these providers were not interested to get Medi-Cal certification because reimbursements were really low. However, beginning this fiscal year, our largest contracted facility agreed to be Medi-Cal certified. And for the first time, we will be this higher level of service will become billable, which actually reflects a change or a growth in the federal reimbursement. Additionally, agreements are in place with the Health Plan of San Mateo and Kaiser to reimburse those that are with eating disorders. So let me now move to talk about how we're doing. Historically, behavioral health and recovery services has prioritized client-facing positions in our system of care. But as a behavioral health plan and the requirements of Prop 1 are being emphasized, we are needing to enhance the tracking and reporting of our population level, organization level, and client level outcomes. We are currently exploring how this could be tracked across all BHRS systems. One important measure is our reach or penetration rates. And just to remind you, there are about 150,000 people who are eligible for Medi-Cal in this county. We're one of the lowest counties. We're one of the counties that have low Medi-Cal eligibilities. In this slide, you will see that children and youth in San Mateo County have lower specialty mental health services penetration rate compared to the statewide mean. And we suspect that's because of stigma, access, and perhaps immigration, fears of immigration. And with our SUD penetration rate, despite an increase in opioid-related emergency department visits, especially in this county, substance use disorder treatment penetration rates have been decreasing and may actually highlight a gap or low engagement with treatment services, even though we have very, very low barriers to access to care. The Department of Healthcare Services requires multiple mechanisms to measure client perceptions of the quality and efficiency of services received in BHRS. While there had been a dip for youth during the pandemic in satisfaction, youth and older adults are now near at 90% satisfaction, with family, meaning parents and guardians of those in treatment, remain at a static, or at least an average of 94% satisfaction. People respond to questions such as, I like the services that I receive. If I had other choices, I would still get services from this agency, or I would recommend this agency to a friend or a family member. BHRS clients' overall level of satisfaction related to substance use are over 90%. You will see a noticeable dip, though, in 2023, and we think this could be because of delays in providing of care from our providers, especially when there is excessive staff turnover. There's also this is also the year, in 2023, that we began the transition to CalAIM. And as you know, many of our providers really struggled to adapt to that change that is sort of happening. It looks, though, that satisfaction trend continues to increase, where people feel they are welcome and they got the help that they needed. The contract between BHRS and the state sets forth timely access to service standards. Most counties are having difficulty reporting this data because of issues related to electronic healthcare records and require modification to collect data, and the standards have been changing frequently. These requirements are for network adequacy. And San Mateo, like most counties, is collecting this manually. I'm going to say that again. These requirements are for network adequacy, and San Mateo County, like most counties, are collecting this data manually. And that's where we're very excited for EPIC to come. To be transparent, let me just say this clearly. This slide does not show that we are not meeting the standards. We are meeting the standards. It is showing that we have not the adequate data we have not had the adequate data to show that we are meeting the standard. It's literally about the documentation and the mechanism to count them and to document them. Well, we're working on it.
The latest dates look like a February of 2027. Well, it's live at the medical center and in correctional health, and the next phase would include BHRS.
So we are meeting the standard. We have just not been able to provide to show that we have, and according to the state, that is a considered standard not met. Literally hand counting many of these. This slide shows a little more of the domains and client perceptions related to their experiences getting services with BHRS related to substance use. And if you can see that, they have many people are sort of endorsing close to 90% that they had a good experience with the provider, that services were available at times that were convenient to them, that location was convenient, or for example, for the adults, a little bit different with youth. For client and program level outcomes, we look at various client service utilizations, which includes how often they are seen at the emergency room, are they employed, did their housing situation change, do they feel socially connected with other people, is there a decrease in their criminal justice involvement, are they prevented or do they no longer need to be hospitalized. Individuals in our FSP programs report a decrease in homelessness as part of the FSP programs. So we are making a difference. Our Pathways program, which works with our criminal justice involved populations, also see a decrease in terms of involvement as being part of their program. Youth and transition age youth and the full service partnerships report a decrease in school suspension in their first year of participation in FSP. So it really is sort of making a difference. As I end, I'm excited to share a few more things that sort of we're working on. So aligned with the local, state, and federal interest in showing positive outcomes, I'm excited to share the creation of a new team in behavioral health and recovery services, the Office of Improvement and Innovation. We've been building this team over the past year, again, hopefully to change away from manual data counting, to support the priority of our transformation. And it is about embodying in this spirit, a spirit of learning, curiosity, and innovation. Hopefully when the team is fully up and running, we will be able to show you more meaningful data that really say that we really make a difference in helping save lives. The BHRS's vision of transformation is anchored in the belief that data drives progress, transparency, and action. Data should demonstrate impact, support continuous improvement, and meet the state requirement for a high-performing behavioral health plan like ours. It is both driven by local and state interest. These expectations were further articulated in the upcoming Prop 1 expectation. It's also stated in the new community planning process by having an integrated plan and an enhanced annual reporting. And we feel that our approach is similar to the state's approach of PDSA, which is Plan, Do, Study, Act. So let me end with my final reflections. The pace of the changing landscape is fast. It is complex and oftentimes complicated. It requires us to be in full compliance with federal and state policies to be able to meet the demands of our clients and our community. Our fundamental understanding of BHRS, our identity and responsibility as a safety net, will slowly need to be adjusted to be in alignment with what it means to be a high-performing behavioral health plan. We will need to build stronger infrastructures focused on data management, fiscal transparency, quality monitoring, and more importantly, a strong and resilient workforce in order to thrive. We also need to strengthen our partnerships within and beyond behavioral health to ensure that it's time for me to go. And as I shared with the interns last week, there really is no better time to be in behavioral health and recovery than now. I know for certain that we will continue to adapt responsively, meeting the challenges with innovation and collaboration. And I'm really privileged to be part of behavioral health and recovery services. Thank you.
Yes, test.
Okay, thank you so much for that presentation. Very thorough, a lot of content. I want to open it up for questions from the board. I want to make sure that people online can hear. So why don't we, Supervisor Spear, does your mic work? Okay, here, I'll pass mine.
Oh, wait, I got this. We'll just pass this down.
Sounds good.
We have actually heard that capitation really is the future. The state has been actually slow in rolling it out because of the mandates that you are seeing that they're trying to roll out. But that is where it's going to go, capitation.
Is this okay? What does that mean for our providers?
So it really is looking at reducing the cost with providing high level of quality of care. So with and some of our managed care partners are here that they've done this for many years that they can explain. It's basically saying for every member there is an amount that we will pay you, and no matter how many services that you provide the service, we won't pay you more than that. So our providers really need to figure out their cost and to provide high quality services. So it's really reducing the admin costs that they are, what it means to take to provide the service.
Have you seen an increase in the for-profits contracting with us?
We have, I'm only familiar with a few. I think I'm aware of a few bigger organizations that are for-profit, but many of our providers are nonprofits. I don't know if we've seen in our contracts. Do we know? No, we haven't seen. Maybe they're saying two, and I'd one or two, but most of our providers are nonprofits.
And then Star Vista, you said that in some of these services, it's a work in progress, which means that we're not providing the service right now?
It depends on where. So for example, the Pride Center is virtual. They have recently got, through actually Colleen's contact, a fiscal agency that now are able to provide services, but they're virtually. The sobering station is closed because actually there are actually many partners that provide funding for the sobering station. It's not just BHRS that provides the funds. So Crisis Wellness and Response Team, we are in conversation with many of the cities to take on the clinicians, but some cities are not interested. So we are trying to work with another entity, Felton, to take over that contract. For the early childhood contracts serving young people in the schools, we are close to finalizing the contract with one provider. Many of the other actually have been transitioned to other providers.
So what are the lessons learned in Star Vista? It caught us short.
We were also surprised, and because they're independent from us. We really didn't kind of know really what was happening until it was too late. What surfaced really for us because our teams met with them regularly. There are contractor meetings, quarterly meetings, monitoring meetings we had with them. And many of us really were caught by surprise when they came to us and said, we're intending to close, for example, some of our programs. We negotiated rates with them, and at the end of the day, that they made a decision to close.
They were taking out loans, though, to pay payroll, correct? I mean, isn't that a red flag? Did we not know about
Did
that?
not know that.
And why didn't we?
They didn't tell us. So let me just explain sort of the process. When we do a request for proposal, we have a few mechanisms where we look at their financial statements. So we go through our contract process, and they submit their financial statements. So after that first round or that first process, we don't look at sort of financial part. And actually, my understanding was controller is actually interested. The controller's office.
Your mic went out again.
And if I, and Supervisor, if I can jump in there. So we have had conversations with the controller's office looking at, there's certainly some lessons learned here. And one of them was the annual analysis of the financials of the nonprofits that we invest in. I think the other one is cultivating more nonprofits to carry the load. And that we shouldn't be dependent on any one nonprofit in the county to carry too much of a load, because in the eventuality they do,
Okay. You know, it's really unfortunate what happened to Star Vista. You know, I was a board member in 2012, but to see where it was at, how it grew, I mean, it grew so huge because of the need of in COVID. I'm really concerned. So you, first of all, thank you for your presentation. You do a great job. I am really concerned about the gap. And the gap, how many people within First Chance, in that list that you gave us, how many people are not being served right now?
It depends on what level of service pretty much that they're needing. So some of our prevention are again moved to other contracts, but the Pride Center has thousands of folks. So the sobering station, may I say, Clara, what is the capacity of the sobering station? So, Clara is our Deputy Director for Substance Use.
Hi, my name's Clara Boyden. The sobering station, the number of clients they served annually varied, but my recollection is it ranged from about 1,600 per year up to about 2,400 per year. So those individuals are not being currently served. They could potentially access residential detox services, so that is an alternate. But many law enforcement departments actually relied on the sobering station. They would go there and they would drop people off rather than taking them to the jail and booking them. And so those individuals now there's no other alternative for them other than to be.
The alternative, right, there is an alternative. The alternative is they go to jail.
Yeah.
And so, thank you so much. These folks, you know, through First Chance, they're now going, if you can imagine, they're going right, now this isn't for felonies, they're going right to county jail. So if you blow, what's the limit, Mr. Callaghy?
08.
08. You're going right to county jail. You know, and this is just a fundamental issue that I have. I mean, I know we're talking to different folks, but that sobering station should be a priority. Shouldn't be sent to county jail. I mean, at the end of the day, it's a resource when you think about it. So if you're in Pacifica or if you're in Daly City, from a police standpoint, you drive all the way down to Redwood City. That's time that you're not on the street, right? But if you drive them to, we had it in Burlingame or San Mateo, it's convenient for law enforcement. My issue with First Chance, or what the future First Chance is that we are sending them to county jail where there are severe crimes, there are issues, right? And so I would just hope, and maybe Mike, you, what would I do without our vice president here?
Yeah.
We're juggling microphones here. How fast can we get the sobering station up? I mean, the last time I think we talked, it's 4 months, it's 5 months.
Well, yeah, I mean, and there's another aspect that you didn't touch on. Those are all important, but there's also the prevention and treatment aspect of it that they're not getting in the county jail that they would get at First Chance or a sobering station. That is very, very important to get those folks the resources. But there's licensure associated with this that's not easy to obtain. I know that Dr. Africa and his staff are working on this, and that there is hopefully a provider available that's moving quickly, and maybe we can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, so we have actually engaged with Horizon Services Incorporated that provides similar services in Alameda County, and we have been talking with them to try to figure out a way to open it. But they also are interested in expanding the services. And so, but I think in addition to that, there's funding because, as I said, there are about 20 other entities that provide funding to that sobering station. And so we have to engage these other 20 entities in addition to the funding that we provide to able to reopen. But there is licensure, there's a different staffing model, and there really is interest with them, and we've been talking to them for months. And so we're slowly getting there, and actually, as I said, they are interested in actually expanding to provide even residential beds in this process.
That's what you said, your timeline. I'm not putting you on the spot. I mean, you're just doing your job. You said months. We can't wait months, Dr. J.
Supervisor Camp, I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here for Horizon to come in to Star Vista's old site on a temporary basis while they try to open up. I wouldn't worry about the funding right now. I think we can provide some bridge funding until we get those other cities back on. And believe me, those cities need to come back on because this is a service that every city should be availing themselves of because it's their residents who are being arrested, typically for drunk driving or being picked up for drug charges and getting treatment. So if we could look into that and see if they can get up even on a temporary basis at the old site, that would be very helpful.
That sounds like a plan. Supervisor Gaucher?
You have to share the mic. So for Star Vista as well, I know that individuals may have lost jobs. Are we looking into how we can be supportive of that community in that capacity as well?
So actually, we gratefully have some of those colleagues that have actually been hired in behavioral health, and I know that they are actually also being sort of hired in other or different partners. So we're constantly trying to give them information about what's available. I know that there's I think in a couple of weeks, a fair, sending all that information. And then also some people have chosen to go on a different route. But we have, some of them actually are now our staff.
Right, thank you. And going back to clients served, what are the greatest gaps in crisis response coverage? Is it time of day or geography?
So let me look at my data very quickly. I mean, the reality is with our mobile crisis response, we have 5 teams that go all across the county. And let me just, as I'm looking at sort of the data, since our launched a year ago, our mobile crisis response team have actually been deployed almost close to 300 incidents. But the times of day are different. There are months that we don't get any call. There are months that we get calls. I'm thinking most of the time where we see most of the calls are between 7 a.m. To 3 p.m. And then there's a little bit of spike from 3 p.m. to 11 p.m. So that's sort of the range. Very little over the year. We've seen in the knock hours are 11 p.m. to 7 a.m. But there are some, but most are within the day and late at night.
Thank you. And then another question, I'm jumping around the presentation. You talked about the youth and adult penetration rates statewide and average. What strategy are we considering to close the gap, or is there anything that we should be doing to help close that gap?
I think there are many. I mean, one of the things that really finding ways to be where young people are, schools, wellness centers, partnering with our county office of education, our school districts, having providers that actually are in schools. Maybe I want to call on Xiomara Ochoa, who's our deputy director, that can answer a little bit of what we're doing to engage young people into services.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? So there's a couple of great strategies that have been implemented, and I see Frida here. We have some really amazing youth leaders that have recently signed on to the Youth Action Board and many of our youth advisory boards that are really taking on the lead and the charge to really engaging youth in accessing mental health services by reducing stigma, by increasing access, by doing social media campaigns that we're in discussion about. So I think an important strategy is using our or utilizing our youth leaders to give voice to the needs and access to services. I think also partnerships with many of our community-based organizations and County Office of Education, where we're engaging on ongoing conversation on how to decrease those barriers, whether it's through the school mental health collabs, whether it's through different coalitions, the safe and supportive coalitions. So just different forms that we're increasing those needs trying to move forward. And obviously trying to be equitable and culturally responsive as well.
Just to add, Supervisor Gaucher, we have lots of outreach collaboratives, both in the north part of the county, also in the south, to really sometimes the best engagers are actually the community. And so we really are there kind of engaging with sort of leaders there and helping us learn about behavioral health services.
Thank you. I have a couple questions. Sorry, it's been a long day. Okay. You touched on a lot. I'm going to just do questions right now. So with Prop 1 reallocating MHSA funds, which prevention or early intervention programs are at risk of losing funding?
It's actually there's quite a bit actually that are at risk, and we are doing every effort right now to help those prevention focused only to see whether they can be moved to another category of early intervention. So that's one, right? I don't have sort of the list here that can do that, but we are working closely with them. The ones that are primarily like outreach, they can't fall under early intervention.
Mm-hmm.
The other part that I need to also reiterate is the funds that were allocated from MHSA for prevention will actually go back to the state. So the state is going to roll out sort of prevention strategies from that level, which means we will have to, I think, follow some of their strategies. But there will be agencies that we work who only do prevention that cannot move to another category that will unfortunately lose funding.
Thank you. I'm glad to hear that you have your eye on that. Moving forward to eating disorder treatment, I think everyone recognized how difficult and expensive and life-saving that treatment is, and I'm glad to hear that Medi-Cal will be, or that there will be federal funds to help that service be more billable. Other than that, are you aware of any other strategies that we could try to move forward with to address that expensive cost?
I'm going to ask well, I mean, I think one of the things that we're doing, I'll call Talisha here in a second, but really are trying to ensure that they're all reimbursable. I also think what we're trying to do is really bring them to a lower level of care within our county clinics, because it's really expensive to go to like a hospital or a partial hospitalization. So that's one. So really increasing the capacity of our staff over time to serve sort of more of a higher level clients would be something that we would do. Finding providers, they are very, very specialized. We actually, across the state, there are very, very few providers that specialize in eating disorders. So the ability to provide more providers and increase the contractors would be something, an idea. But Alicia, did you?
What we have discovered is that the treatment for people who have eating disorders is just very expensive. So it's not just our county that are paying these higher rates, it's other counties as well. Because part of it is really the treatment that the clients are getting that requires like intensive monitoring, some have feeding tubes, so it just gets very costly. So again, our staff, we've done some training with our staff. Oh, sorry. We've done some training with our staff just around eating disorders in general and helping them to be able to hold these clients and provide treatment as much as they can. But the bottom line is some folks require more intensive treatment in a residential even type setting than an outpatient basis.
Thank you. And so is that, I understand that it's expensive and complicated, but in terms of, so we're talking about just folks that have Medi-Cal HPSM, right? Not private insurance. Correct. Okay. Yes. And do we know if, I'm just curious about how many of our residents that are experiencing that are on the younger end where intervention could happen at an earlier age before the problem kind of snowballs? Or or are a majority of them over 18, adults? I'm just curious about
I don't know
that.
if we have that level of detail.
I can just tell you briefly that looking at the data over the last 3 years, the ages range from 11 to age 54. And off the top of my head, I can't remember what the median is because I had that slide open earlier, that spreadsheet open. But there's actually more adults than youth, but the youth that we do have a tendency to be complicated. But it is more adults. Get you that exact number.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah.
Last fiscal year, on the youth end of the spectrum, there were 4 youth that accessed higher levels of care for eating disorders. And a majority of that is due to earlier on intervention. So our team's working intensely. But if there is an ask, some counties and other providers like Kaiser have specialized IOP, intensive outpatient programs within their units, something that is a gap in our system as well. So if you're asking for strategies, that would be one.
Thank you. That was exactly what I was hoping we would hear. I do think that we should try to get creative about addressing those cases and getting trying to be proactive. But I'm also just remembering that I feel like another gap in our county is a youth stabilization center, and I wonder if eating disorder treatment, if we had one, could be incorporated into that, including outpatient. So I just want to kind of give voice to that as something that I think our county is missing and definitely needs. Moving on. Okay. I understand that there is a need for recruitment of bilingual and culturally responsive providers. So I'm just wondering if there are any ideas around what more our county can do to help meet that need, and whether we might need to use some political capital to create connections and pathways with local universities. I think we may be doing that. I know a lot of positions are hard to fill, but what else can we do to help with that?
That is a $1 million question that many of us and many other counties are facing. We have been fortunate in behavioral health through Mental Health Services Act, for example, to provide incentives, hiring bonuses. We've been able to do that. Housing remains to be an issue, that people are commuting at a very, very farther place because they can't afford to live here. The virtual option, many systems are still doing options. So the types of interest really vary. So housing supports, hiring incentives. I'm trying to think what else. We have a whole workforce education and team that when there's a fair, we're there. We're actually trying to ramp up our clinical internship because that is a pathway. As I said earlier, we've trained 280 psychiatrists, and half of them from the BHRS and the Medical Center are actually our staff. So those are kind of pipelines that I think we need to beef up or strengthen in this process.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And then I'm just going to finish up and give some of my remarks so I can hand the mic over and be done. But I just want to, recognize that I think something you mentioned just now is that virtual services are something that BHRS continues to provide to the community. And right now, I heard it last night at an event that I was at. A lot of folks in our immigrant community, they want virtual services. They don't feel safe being outside. They don't want to be waiting at bus stops to get to appointments for services they need. They want access, and virtual is providing that. So I know that we've had discussions in as a board around having people work more in person. But I also think that we need to reflect a little bit on how we meet this moment and allow for people to have flexibility so that we can meet the needs in our community and still employ amazing people that provide services to our residents. I also just wanted to give a shout out to the County Behavioral Health and Recovery Services Contractors Association. It's been a little bit since I've met with them, but they are necessary partners in providing BHRS services, and many of them don't have the infrastructure or resources that our county has. But I just want to commend you, Dr. Africa, and the whole team, the whole BHRS team, for doing the hard work of helping them build that infrastructure and sharing resources and being good partners, because we really can't support our residents without them. And then I'll just wrap up and say that the lower penetration rates really stood out to me. And I think that is something that we can and should focus on a little bit more, but also recognizing that right now, we probably will see those rates go a little higher just because of the time that we're in. Folks are scared to get help and services right now. They don't want to be part of any system. They want to lay low and get through this time. And so I just want to say that I think if we see those numbers increase, I don't think it's necessarily anything that we are or aren't doing, but we should just keep an eye on that. And then actually something that President Canepa shared about, what are they called? The detoxification, the sobering station, that's what it is. The sobering stations, I think we should have one in every one of our districts. We should have as many of those as possible. I recognize that it takes time, but we want our residents to have services to help them heal. We also have a big gap in DUI offender programs and multiple offender programs, with Star Vista disappearing and Pyramid Alternatives having gone away before that. And I can't remember the one that was in San Mateo across from City Hall, the name of it, but that one, what was it? OHS also shut down. So we have needs, and a lot of these services right now are being met by neighboring counties who still have programs that offer online services. Why can't we create something online we need to recognize what the gaps are and get creative about filling them. And I know that we are, but we are here to help. I think there's a lot on the shoulders of our public health staff right now with everything that's changing so quickly from the feds from the federal government to the state government, et cetera. But we're here in this community all together, and I think locally we make the most impact. So just know that we continue to want to partner, and thank you for everything that you all do.
Thank you so much. And thank you for your comment on the sort of the using Zoom and sort of that virtual connection. It makes a lot of sense to me. Supervisor Spear has some questions. I've been informed that the health plan of San Mateo has a presentation thereafter. I'm sure we're all aware of that. Supervisor Spear.
Yeah, this is a lightning round of questions. So those who have insurance, and you made reference that it's hard to get the insurers to pay up. What can we do to change that? Do we need to create a collection agency? I mean,
So our billing staff on a regular basis sends the invoices to private insurances, and some don't even respond. Some give a portion of the rate. So I think there's advocacy there. It's talking to them. I think it's the HCS conversation with the state. They are actually managed in a different way than the county behavioral health. So it's really, I think, a state conversation of how these folks will pay what they're due.
All right. If there's something we can do locally to sit down with some of those insurers, I mean, I certainly would be interested in helping out. This is from a actual provider. Retention of payments that BHRS withholds. For instance, let's say the reimbursement rate is $100. BHRS holds back $30 and passes the remaining on to the provider. There are some counties that will only withhold 20%. Have we looked at that?
We actually are looking at. We've hired an actuarial organization to study the rates and to look at that very, very closely. We have invited our providers to be part of that actuarial analysis so we know what rates sort of are needed. The challenge, though, comparing other counties is the cost of living is different. The cost of doing services is different. But remember, these costs that that we hold on to also provide resources to support our county clinic. So it's sort of not an easy, we're withholding payments, but really it also is paying for many of the services that we as county employees provide.
Right, but we also want to keep them alive, correct? Last question, what keeps you up late at night?
It's not, oh gosh, I think I'll just say that I have really been blessed. As you all know, I left the county a few years ago and came back because I really believe in the innovation and the collaboration of this county and wanted to come back. So I really believe that our staff and are kind of the heartbeat of our work, and I want to lead this organization so that to the future. What I'm worried about is the ability, because of the increasing complexity of our clients, staff to be well enough and passionate enough to continue doing the work, because it is really tough. It's burnout. But also, I think, because of the changing landscape, to focus more on the admin portion of the work versus the clinical portion really takes away of why people came to behavioral health. I wanted to be a clinician because I want to help clients. Many of our staff are coming as clinical interns because they want to see clients, and then it becomes filling up paperwork, doing documentation. That's a question that we are asking, and it's good that you brought that up, because in our health executive meeting yesterday, we brought that up, of really where AI can fall in. So that's something that we actually are wanting to lift up.
And I think we're going to have the health plan in San Mateo. Dr. J and Child, I want to challenge you. I want to understand, not now, you don't have to answer this. I severely believe that there's a donut hole in the delivery of services because of the loss of Star Vista. I'd like to understand what the plan is for that. Not now, but maybe, maybe, I don't know, it's a member's memo, but I really think with the loss of Star Vista and the clients served, I want to make sure that we leave no one behind. So I thank you. I think we have Patrick, the health plan of San Mateo. Yeah, come on up.
Oh, you have to close. Okay. Okay. I am just going to take a minute and pass it over to Courtney Sage, our expert. But I do want to thank you for having us here, Board of Supervisors, San Mateo County BHRS. I'm astounded, Jay, you mentioned the complexity. The complexity of the work you do for people in the community continues to just amaze me. So with that, we are your partners in this work. And I'm happy to work with two behavioral health clinicians. Courtney Sage, who you're going to hear from, leads our behavioral health. Amy Scribner is also a behavioral health clinician, is our chief health officer. And if I am not mistaken, our chief medical officer, Chris Esquera, is one of those individuals that Jay talked about who graduated and did his psychiatry resident at San Mateo Medical Center. So we are here in this journey with you. And with that, I'll pass it over to Courtney.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Try that. Gonna work, huh? How's that? That's not loud enough? I'm gonna have to do this. I've got this. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for your time. I'm gonna try to keep this 10 to 15 minutes maximum, hoping to hit the 10-minute mark. 7's good? Okay, I'm gonna keep this swift. So let's see if I can get this to work. Oops, it's on this side. Okay, so I'm joining you today to share some information about Health Plan of San Mateo and how we serve the behavioral health needs of our 150,000 members in San Mateo County. This will include behavioral health coverage and structure in San Mateo County. Okay, we're gonna double up. This will include the behavioral health coverage and structure in San Mateo County, which you understand a little bit about from earlier, HPSM's role, responsibilities, and approach, and how HPSM and BHRS partner. I did skip one thing. We shared in advance our mental health flyer for our members, and I'm going to humbly ask you to consider taking one and passing it down if you'd like to review that. I have it in other languages if you're interested. This is to help our members understand a little bit more about mental health services and how to access them. So, in California, the Medi-Cal behavioral health benefit is set up as 3 separate plans. Jay alluded to this earlier, described this a bit earlier. This means that an individual plan member may have several parties involved in the management of their behavioral health benefit. This slide shows you those 3 separate service areas that the state contracts and funds. So HPSM, the managed care plan, the mental health plan, which is BHRS, and then the drug Medi-Cal organized delivery system, which is also BHRS and substance use treatment. These 3 systems of care are distinct, and DHCS has laid out the criteria for a member to qualify, the services that are covered, and a set of regulatory requirements. I've provided a few examples of the types of service that are commonly used in those different systems of care. So now that I've shown you the 3 separate systems, I want to share a little bit more about how managed care plans like HPSM are funded. This will call back to our discussion about capitated rates. So our rates are set through a process of review that includes a combination of regulatory compliance and service utilization. So DHCS, for the regulatory compliance, DHCS sets the framework and scope of required benefits and quality standards. And then for service utilization, this is a mix of data that help inform cost projections. This can include historical data, predictive data, calculations, and demographic adjustments. The combined result comes together to create an actuarially sound, capitated per member per month rate for managed care plans. While we're focused on behavioral health today, I want to highlight that this funding model that comes through DHCS is about the full scope of coverage that we cover and doesn't have any specific calculation around mental health services. So now a bit more about HPSM role, responsibilities, and approach. So we have 4 separate lines of business that we manage. I have our member numbers here that are from February of this year. These are the San Mateo County residents that we are responsible for. We are required to ensure that Medi-Cal and Care Advantage members have access to care for the service areas that DHCS and CMS define as our responsibility. For HealthWorks and ACE, HPSM is the third-party administrator for city and county, and they designate who qualifies for the benefit and what services are covered. We do not control enrollment criteria, and we're sent our membership files regularly. This is HPSM's strategic framework. I'll just touch on it briefly. This is part of our organizational culture, and we use this to ensure that our work is both effective, coordinated, and produces results. So I'm going to skip this slide for time. That was a little bit about, we cover a range of services, but I want to focus in on our non-specialty mental health services. This is the other side of the specialty mental health services. Non-specialty are mild to moderate services for mild to moderate mental health needs. So this is a bit of information and data that shows some key access data around member requests for services, network access, and appointment availability, noting that we have over 300 providers in our network and currently have over 500 available therapy appointments. We get updates daily from providers, and so this is tracked regularly. This is a mix of telehealth and in-person type of services. This program has been effective through approach that is both member-centered and leverages data. We partner closely with the Access Call Center to identify and link members to care. We collect real-time availability from providers in our network. We make one-to-one matches to our members and to available providers. And we use a homegrown referral management system that allows us to document and track member details and monitor timely access. For those of you that have served or do serve on our Health Commission, this slide may look familiar. We use this framework shown here to help us identify needs and priorities for our network. Along with our standard rate setting, network management, contracts, quality oversight, and value-based payment approaches, we also use this framework to try to address gaps or needs. So we collect and address and identify needs. We collect and analyze relevant access category data in those dark blue boxes on the left. Then we use a framework to prioritize efforts that take into consideration reach, impact, confidence, and effort. It's notable that behavioral health is in the top 3 of our network priorities, and this has prompted some specific investments in the last 2 years, including increasing network rates in 2025 for Medi-Cal and Care Advantage, lines of business, and some behavioral health capacity grants. I'm going to skim over this one because it's a prequel to our partnership with BHRS. Be efficient with my time. So here is a bit, I want to start a bit about our partnership and talk about who we are serving together. This is the count of members that have accessed each service area that are HPSM members that have been served by BHRS and the other parts of the system that support our members. This data is mostly from 2024. Every year we do a population needs assessment and BHRS shares data with us to incorporate. So I want to note that this is not unique member counts. Somebody could be counted in more than one area, but even with that overlap, we're at about 20% of our membership getting contact with a behavioral health service. So as Jay mentioned earlier, another way we collaborate is through a central process for members to call and access their behavioral health benefits, no matter what system they qualify for. So a member calls in, they're asked several screening questions that are laid out by DHCS and then routed to the appropriate system of care. We try to do the legwork for members and support with the Access Call Center to ensure that they get routed to that right system of care. They don't have to know in advance before they call. When a member screening indicates non-specialty mental health, the information comes to HPSM's behavioral health team through a daily data feed. So a bit more about our partnership structure. We collaborate in the areas of, we do oversight together, data exchange, quality improvement, care coordination, referral coordination, and benefits education. These areas are covered in the contracts and agreements that we have with BHRS for the delivery of services and also for the sharing of information and coordination across systems. We meet quarterly to review operational overlaps, dependencies, and monthly and as needed for member-specific coordination of care needs. This is my last slide. I went as fast as I could. So in my last slide, I'd like to highlight a success of our partnership. I'm hoping you can see this, but let's see. So HPSM is listed there on the far left. Among IHP, Kaiser North, and Kaiser South, all identified as meeting or exceeding DHCS standards for all behavioral health measures. These measures are for managed care plans specifically and for measurement year 2023, but this data is inclusive of specialty mental health and substance use care delivery. And these scores very much reflect our work together for our shared members. Our scores remain high in part due to our strong data sharing agreements, strong central access point of the Access Call Center, and shared commitment to our members. So we pause for a moment to recognize a win. and also know the work and the needs of our members continue. And I really appreciate your time today and would be happy to field any questions if you have them.
Great. Thank you so much. Are there any questions? Supervisor Spear.
So the client makes a phone call and based on the answer to some questions is routed to HPSM or to BHRS. That's still somewhat subjective, correct?
It's a specific tool that's required by DHCS. The other opportunity, right? So when a member they say, I want some help, they can call that number. It's right on the back of their card. We want them to do that regularly and often. It's also in the flyer. However, if somebody goes to their primary care appointment, that primary care provider may have to kind of encourage them to be ready to get some support. And we have a pathway that we've coordinated with our primary care providers to also make that connection through that process. So a call is not the only way, but it's an important one that I want to promote as much as possible.
I guess my question has to do with, if BHRS is really backlogged, so people aren't getting the services quickly enough, is there any way that they can at least get some services by having them redirected to HPSM?
I think it's an interesting question. And I think we would need to have a lot of deep conversation about and clarity around what our responsibilities are through DHCS, how we would each manage any type of coordination. But technically, there are some pretty significant separations in what our covered benefits are. But we work together all the time on specific members that are maybe stuck in between. And we collaborate. My team meets with the Access Call Center leadership every week.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I've been sitting all day and my back hurts, so I'm not going to sit anymore. Oh, my questions are over here. But before I get into the questions, I just wanted to say, I actually I received Health Plan of San Mateo services for most of my life. And I was a client at the medical center. I had my son when I was had Medi-Cal through HPSM. And personally, I always felt really well cared for, supported, and had amazing, I would say I still feel pretty healthy, although I need to lose a couple pounds. But I really, at this point in my life, I recognize what a big role HPSM played in that. And I actually also worked at Health Plan of San Mateo as a temp for a while. So if Irma is still there with member services at the front desk, please give her a hug for me.
Will do.
She was amazing.
Yeah,
she is amazing
today.
But now my dad is also, he's part of the Care Advantage program, and I'm surprised to see that number so low actually. But I wonder if there's something that maybe we can do to make sure that our seniors who we see increasing in the unhoused population in our county are like definitely qualified for Care Advantage and connected, because man, the amount of calls and the services that they get from the program where they can get like medication, that it's like $120 every 3 months or something. I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah, there's a small dollar amount that members that are Care Advantage members get to meet kind of non-covered medical needs. They can use for kind of over-the-counter.
Yes.
Items.
To having nurses go visit them at home and do more frequent assessments to support their health, and as in-depth as like dementia like assessments. It's amazing. And so kudos to Health Plan of San Mateo. I do have questions though, sorry. Where did they go? Here they are. Okay. Does HPSM ever partner with school districts?
A great question. I just met with someone from the school district earlier this morning.
Well, which one? There's so many.
County Office of Education.
Oh, yes.
And so we did a program, I skipped over the slide for efficiency of time, but we did a special project through DHCS called SBHIP, the Student Behavioral Health Incentive Program. We worked with 3 local school districts. One was the County Office of Education, one was South San Francisco, and one was Redwood City. And we worked with them to help develop some infrastructure for them to get ready for the school-based fee schedule that DHCS has developed. That SBHIP funding project brought through over $4 million that went straight to those schools to start implementing projects that will build infrastructure. The fee schedule is still getting figured out and implementation is still ongoing with the schools, but we continue to partner to try to support them. And our role will be to pay claims that come through the state. I know I'm jumping into something that's a bit complex.
Yeah, I don't
but
fully
it's
understand
a
what you're
big, I know, I really made it more complicated. But I think what I want to say is, yes, there's some great opportunities. We'll have to really clearly define each of our roles, and we really want to support them to continue to increase access.
Amazing. Well, I'll plug something for Supervisor Mueller and myself. If you could partner with like Cabrillo Unified and San Mateo Foster City School District, then you probably would have hit every district, although South San Francisco, actually you get both of theirs. So that counts. But I was at this Know Your Rights event yesterday, and I had a community liaison from a school come to me and ask if kids will be losing health coverage because of the changes that have come up. So I do think there's a lot of fear around access and health. And so for school districts that have community liaisons, or even if you could go to like a superintendent's meeting where all the superintendents in the county meet, I think that would be really helpful, just in helping to get as much info out as possible. And then I also wanted to plug, again, this is something that I would share with all of my clients when I was a social worker. And I shared it last night, actually. The HPSM transportation benefit is so amazing. It's something that I don't know of any other county that does it, but correct me if I'm wrong. But it's so powerful because it fills that transportation gap. It's free and it helps people get to their appointments, and it helps little ones get to their appointments. And it just closes that access gap. So I guess my question is, how can we make sure that every school community knows about that? And let me also say that I did a Know Your Rights event in my district earlier this year, and I think we got maybe like 30 people. I went to one last night with the school district. They had over 100 people in the room. So they are trusted messengers already in the community. That's where you can go to meet people where they are. So I would encourage that. And then, okay, 2 more things. So my understanding is, do you all have data around the little ones who are trying to get into school? And it just seems like there's still a gap there. And I don't know, assuming that new parents in our community already have health plan of San Mateo, but their little ones are still having trouble getting their vaccines and pediatric appointments to get into preschool or kindergarten. I don't know, I'm kind of all over the place, but that's a gap that I still see. So I'm wondering how you all address that and how you see that.
I don't know a lot about that area, being the behavioral health director, but I do know we have some special projects that we're trying to kind of promote vaccinations and things like that. But if you'd like, I could follow up and get you some more information. Would that be helpful?
Yeah, thank you so much. And then last thing. Oh, yeah.
That I love to plug, as does probably Supervisor Share. But so we have a program right now. It's called the Baby Bonus Program. We're working with all the new babies that are delivered at Stanford. And so there will be community health worker support. And so we are engaged with a number of families, and a number of those families are actually Spanish-speaking families. So we're really excited about that being a great intervention. And we do a lot of outreach just generally through mailers and other social media posts to get kids in, especially over the summer prior to school enrollment. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
but we-
so we might see changes in that gap
Yeah.
then. But I will say that a lot of school districts still see that as an issue to getting kids enrolled in school, and for them, it's something they're highly aware of. So that might be part of a productive conversation with school districts at
Great.
some point.
Yeah.
And then my very, very last thing is my hope is that by this time next year we have a family justice center in the county, and it would be great if HPSM members could also access the transportation benefit while we address the lack of transit in that area. So that would be amazing, and it would be amazing as well to, the Family Justice Center will be located where there is already a HSA office. I'm not sure if it's fully open yet, but it would be great to have HPSM involved in that work there, so that we can get survivors of all kinds of trauma to have access and good care. So that's it. Thank you.
We'd love to learn more about the project. And I think I just want to note the transportation benefit is amazing, and it's for covered services. And so that gets to be a challenge when folks need it for other things. But when it's a covered Medi-Cal service, we want people to use it. Like, please use it. And then we could talk more about.
Yeah, we can figure out how to get some type of service at the FJC. So
thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I just have one brief question. What role does the health plan of San Mateo play with the CalAIM shortfall? Or does that are you familiar with that, Dr. J? Could you speak to that? So what I'm trying to say is, obviously, we're not getting the money from the state, correct?
Well, the CalAIM is really about how we pay for services and how we bill for services. So I think that's the piece. I don't know, I can't talk about the managed care plan, but in behavioral health, we're just changing how we bill for services and how the state is paying us, right? So moving from before, as I said, from cost reimbursement, we pay for everything, right? So no matter if our contracts, for example, meet their deliverables or not, we give them 1/12. And now you don't do the service, you don't get paid.
Got it. And the health plan of San Mateo has no role whatsoever.
I don't think there is in that sense, though. Maybe Colleen can, because it's a different payment mechanism.
Yeah. You can go or I could go. We have different requirements under CalAIM. So their requirements are the requirements as the mental health plan, and then us as the managed care plan have different requirements. And so we have implemented our requirements, and they're implementing their requirements.
And your responsibility to CalAIM, you're more advantaged than the county, or no? Is there a difference?
So there are different types of services. So CalAIM, the only things that were added on the behavioral health side, I mean, there are some like the behavior, whatever, the student fee schedule stuff, right? But the other services are more case management services that we need to provide, and then the optional services. And so that's kind of what we're responsible for.
All right. Well, why don't we take public comment? Thank you. Suki, how many speaker cards do we have?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have about 7 speakers from this room.
Wonderful.
And then we'll take speakers from Zoom.
Why don't we do this, Suki? Can we take the speakers from Zoom first?
Yeah, sure. At this time, I'll have folks raise their hand on Zoom. Okay, and I'll make the last call through the president.
Yep.
All right, so I have 3 hands raised. The last speaker will be Jana Spalding. We'll start with Mr. Fox. You'll have a minute, so please proceed.
And we'll have a last call for speakers, correct?
That's right, yes.
Okay. And who is taking the time?
I am. I'm going to share the time.
Okay, great. And we'll give them 1 minute.
Mr. Fox, please proceed.
The population that you have not addressed is the one that's currently in state prison, that's going to be coming out when the federal receiver, who has already been appointed by a federal district court judge handling one of the cases down in Los Angeles, takes over because 35 years of litigation has produced tremendous failure. It's time to start planning for what you're going to be dealing with, not just at sobering stations, but in your jails. And there will be a premium to be paid to keep people out of jail, and you should start paying it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Marty.
Thank you, Mr. Fox. Our next speaker is going to be speaker by the name of X. Please proceed. And again, the last speaker will be Jenna Spalding. Go ahead.
Yes, this presentation was a joke. There was really no hard evidence or facts or data that were actually provided. And the data has been easily manipulated and biased in favor of increasing more services. For example, Life Moves, they always talk about how many bed nights they provide. Well, that doesn't mean they provided 100 people 100 bed nights. That just could mean they provided one person 100 bed nights, and that could be provided with a family member. Also, there is no thing known as justice involved. It's either you're a criminal or a felon. Stop changing words. It's not going to work. Sobering centers are another joke. They should go to jail. They need to learn to not get DUIs. San Francisco recently had Day of Remembrance, where the people that actually were able to sober up and get off drugs said what worked was jail, not these programs. Jail worked. It's a revolving door, and you're wasting our money on these programs. Thank you.
X, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Sure. Our last speaker from Zoom is going to be Jenna Spalding. Jenna, please proceed. Jenna Spalding, please proceed.
Thank you, Gina.
Yeah, you are unmuted, so. Okay, we cannot hear you, so Mr. President, should we skip because the mic is on mute?
Well, you know what we'll do? Why don't we take public comment, and if
And then come
Gina's
back.
there, then
Okay,
we'll come back.
sounds good, sure. Okay, I'll take speakers from this room now. We'll start with Walter Ng.
Thank you, Walter.
Ning, sorry. Followed by Lourdes Besenio. You can turn it on.
Hear me?
Yep, you can.
Great. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. In San Mateo County, we all know to call 911 when a fire breaks out or someone is in danger. But when someone's in the middle of a mental health crisis, too few would know how to call 988. We must ensure that 988 becomes as familiar as a number as 911. My name is Walter Ng. I'm the Community Engagement Supervisor with Felton Institute San Mateo Suicide Prevention, formerly known as Star Vista Crisis Center. For nearly 60 years, this program has been San Mateo's trusted local lifeline, connecting people to the darkest moments of care, support, and today that work continues through 988. Over the last 2.5 years, I've asked over 15,000 community members at trainings and community events, do you know what 988 is? Do you know what the ratio is for those who answered yes? 1%, 1 in 100, 115 and 15,000 individuals. This lifeline, this effort of awareness is a critical component of the California AB 988 5-year plan, which makes it clear that a comprehensive plan prevents intervention and postvention working together. 911 is for police, fire, and medical. 988 is for mental health crises and anything that precedes it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lourdes Besenio, followed by Catalina.
2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yep.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I think Ms. Lourdes is going to provide you with her script, and I'll go ahead and provide a site translation once she's finished.
Buenas tardes. Soy embajadora de salud mental. Mi nombre es Lourdes Briceño. He vivido 28 años en el condado de San Mateo. Me estoy recuperando de desafíos de de depresión con adicciones, de uso de sustancias con mi alcoholismo y sobre medicación. Tengo el propósito de romper el estigma y no tener miedo de hablar de mis desafíos y seguir ayudando a otras personas que pasan por lo mismo. Gracias que me gradué de embajadora de salud mental en el 2016, porque me di cuenta lo difícil que es lidiar sin conocimientos de términos y síntomas de retos emocionales y trastornos de comportamiento conductuales. Hoy este programa BHR es el único que me hace usar mis técnicas y éticas de aprendizaje de experiencias de vida, usando mis sentidos al máximo. Escuchar, ver, actuar con tranquilidad y buscar ayuda para estabilidad emocional. Para mí, personas al rodearme, que me rodean. Sin juzgar, dando empatía, sin pasar por adicciones, sin juzgar y sin tener ningún estigma que pasan por situaciones de adicciones. Recuperando, te escucho, sanando el potencial. Lo excelente que es el programa, no solo lo sé yo, han logrado otras instituciones agarrar mis servicios porque reconocemos nosotros los embajadores la bipolaridad, depresión, estrés crónica y conducta que llevan a una es muy difícil para mí saber que uno pasa por la automeditación. Después de los desafíos, logro conectar con uno mismo y con terapeutas y psicólogos para lograr el cambio que deseo. Gracias a las capacitaciones que nos han dado BHR y HAP, que es tan eficaz y que nosotros nos solicitan para colaborar con otras agencias de salud mental, ya establecidas en el rango de bienestar y autocuidado.
Gracias.
Aquí estaba perfectamente.
Test. Good afternoon. I am a mental health ambassador, and my name is Lourdes Briceño, and I've lived in the county of San Mateo for 28 years. I am a recovering from challenges with depression and addiction and from substances with alcoholism and other medications. My purpose is to break the stigma and not be fearful to talk about my challenges and to continue helping other people that may be going through the same thing. I am so grateful that I graduated as a mental health ambassador in 2016 because I was able to realize how difficult it is to deal without even knowing about the terms or symptoms or challenges, both emotionally and according to behavior. So now this program is the only one that I use their techniques and different learnings from different experiences that I have lived using all my senses to the max. To listen to see, to act with calmness, and to look for help for my stabilization and emotional stabilization, and to also the people that surround me as well, where they don't judge me and they provide empathy because of my addictions, and to help me continue to recover. And so I'm using this to its full potential. So everything that is excellent about this program is just the fact that I have continued to learn more terms about psychosis or bipolarism or depression or different chronic stages with behavior. But everybody knows how difficult it is to self-regulate. So after a few challenges, I was able to connect with my therapists and psychologists in order to continue to have success in all of the changes that I have desired to have. And so thank you to all of the institutions that have given us through, or the programs in the institutions like BHRS and HAP. These are very efficient, and they have actually taught us to how to collaborate with other agencies, mental health agencies that are already established, so that we can have self-help and self-regulation.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Catalina, followed by Amanda Espinoza. And as a
So-
reminder, 1 minute for Spanish and then 1 minute for
So
Chinese.
once again, I think she'll provide you with her rendition, and I'll give you a side translation afterwards.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mucho gusto en conocerlos. Soy Catalina. Vivo en Hammond Bay hace años. Ahí empezó, para mí es una carrera. Agarré servicios de mental health con mis hijos. Estaba pasando por depresión, posparto, violencia doméstica y divorcio.
So, hello, my name is Catalina. I've lived in Half Moon Bay for many years. And really, this journey has started with my kids because I was suffering from depression, domestic violence with my kids.
So, en este servicio encontré talleres que me llevaron a graduarme como embajadora de salud.
So, through this program, I was able to go through a lot of workshops that enabled me to graduate as a mental health ambassador.
Y en la pandemia, en el 2020, salí afuera como voluntaria apoyando a toda mi comunidad.
And so in 2020, I went out into my community as a volunteer to support them.
Rompiendo estigmas, la gente tenía miedo de vacunarse.
So breaking stigmas, people were afraid of getting the vaccine, the jab.
Hice videos con mi lengua natal, que es el zapoteco.
So I actually did some videos in my native tongue, which is Zapotec.
Incluso hice video de Facebook Live para motivar a mi comunidad para vacunarse.
So as a matter of fact, I even did a Facebook Live. That way I can motivate my community so that they can go and get the jab.
Todo a través de HBRS.
And all through BHRS.
Y hoy en día, Dios me ha dado la oportunidad de salvar 6 vidas.
And to this date, God has given me the opportunity to save 6 lives.
6 personas que querían suicidarse.
6 people that wanted to commit suicide.
Gracias a estos talleres tuve esas herramientas.
And so thanks to these workshops, I was able to have the tools.
Como embajadora de salud, me siento bien orgullosa de ser parte de BHRS.
And so I feel really proud as a mental health ambassador to be part of BHRS.
De hecho, la señora Spears, Jackie Spears, ¿verdad? Ella también tiene conocimiento de esta organización.
As a matter of fact, Supervisor Spears also knows about this organization.
Porque ella reunió una junta y supo de dónde venimos, quiénes somos con nuestras vidas.
Because she actually had a meeting where she invited us all to know who we are, where we come from.
Así empezó su cabaña.
That's how she started her campaign.
Bueno, hoy en día, gracias a Dios, mi salud la tengo mejor. Mis hijos viven mejor.
So thank God today, my health is better. My kids, they're living better.
Soy resiliente de mental health y de BHR.
So I'm a recipient
HBRS.
of BHRS and mental health.
Sí. Por eso estamos aquí para abogar, para que estos beneficios tengan más oportunidades. Todos juntos podemos hacer un puente para salvar más vidas.
So I'm here to advocate so that way we all can form that bridge and help each other out.
Cuando mi hija intentó suicidarse, este programa BHRS me dio el soporte.
So-
Es tiempo de apoyarlos.
When my daughter tried to commit suicide, BHRS was able to provide me that support. Now it's our time to provide that support to others.
Y hoy en día, mi mejor placer es ver a esas familias que intentaron quitar su vida caminando con sus familias.
And so it's my great pleasure to now see those families that attempted suicide to be walking down the street with their families.
Por eso, BHRS agarró mucha clientela en el 20 en todos estos años.
I think that's why BHRS was able to obtain all of that clientele from 2020 and on.
Porque somos una puente
We need to wrap up. It's over.
que ellos puedan tener los servicios.
So we are that bridge so that they can all have the services.
No tenemos.
Muchas gracias, pero ya tenemos que terminar porque hay más personas. Gracias.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next speaker is Amanda Espinoza, followed by Francesca.
Once again, I think she's going to provide her rendition and I'll give you a site translation afterwards.
Please remind 2 minutes.
Y tenemos 2 minutos.
Mi nombre es Amada Espinosa. Soy miembro del programa Hub de BHRS del Condado de San Mateo. Como embajador de salud, he tenido la oportunidad de ser el puente de a pie entre la comunidad y BHRS. He participado en decenas de mesas de recursos para llevar información verdadera de todos los servicios que ofrece BHRS a las comunidades más vulnerables. Explicamos a cada persona que se acerca a cada folleto, cada tarjeta, a saber cómo utilizarlas y cómo acceder a los diferentes servicios. El programa AP ha capacitado a cientos de personas para aprender cómo sobrellevar los desafíos de salud mental y de abusos de sustancias de sus hijos y familiares. Durante la pandemia del COVID, llevamos información sobre los sitios de vacunación y apoyamos emocionalmente a cada persona antes y después de su vacunación, ya que había diferentes temores en cuanto a efectos secundarios. Este programa es salvavidas. Yo tengo una experiencia vivida con mi hija que enfrentó depresión severa y psicosis, y por todos los servicios que BHRS nos brindó, hoy es una joven estudiante de enfermería psiquiátrica. He compartido mi experiencia vivida para llevar esperanza a personas que están pasando por desafíos grandes. En la campaña Reconozca las señales para prevenir el suicidio, la hemos facilitado en escuelas, iglesias, centros comunitarios en diferentes ciudades del condado. Me siento muy orgullosa de ser parte de este programa y así poder ayudarme a mí, a mi familia y a mi comunidad. Muchas gracias.
My name is Amada Espinosa, and I am a member of the HAP and BHRS program from the County of San Mateo as a health ambassador. And I have had the opportunity to be that bridge between the community and BHRS. I have participated in dozens of months of resources to bring information, true information, to all of those services that BHRS offers to the community, to the most vulnerable in our community. So we explain to each person that comes forth with either a pamphlet or a flyer or each kind of card to have them know how to utilize it and how to access all of the different services from the HAP program. I have trained hundreds of people to learn how to overcome different challenges from mental health and substance abuse from their kids and family members. And during the pandemic from COVID, we took information to different vaccination sites and supported not only emotionally, but each person before and after their vaccination, because there were different fears in regards to like different side effects and such things. This program is a lifesaver. I have many experiences with my daughter who had depression and severe psychosis. And for all of the services that BHRS gave to us, today is a young lady studying psychiatric nursing. So I've shared this experience to raise hope for all of the people that might be going through different big challenges like this. So the campaign for RLS in order to prevent suicide, and we have also facilitated these types of gatherings in schools, churches, and community centers in different cities throughout the county. I feel very proud to be a part of this program, and this way we can continue to help not only my family, but the community as well.
Thank you both. Next speaker is Francesca S., followed by Pat Willard. She left? Oh, okay. Thank you. Next speaker is Pat Willard.
So once again, she's going to provide her rendition, and I'll go ahead and provide a side translation.
Could you state your name?
¿Puede declarar su nombre?
Cintia Castro. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Cintia Castro. Yo soy del programa Embajador de Salud Mental de BHRS del Condado de San Mateo. Estoy aquí para pedirle a la mesa de supervisores que siga apoyando nuestro programa de Embajador de Salud de BHRS, ya que el programa no solo ha apoyado mi bienestar mental y el de mi hijo, también ha apoyado la salud mental de la comunidad. Yo comencé en el año 2014 a tomar las clases del programa de Embajador de Salud y así comencé a mejorar mi entendimiento para mis propios desafíos y los desafíos de mi hijo. Y luego comenzamos a tomar los servicios de BHRS. Mi hijo empezó a mejorar de su salud mental y ahora es un Marine de Estados Unidos, de aquí, de este país. Y ahora yo soy facilitadora de los mismos talleres que tomé para mí, para mi recuperación. Ahora yo apoyo impartiendo a las familias estos talleres. Conecto a las familias con servicios de BHRS. He hecho intervenciones tempranas de suicidio cuando la gente tiene pensamientos de suicidio. He hecho focus group ayudando a mejorar los servicios de BHRS que ofrece. Hago llamadas de prueba para mejorar los servicios de Access. Y ahora con toda esta experiencia aprendida y más mi experiencia de vida propia, quiero trabajar en BHRS también. Yo soy una de las embajadoras de 89 embajadores de salud que tiene el programa. Y nosotros los embajadores podemos continuar apoyando a mejorar los servicios en colaboración con BHRS y conectando a las comunidades. Estoy orgullosamente de ser parte del programa de BHRS, del programa de embajadores de salud. Y el programa Embajadores de Salud transforma vidas. La comunidad necesita de nuestro apoyo. Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Cynthia Castro, and I am an ambassador for mental health ambassador from BHRS from the County of San Mateo. I'm here today to ask this board of supervisors that we continue to support our program of BHRS health ambassadors. It's because this program not only supported my mental well-being, but that of my son and also of the community. I started in 2014, and I started taking classes from this program as an ambassador, a health ambassador, and that's how I started to get better. I started understanding better about my own challenges and those of my son. Then we all started to take the services that BHRS had for us, and my son actually started getting better from his mental health, and now he is a Marine of the United States of America. So getting better does exist, and now I am a facilitator of these exact workshops that I took for my recovery. Now I support other families, giving them the same type of teaching that I got. So I connect with families and services of BHRS. As a matter of fact, early interventions, I've done early intervention, suicide prevention when people were actually having thoughts of committing suicide. I have done focus groups helping helping better the services that BHRS offers. I make test calls to better the service, the access services as well. And now, with all of this experience that I have learned and the experience of life, I want to say that I want to work for BHRS. I am one of 89 health ambassadors. We are the ambassadors that can continue supporting and bettering the services in collaboration with BHRS and connecting all of the community together. I am proud to be a part of this program of BHRS as an health ambassador. And let me just say that BHRS and HAP transforms lives, and the community needs it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Pat Willard, followed by Yoko Ning.
Okay, so I'm a member of the MCRT steering committee, and I speak for myself, except that being a member of that steering committee allows me to advocate to that committee as well as yourself. Earlier this year, January, February timeframe, I met with Mr. Canepa and with Ms. Corzo, and I mentioned to them that the MCRT needs additional teams to reduce their response time, currently 27 minutes, compared with what I consider industry standard of 17 minutes that San Francisco has. So recently, Half Moon Bay Cares ran out of funding. And I thought I'd take this opportunity to say that I believe that Half Moon Bay Care should be revitalized as a part of the MCRT program. Just to say that MCRT responses on the coast side were 4% in the last data that the committee was given. And I claim that it was only 4% because Half Moon Bay Cares was still operating at that time. So again, I'll advocate for reviving Half Moon Bay Cares, but make it part of MCRT so we have 6 rather than 5.
Thank you, Mr. Willard. Next speaker is Yoko Ning. No, not anymore. Carrie Kirby. Okay. Thank you. Our last speaker from Chambers is Michael Lim. Michael Lim? Left as well. Okay. So we'll take the speaker from Zoom that earlier wasn't able to speak. So go ahead. Actually, we do have Yoko, the co-chair, online. So is it okay if I call her?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed. Yoko, you're unmuted. Please proceed.
Yes. All right. Good afternoon, all. I'm with the Behavioral Health Commission currently serving as the co-by chair, and I have been with the BHC for 8 years. I would like to address the mobile services and in particular the direct mental health services by BHRS that have saved lives in many tremendous competent ways by the exceptional team of BHRS staff with compassion. I'm in full support and with much appreciation for all of the staff of BHRS. In my closing note, I support more trainings of the BHRS divisions to utilize trained and qualified healthcare interpreters to connect with the immigrants of our local diverse communities, enhancing language accessibilities at outpatient healthcare clinics and outreach clinics, stabilizing the growing needs in mental health, telehealth care, and homeless stabilization services. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoko. That's end of public comment, Mr. President. So back to you.
Great.
Great, thank you very much. I want to bring it back to the board. Are there any closing comments? Yes, Supervisor Corso.
Le quiero dar gracias a todas las mujeres que vinieron a hablar sobre su experiencia. I'll translate it myself in a second, don't worry. Gracias por compartir sus historias y quiero que sepan que como alguien que fue trabajadora social, yo vi qué tan difícil es para muchas personas no tener el apoyo de su familia mientras buscan tratamiento y apoyo. Y ustedes son líderes que están rompiendo ese estigma y realmente están avanzando a nuestra comunidad y les quiero dar gracias de lo más bajo de mi corazón. So I thanked the women who spoke and shared their stories because they're bursting the bubble of stigma and helping to lead our community, the Latino community, to a better place. Because as a social worker, a former social worker, I'm not a social worker anymore. As a former social worker, I saw many times how difficult it was for someone to seek care and support when they didn't have their family's blessing and support through that process. And so they're helping to destigmatize that and leading our community. So thank you. And then, okay, now I'm just, are we still translating? I'm not sure. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you, sorry. Okay. I want to thank everyone who shared during public comment. By no means are our systems perfect, but I think we heard a mix of things today, from where gaps are to where huge successes exist to where innovation is in process. And I'm really proud of our community for moving forward despite the challenges we see at a federal level. And I think we as a board are really supportive of the work that you all do, and we want better for our community. So we want to help solve those problems and give you the tools to do so and give the community the voice to tell us where we need to do things differently. But this has been really informative, and I know that we as a county have the grit to get through it all and come out better in the end. And I'm grateful for everyone's partnership. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Corso. Supervisor Spear.
Thank you. I want to thank the great team we have in BHRS and in the Department of Health. Clearly, this presentation was complex, and you packed a lot into a very short period of time. And to our friends at HPSM, thank you for your leadership as well, and to the community at large who came. I think it's very important for us to do deep dives like this, and I thank you all for participating.
So I'm just going to say thank you. No, thank you for the information. It's so important. I do agree. It's so important that we hear from our departments and we have a better understanding of what's happening. You did a great presentation. Sorry I missed most of the public comment, but I'm sure I will get an update somehow.
Great. First of all, let me just thank Patrick Kern and the Health Plan of San Mateo for their leadership. Dr. J, Colleen, this work is it's extraordinarily difficult work, and I would assume it would be more difficult as we move forward with this administration. I would just say, as we continue to move forward, really, I think keeping the board informed of the gaps, and if those gaps are expanding in terms of the delivery of services. I keep going back to this, I am extremely worried that Star Vista, which was at one time, as I remember during COVID, was our largest provider, largest nonprofit in the county of San Mateo. And what I'm concerned about, and maybe it's through numbers or maybe it's just through some data, I'm concerned about the donut hole and the gap of services. And so I'd like you and maybe to come back to this board. Supervisor Spear, I want to thank you. I do think your leadership in putting this together, I wasn't really a big fan of your hearings, but I think it's important. I think it's really, really important to understand uh, the details. And I think moving forward as a board, having these hearings in different subject areas is only going to make us stronger. And so I applaud you for your efforts. And I'm proud of this board. I mean, I think Supervisor Corzo and her comments, and Supervisor Gaucher, I think we're committed to making sure that we serve people. And one thing, I have Pat Willard in my ear all the time. I love Pat Willard. But can you get back to me on Mr. Willard's question about Half Moon Bay Cares and what we can do to be collaborative? And so I want to thank you. I want to thank our staff. Thank our staff. I'm trying to extend this Supervisor Spear to 5 o'clock precisely, but I think I might cut myself off. But with that, through the county attorney, my understanding is if I make an action to adjourn, then we've adjourned the meeting in its totality from when we started this morning at 9 o'clock. Is that correct?
That is true.
All right. Why don't we adjourn this meeting? Again, thank you for the public for your comments. Thank you.
No,
Oh,
no. Thank you.
Supervisor Spear, would you like?
No, we're good. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you all. The time is now 4:58 p.m. The meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.